Okay. We are live. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to Circle Africa's webinar, Season 2, titled How to Solve Your Problems for Real. It gives us great pleasure to host you today. It's a long day and it promises to be enriching, giving you light bulbs and giving you strategies and different ways to solve your real life problems in business, in your personal, a lot of different diverse perspectives we share today. So before we jump into the meat of the session, I'd like to meet you. Please introduce yourself and let us know where you're joining from, where you're live streaming from. It would be nice to know where you're live streaming from. Please use the chat room. Tell us where you're joining in from, and any other information you want us to have about yourself is welcome. So let's go. Let us meet you this morning. Where are you joining us from? Yes, let's do it. Okay, so I have Sally Grace joining from, and I have, okay, no, Sally Grace is joining from Jos. And then we have Saratu Andrew Haruna joining from Bauchi. Stella is joining from, of course. Nendirma is joining from Jos. Tega is from Abuja. Ngaveze is joining from Abuja. Shegun is joining from Lagos. Good to have you on the call, sir. One of our speakers today. Ovoza is joining from Abuja. Henry is joining from Abuja. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we would be very proud and glad if you can invite many more people to join this session. Yeah, Peace is joining from Abuja. I like that pitch. Lukusum from Owerri. Good to have you, bro. Fidelis from Lagos. Dr. Anma is joining from Abuja. Good to have you all, your friends, your loved ones, everyone around you to join in to this onto this call. Hawa is joining from Abuja. Kezia is joining from Maiduguri. Good to have you all on this call. So right about now, I'm going to invite our first speaker. We've taken 5 minutes out from his time, and he's just going to take us on the road already. And it gives me great pleasure to host and invite our speaker. Oh, I thought I saw him on the call. Network must have thrown him out. Okay, so while he's doing so, let me paste the, oh, okay, he's here now. So it gives me great pleasure to host and invite one of our most committed community members, Edith. Yes, he's a distinctive Rotary Club member. He's an integrative coach. He's a life coach. He's one of the people that puts me on my toes with strategies and ideas. He's an idea bank. Oh, no, not even an idea bank. He's an idea factory. He has crazy ways of looking at things and, you know, constant. He's someone you call a coach's critic, because if you have an open heart, he has a way of helping you stretch your imagination and your thinking, and I don't take that for granted. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome with us Toastmaster Abdurrahim Oreagba. We call him Dira. Good morning, boss. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Sam. How you doing? It's been a long time. Can you hear me?
Very well, bro.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
This is
I can hear you
interesting.
live and clear.
Okay, brilliant. I just want to be very sure that the audio is coming out very well. How are we doing today? You look lovely, fresh, young. Ah, looking very tighty. When I grow up, I'm going to be just as young as you look, you know. Fantastic. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? How have we been? We're talking about two topics that are very passionate to me and very centered. I'd like us to do a few things because we're going to touch on our personality. We're going to touch on who we are. We're going to touch on our brands. We're going to touch on our businesses. We're going to touch on a few things that matter to us. And first of all, I'd like to thank Circa Africa for bringing this platform, on the Octopus Speakers program, Octopus Speakers pool. If you're not part of it, you are missing. So if you're not part of the OSP, sorry, but this is what we do right here. That being said, let's see those of us that have ourselves or we in place. We have this program for 8 o'clock, so let's have our cameras on. First up, let's have our cameras on. Let's see those of us that came prepared. We have everybody from every part of Nigeria, so let's have our cameras on. Let's see those of us that are in the house. Now, this is interesting. We have Tony. Tony is here. Tony, welcome, Tony Ray. Who else? I'm sure most of us didn't expect this to happen, right? To ask us to put our cameras on. One thing is very critical. When you put on your cameras, it tells us where you are or if you're still having independence. So yes, if you're still in the independence mood or you're back into the work balance area. So let's see. We have one person with the camera on. So that's Tony. Fantastic. Let's get back into our class. Let me share my screen briefly. I'll go into 3 parts. Sally Grace, thank you very much. I see you're back. Saratu Harna, okay, we have people popping up. That's very nice. And that tells a lot. So now that we're all here, let's go into the meat of why we are here in the first place, right? I'm taking it in 3 parts. First part, we'll be talking about the personality, your identity. And that will go deep there. So I want everybody to be present. Second part, we'll go into the brand itself. And the third part, we'll talk about the fusion of both. But first off, if you are here and you're with us, just type 1 in the chat room. Let's see how many of us are live here. We have 35. Just type 1 in the chat room. Okay, good. I see we're all here. Dorothy, I see you. Osman, I see you. Diabana, I see you. Welcome. Empty, I didn't know. I see you. Fantastic. I see we're all here. So now that we're here, let's go in and I'll set you up immediately. There's something interesting about finding out who you are and then blending it with what your brand says. I took an initial direction for this topic, which was just to come to the natural perspective, the brand, the class, the architecture, tell everybody about your personality and everything. But later on, I thought about something, which was just the last minute. And that's where the coaching part of me kicked in. I said, let's do it the other way around and let's see how many tables or how many feathers we can ruffle instead. And we'll take it from a different perspective, not for anything, because it's always better and it pays to be different. So that being said, right, I'm going to share this immediately. I'm sure if you can see my screen, you can type 2. If you can see my screen, just type 2 in the chat room. Fantastic, good. So we have this, we'll start off immediately, okay? You can't look at the competition and say you're going to do it better. You have to look at the competition and say you're going to do it differently. That's from Steve Jobs. How many of us follow the regular routes in our personal life, in our business, rather than doing what your heart tells you to do or your intuition tells you to do? You go with the general populace, the majority, and do exactly what they say. Not for any reason, but for the fact that you don't want to be different. You don't want anyone to talk to you. You don't want anyone to say that you have acted in a different manner, or something is wrong with you, or everybody's going right, why are you going left? Because of that, you conform. And the moment you conform, you stop being your true self. And the moment you stop being your true self, you start living somebody else's life. And remember this saying that says that be authentic, be yourself, because every other person is taken. Be authentic, be yourself, because every other person is taken. So that being said, this is me, Abdurrahim Oriagba. I'm an integrative life coach, a business consultant, and a distinguished Toastmaster. Today, we're talking on the subtle force of personal identity and branding. The subtle force of personal identity and branding. Coach Sam said something when he was giving my introduction, where he mentioned that I like people to think outside the box. I rather not say outside the box. I rather pick it up from within, think within to change the landscape of things, change the landscape of reality, define your present so that tomorrow you will understand the value of living. So let's see. Let's have in the chat room, just say it as it comes to you. If you want, you can raise your hand up and then I'll allow you to speak. But first, what are your expectations from this session? Your expectation, the subtle force of personal branding. Let me put it back again. The subtle force of personal identity and branding. So let's see in the chat room, what are your expectations? And if you want to talk, you can just raise your hand. Let's see, what are your expectations for today? Let's see that. What are your expectations for today? To be enlightened from Henry. Brilliant. Or should I make it easier? What are your expectations from my session, from this session? Optimize my potential as a leader. Brilliant. You're surely going to get that. That's from Indiabana. Henry, thank you for opening up the floor. What are your expectations? Let's hear it. If it's one word, if it's a phrase, if it's a sentence, just type it in. Clarity. Khadija, fantastic. We're going to get that. We're going to get there. Brilliant. I like the sound of that. Clarity. Sarto Harna says, to have my mindset sharpened and clarity. Brilliant. That makes perfect sense. Clarity of purpose, benefits from Medina. That was really nice. Let's see who else we have there. So we're having clarity of purpose, a sharpened mindset, benefits to learn from Wagwe Chiamaka. Tony says to redefine self. This is brilliant, right? To be able to do a retrospect on myself and clarity. I love these answers and it's telling a lot to learn more about personal identity. Fantastic. The truth is, there's a lot to learn. And learning first starts with self. And once you can understand the value of self, where you are, who you are, why you do what you do, a lot of things come to play, all right? Awareness and way forward. So that being said, we'll go until the next level, right? Focus areas, like I said, with personal identity, brand identity, and diffusion. But first, let me shake some tables. There's something about shaking tables that I like. We shake the tables first and see. And let's see how this works. We all have a perspective of life, how we see life, how we see ourselves. But the question is, where are the origins? Where does it start from? Where are you going to? What do you want to do? Where are you learning from? Where are you going? Right? In order to get that, we need to go from within. So who are you? Or rather, how would you define yourself? Can someone just in chat room? Yes, let's see. If you want to raise your hand, you can raise your hand. Let's see. Who are you and how do you define yourself? Right? Do you have any hands up? Or you want to type in the chat room? He asks, who are you? How do you define yourself? Let's see, Medina. Thank you, Medina. Can we unmute and let's hear. Medina, thank you very much. Just unmute yourself.
Thank you for the opportunity. I am a mother. I am first and foremost a Muslima. I am a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a daughter. I am a marriage coach. I am a Muslima NLP trainer. I am a writer. I'm a helper. And I'm a fun-loving person.
That is fabulous. I like the way you started with the I am, a strong affirmation. Thank you so much, Medina. Thank you so much for that. You're a helper, you're a wife, you're a mother, you're a fun lover. And use the fantastic phrase of the I am. Thank you very much for that. Who else? Who else? Who else wants to take a swing? In the chat room, I want to raise your hand. Anybody up there? Okay. Coach Didi. Coach Didi. Yes.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Didi. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
So thank you very much.
I would say, what am I not?
Come again?
I would say, what am I not?
Oh, brilliant. I like that. I like that.
I'm everything I believe I can be.
Oh, brilliant. That's deep. You're everything you believe you can be. What am I not? I'm everything that I believe I can be. I love that. That's unique. Different perspectives. Thank you, Coach Didi. Are we having some more or that's it?
That's it. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much. Anybody else want to go? Let's have one more person. Okay, I think the chat room has come up. Okay, Ngozi says, I'm a very inquisitive person, always learning, looking for new ways to solve life problems. Ejabana, I am empathetic, focused, determined, and intentional. I love this. In fact, I love this session. Right, it's OSP, so I couldn't expect less. So now that we have this out of the way, the tips wanted to shake. I like the way you're already shaking it for me. So we're not particularly shaking it. All we just do is rearrange the table, right? So I have that part for you to introduce yourself, which is what we've just done. And once you proceed into the next level, most people introduce themselves by certain criteria. When you say introduce yourself or define who you are, or they ask you a simple question, who are you? First thing we run to is what you have done, what you have accomplished, what you are accomplishing. There are words that are waiting for you. There are words that you have had, your degrees, your affiliations, your societies, the people that you have met, your environment. And we do this to give a larger impression of ourselves. We like to tell everyone that we are people, that you are a somebody. And remember this quote, this thing in Nigeria where we always say, I love this country, right? Happy Independence Day to everyone. When we say, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? How many of us have heard that before? Or how many of us have said that before? Do you know who I am? Have you heard of me? Question is, who are you? When you look deep, who are you?
Sorry
right?
to
Can you hear me?
Ira,
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
I
can
was
hear you
going
now.
to I was going to build on what you said about do you know who I am?
Please go ahead.
I remember
Please go ahead.
one day I parked somewhere. I didn't know it was not allowed. And then some of these thugs just came into my car. Why you park here? Why you park here? And they just they wanted to hijack my car. And I said, do you guys know who I am? And they're like, you be God.
Oh my God. You be God. I like that one. You know the interesting part about that statement? I don't know why, but it's very, very commonplace in Nigeria. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I'm very guilty. I have said it. I have applied it. I know the interesting part about it is when you catch yourself in the process, that is when it gets interesting, right? So let's see. Once you now know,
Yes.
am I clear? Is it coming out clearly? I feel that it's breaking. Please can you confirm that I'm very clear?
You're
You're very clear. We can hear you.
Okay, brilliant, brilliant. So when I get to that part, you'll not be defining yourself by everything around you, what you have, you'll be grappling. Or when you get into an environment that you're not familiar with, you'll be trying to look for people that you can latch onto. But does that really work? Right? So how do we define ourselves? Most introductions, you say, have you seen my resume? You see some people's resume, 5 pages, 10 pages, 20 pages for a resume for one person. And you now be wondering, oh my God, is this person? And some things the person has forgotten how to implement, right? You introduce themselves based on their CVs, based on their professional profile, business cards, the labels, social media handles. You know how many followers I have? Oh my Lord. You know, awards, recognitions, and all that. But the question is this, is that really you? Is that really you? Before we digress, or rather, before we proceed, let me ask everybody one question. I give you a quick exercise. Let us know who you are, who you are really in the world, right? When you want to know somebody, check his net worth. You see how valuable the person is. My mentor taught me this, and it was a very humbling experience. So let's humble ourselves today. I give you 1 minute. Go into Google and type your name, right? Type your name and put your net worth beside it. Okay? Go and type your name and find out your net worth. Let's try that. Let's humble everybody. Let's go humble for a bit. So you want to know who you are? Let us see. Go online. Just go to Google. We'll give you 2 minutes. I have a clock here. 2 minutes. Just go online and check. Put your net worth. Okay? So we have Hawa, Huru, Shegwaremu, Stella, Aisha, Benjamin, Bolu, Coach Bashira, Kudidi, Fatima, Fauzia, Florence. Let's go on. 2 minutes. Just go online and type your net worth. Check. Quickly check. Luis, check. Just a quick check. Let's find out this our self-identity. This person that we are so proud of. This person has achieved so much. Check your net worth. Once you check it, just come back and just put a phrase in the chat room. Just put on a phrase there in the chat room. Any phrase that comes to your mind, we don't need to say the number. Don't tell us the figure because some of the figures can be scary. So don't share the figure with us. Just go into the chat room and just put a phrase or an expression of what you have seen. Just a phrase and expression. That will do. See, some people are laughing. So let's see. A phrase. I can see laughter in the chat room. I can see nobody. No matches are coming up. Let's see. Come on. We know who you are now. Remember all your accolades, your university degrees, your MSCs, your awards, your tribes, your communities, the accolades from the presidency. Put it there. Let's see. I'm surprised. I'm on Google, but Medina, that's all right. Nothing. Are you serious? Unidentified. Interesting. Network is missing. let's check. No, check. Maybe you didn't spell your name correctly. Just check. Spell your name. Just check. Maybe you didn't spell the name correctly. Maybe in the process of writing coach, you just wrote C-A-O-C-H. You can change it again. Put C-O-A-C-H, When you're writing the name, just spell it properly and then write it. So you check it again, ask Google, maybe, or if Google is not working, ask ChatGPT. So ChatGPT can also help you. You see, when we now look at this from this perspective, you ask yourself, really, who are you? And this is where it all begins. This is where it all begins. So let's come back to the class, right? When you ask yourself this same question, you've defined yourself, you've said who you are, right? You've introduced yourself. I think the second portion should be your environment, your communities, your affiliations, your family, your social circle, your religious circle, how they introduce you. How would they define you? What will they say about you? And that is where we start working. Your competition in the business place, how you define yourself, how you define your business, is that how they will define you? How you define yourself and your business, is that what your fresh acquaintances will say about you? Members of your religious circles in the mosque, in the church, how you define yourself, is that what they will say about you? Your parents, your siblings, your children, your in-laws, your relatives, will they say the same things about you? Your subordinates at work, will they say the same things about you? Your colleagues, oh yes, your colleagues, will they say anything about you? Will they say the same things about you? So now ask yourself the basic questions, right? Who are you really? What examples are you dropping? What traces are you leaving behind? What choice of words are you using when you're around people? Are you clear when you speak, when you communicate, when you pass on information? Are you humble? Are you respectful? Are you generous? I have a lot of people, when they introduce themselves, oh my God, you see what you ordered versus what you got. Crystal clear. How they introduce themselves totally differs for who they really are. They usually say, put money in a man's pocket and it brings out who the person really is. Try it. How many people do you know when they were broke, when they didn't have, when they had little? And when they had, or when they have, how are they the same people? So the understanding of who you are, knowing what your network is, also gives that a perspective. I give that example so that everybody can also check and understand, right? So let's go. While we're doing this, check it yourself and put it in your background. So what is your personal identity? And this is the one that really amazes me. What makes you, you? What makes Abdurrahim, Abdurrahim? What makes Dira, Dira? You have people and you have their avatars. You have, if I put it this way, let me break it down, right? When you're at home, some people, they are different. When they're in the house, or when they're in the office, they are different. When they're in social circles, they are different. When they're at occasions, they are different, right? The difference in all these personalities is not because they are actually different, but they're just trying to adapt and blend with the crowd. Why? What makes you unique? Why are you the person you are? Have you utilized gifts God has given you? Have you identified your full potential, and are you sharing that with the world? So now come back to the basics, right? What makes Segun, Segun? What makes Kemi, Kemi? You have a lot of namesakes, but how do they identify you uniquely when you are not there? And this question, I'd like to answer this question from the end. What is your personal identity? I'll say go into the future, 50 years, 100 years into the future, when you are no more, and your name is mentioned. How would you be remembered? What will people say about you? If all these circles I mentioned earlier will say the same things or have commonalities in what they say about you, then you have defined yourself. But if there's a variation in what they say about you when you are no more, then you know you'll be living on a borrowed life. When we mention names like Madiba, Nelson Mandela, what comes to mind? Martin Luther King, what comes to mind? Think about it. Obafemi Awolowo, what comes to mind? These are people. Wherever you say, there's a commonality from the different groups and perspectives about who they were and how they live their lives. What is your own identity? I give you a few minutes again. I give 1 minute. Think deep and ask yourself this simple question. Who am I? You've been asking that since. So now that you're finding out what your identity is, now tell us who you are. And that's why it has changed now, which is who I am, not who am I, who I am. And that's why when Coach Didi was introducing and she started with the I am this, I am that. And she didn't say about her accolades. It's her personality that came to life. And that's why I also remembered that we have a great community of OSP and everybody has gotten to that level of self-actualization. I rather not go through that Maslow's law or the hierarchy of needs. But first off, let's go deep. For this particular class, I tried not to go with the regular structure that everybody's used to. Not this regular process. But let's go deep. Let's think. Let's go deep. Use our thoughts. And let's unravel the answers as they come through. So now introduce yourself without the accolades. Put it down somewhere because this is going to fuse at the end of the day. I'll give you 2 minutes. Now reintroduce yourself to yourself, right? Reintroduce yourself back to yourself. The person you thought you are and the person that you are. Introduce yourself to yourself without all the accolades, without the Mr., Mrs., without the Alhaji, Hajia, without the Prof, Doctor. Remove the MON, OFR, GCON, remove all that. Remove general manager, regional manager, remove coach, remove integrative coach, remove business consultants, remove all the accolades. Now introduce yourself to yourself. All the accolades. Have a sheet of paper. If it's only 5 sentences you write, it's good. But introduce yourself back to yourself. Do that physical exercise of writing it down. I give you 2 minutes. Because it's very deep. Good. Shegaremu says, Shegaremu loves God, loves people, loves work. 10 years old, 20 years old, 50 years old, 70 years old, that will still remain. Shegaremu loves God, loves people, loves work, and that should be shown. It should reflect in everything Shegaremu does. I like that. Thank you very much. Let's see. So this is very tough. You first check your net worth. I said the network is missing, right? And you don't want to go back there. You now come back to who you are on paper, all the degrees, all the certificates, you know, and you define yourself by that. And I realize that, okay, those ones are not there. Then who is left? Who is left? Really, who is left? Where's humanity in all this? Now that we have that, we'll move to the next level. And this is my theory, right? This is the one that amazes me the most. This is my theory. I'm taking it away from all the what everybody says and the general accolades to come back to yourself. My theory is very simple. In life, you have choices. Whatever happens, you have choices. You have over 50,000 thoughts a day per person. 50,000 thoughts a day per person. Out of those choices, after those thoughts, you need to make certain choices that will move you closer to your goals. In your choices that you make, are you authentic? Are you telling yourself the truth? Are you lying to yourself? Or are you really being authentic with yourself? In the process of your thoughts and the choices you make, if they're authentic, over time, you create a pattern, right? You create a pattern. So once you're creating that pattern, you will notice that your ego comes into place. Your ego will tell you a lot of things, but your ego, do you suppress it? Do you change it? Or do you agree with it? If you allow it, you have your illusions about what your future should be like. And that's where the challenge comes. But your illusions are also seriously impacted by the environment in which you find yourself. And that comes back to you. So you have your choices. If you're authentic about them, you develop your patterns and trends. You have the ego that now comes into play. As individuals, that is very critical. Killing the ego is critical, and that's why I had to highlight it. So you have your illusions, and that's why we always say, do you know who I am? Do you know who we are? But the environment that you are in now tells a lot about the person you are and who you have become. Now bring it back to our local context, which is you have the governments and the leadership. The situation in Nigeria is not the same situation in Sudan. Neither is it the same situation in America or United Arab Emirates. The government and leadership play a critical role in defining who you are and where you stay, right? Your spirituality, and I bring that spirituality and the cultural tradition, because as Africans, we do, whether we like it or we don't like it, these play critical roles. Talk to the Hausa man, talk to the Yoruba man, talk to the Hindu, or talk to the Jamaican. We all have our spirituality and our culture and our traditions that we work with. And your personal influences, regardless of everything that you're working with, it comes back to the basic things. What influences you as an individual? Some people influence them. Others, material things influence them. Some others is what the environment says about them that influences them. Some is just their family. So when you put all this together, you now comes back to you as an individual. Are you actually living yourself? Have you identified who you are? Or are you living for every other person? Finding that critical balance tells a whole lot, But this is my theory, like I said. I like everybody to think outside. So let's come back to the second part. Understanding what you are or who you are, and now defining self. That brings us back into the second part of the program, which is the brand. So how will you define the brand? What's the brand to you? Let's say in the chat room, right? Okay, way of defining the brand, let's see. I have a lot of people in chat room that came on afterwards. We have Amina saying, Amina Sadiq has passion for helping people. Tough Nation says, TJ Chuno, creative mind, support system, and your guy. MT Adeniro, I am peace-loving, I am sensitive, love to have control of myself, love to make myself and others happy. Self-love, very critical these days, right? Bolanli says that she loves to help people. Olaide loves to support. Medina, I'm a helper, I'm a seeker of knowledge, a lover of beauty, a lover of love, a yearner to meet the Lord with peaceful heart, a creator of content, a creator of beauty, a neat and tidy person. Aderola says that she's the daughter of God, friendly and empathetic, love teenagers. So like Deborah is one very intentional person. Brilliant. I love that. Now you see that your perspective of yourself has changed. Now that your perspective of yourself has changed, that in itself is where you start bringing out what your own brand is. So what? Or how would you define the brand? This is someone that, how do you define your brand? How would you define a brand? There are plenty of brands, right? But how would you define a brand? All right, before we define the brand, drop the names of brands, Let's hear. Let's start with that. Let's make it easy. Let's make it easy. Oh, Diaba, I like this. She has come to it already. Or she, sorry. Vision, mission, and core values define your brand. Your brand is your product. Service tagged. Fantastic. Meeting a specific need, your niche. Thank you very much. Medina says, what people call your business? One identity based on their values. One's identity based on their values. Tony Ray says, problem solver and caregiver. Interesting. So that's how you define your brands. Brilliant. I like this. This is popping up already. Who else? How do you define your brand? We know every Nigerian is a business person. So all of you have your brands. So come on, let's see it in the chat room. My brand is my identity. A brand is simply what distinguishes you from others. Sorry. Fantastic. Is everybody saying about their brands? You see, people are passionate, We all have brands, whether I like it or not. We have talked about the person, your personal identity. Now we're going back to the brand, the second meat in it. Brand is what others see your business as. It's the experience I create that others perceive. Let's go and see. Let's go deep. There are these things we keep talking about. So we have big grammar, big English. Let's see how we can break it down and come back home. Unique identity for a person, product, service that distinguishes one from another. So this is where we are, isn't it? The brand is the knowledge giver from HMD Global. True. Let's see. Does anybody want to speak? Does anybody want to say something before we move? This my slide is trying to give me away. Can you imagine? It's going ahead of me. Press the knowledge giver. Okay. Since we don't have any hands up, let's proceed. So there's a portion I'm going to play for you. There's a video clip I'll play for you. So we have here in the beginning, it's usually about what you want. When you're creating a brand, your brand is usually about what you want, right? You think about it, you have the best product, you've thought about it. This is what I want to make. This is what I want to deliver. Let's go to the tummy. Yes, everybody wants a six-pack. I've been working on that for a while. I think I have 4 now. I still have 2 to go, but that 4 was hard to get. So let's talk about the tummy. Everybody's looking for abs. So somebody once told me that the 6 packs are hidden in the 1 pack. And I totally agree, right? But in the beginning, what you really want or what you define is usually about you. You think about yourself in the brand. Define the brand in yourself, what you want people to see. But it's really about what you want. But is that really it? So these are some brands, right? How many of us can identify any brands here? Which brand can you relate to? Which name can you relate to here? Right? Which name? Like I said, these slides are went ahead of me. Brand is simply what defines you. Panasonic, thank you. Pepsi, you see that? You're naming the brands you know now. Okay, let me hide this one. Let's hide this one quickly. Brand is my unique identity that differentiates others. Microsoft, wow, nice. Nike. Panasonic, Toshiba, thank you. Apple. Are these the only brands we know? Starbucks. Shiseido, okay, nice. Samsung. Which other brands do we know? Oriflame, Innocent, and hell, come back to Nigeria. I've just seen the first Circle Africa. I've just seen the first and second African brands, Nigerian brands to be precise. I see everybody have got, we ran to America quickly. Tantalizers. Wow, I remember back in the days, Tantalizers was the place to be. Nice. Who else? Which other brands do we have? Mr. Biggs, Zenith Bank. I'm trying to find the most recognizable brand in the world here. UBA, Peace Babali, I like that. Master Coach Hub, nice. Dangote, thank you. Rayfield Farms, thank you. Now we are coming back home. Let's see, these are names. Dangote. So while we are naming all these brands that we all know, Dantata, we have them plenty. Luis Valentino. Oh, why didn't anybody mention Sahad stores? Why did anybody mention Sahad stores? Or AY Mekifi filling station or AA Rano? What is going on? Sorry, Mr. Carl Speaks. I will not mention that brand you just wrote. I will not mention it. And Coach Sam knows why I will not mention that brand. He also Suya. Thank you. So we have an idea of where we are going to, right? So let's see.
So Ra.
Yes.
Ra, Carl is our South African special guest today. So he may not even relate with our local telecom brand. I don't know. Most likely will or may not.
Okay, yes. Okay, Carl, let me just put it this way. That was in competition with my brand. That is why I did not mention it. So I don't give you popularity. The competition is in competition with my brand, but it's all right. We have other brands here. So let's see. The brand itself, what is a brand? A brand is an intrinsic value or meaning captured in the mind of the consumer. I'll take that again. It's intrinsic value or meaning captured in the mind of the consumer. Most of us would have said, what are the brands? Say your brand is Nike, your brand is Adidas, Binatone, right? HP, Sahad. But the truth is this, what does Nike mean to you? What does Sahad store say to you? What does Rolls Royce say to you? If you have 100 people in the same room and you ask them about Serica Africa, what would they say? Then you know whether you have a brand. If you have 1,000 people in a room, what would they say about Samsung? If they say the same things, then you know you have a brand. When you have a survey of people and you ask them particular questions about a particular brand, is what the brand means to the person, to your customers, to your consumers. That is what a brand is. So people are shaking their head. What is going on here? What is happening? Yes, you give a person a phone and they are jubilating and jubilating and jubilating, and give them a second phone, and you now wonder why they are not jubilating. I'll break this. Apple users, what happens? Anytime somebody buys an iPhone, what do? They will make sure that the Apple shows. They need to show you, isn't it? Why? What has Apple communicated to people? What is the message about the brand? What is it in people's mind that you see long lines, long queues, waiting before the next iPhone comes out? Don't worry, I'm not an iPhone person. I have my Samsung and it's right there, it's looking at you. I'm going to bring it up very soon. So let's go out to what a brand is and what a brand is not. A brand is not a perception. What a brand is rather is a perception, is a result, is a representation, it's a value, it's what customers say it is. As somebody once said, it's not a logo, it's not a document, it's not what you say it is, neither is it an impression. Ask NEPA, when there's no lights, what happens in Nigeria? Would you say AEDC is off? They say, oh, AEDC is off, or KEDCO is off, or Ibeco is off. You don't say that. Ask NEPA, they'll tell what a brand really is, right? And when you talk about cars, reliability, when you want a car, what comes to mind about a Toyota? It's reliable, it's efficient, it takes you point A to point B. Nothing more. You don't look at luxury. What you're looking for is reliability, and that's what the brand was built on. So you need to understand what a brand is and what a brand is not, right? And when you understand these two concepts, you now start checking to understand the last part of it, which is, what is the thinking behind creating your brand? You went through the personal identity for you to be able to think through to understand who you are, right? As a person, how you think, how you present yourself, how your environment, how your communities present you, how they see you, how they perceive you. And if who you are matches who you are presenting, who you are projecting, we now come back to the brand itself. And that's why I love listening to Martin Neumeyer. His approach is totally different when it comes to brand. Seth Godin is another god in his own, but Martin Neumeyer is fantastic. When you now check it, you want to start a business, you want to start yourself, you now say that, oh, let me go and get a logo. You pay people, get me the logo, let me get the business name, get the vision, get the mission, get all these things. I think you are creating a brand. No, you're just putting documents together. Who knows you? Remember those people that come to the office, that have their goods in the boots, and they will drive anywhere they want to drive to, and then they will sell your products. When you're looking for them, would you look for the brand, or the person that is selling it? In such cases, their brand and their identity have fused. There are certain people you want to do business with. Once you mention the person's name, you are comfortable. Their brand already tells you that this person has a high level of integrity, a high level of trust. His personality is straight, and is somebody that you can work with. And there's some people, the moment you think about them, the only thing that comes to your mind is run, run, run. So, and such people, do they have a brand? No, but unconsciously, they have created a brand in your minds. Deep, right? You're going there. So what are these? Talk to me. Who can recognize these brands? Type it in chat room. Which brands are these? Type it in chat room. Let's see. Type it, type it, type it. Let's see. Let's see whether we know our brands. Oh, Nike, fantastic. Victoria, Nike, Circa. Ooh, is it only Circa that is there? I can see Circa. Which Circa? Let's be very sure. Nike, Dangote, KFC. Circa Africa. Oh, and the Lexus. There's somebody I was expecting to type the Lexus in this particular audience, but I have not seen him type it yet. But I will put it down for him. It's an LX 570. I'm speaking it into existence for him. The LX 570 and 600. I've been pushing for a 600, but he wants to go with the 570 for now. So let's go. Maggie, okay, everybody's there. Brilliant. We can see them. Abby. So the question now is, what does Nike mean to you? What does Circa Africa mean to you? What does Dangote say to you? What does Maggie say to you? Now, this is the difference. This is where brand comes into play. What does Nike mean to you? When you hear Nike, do you just think about trainers? Or do you just think about comfortable dress or comfortable sportswear? When you think about Lexus, what comes to your mind? Is it luxury that comes to your mind? When you think about Maggie, is it the kitchen that comes to your mind? Is it the sauce that comes to your mind? Is it spices that comes to your mind? Is it just food that comes to your mind? And now this is where the difference now comes. What do they represent for you? Now understand, when you see all these brands, when you think about each of these brands, a different meaning comes to mind. Ask yourself, the meaning these brands represent, is it what the brands preach they are? Or do they act in conformity to the brands or to their messages? Do they do that? Right? So we'll keep shaking the table. Now I said I like shaking the table. Let's have some examples. What does this brand say to you? What does this brand say to you? What does this say to you? Thank you. Find it. That's what it means to you. Who else? What does this brand say to you? What does it mean to you? Search engine. Thank you. Who else? Technology. Search. Find it. Search. Technology. Let's see. What else? What does it say to you? Know it all. Search anything. Answer to everything. Information bank. Thank you, resourcefulness. What else? What does it say to you? Satisfaction. So by the time you see all these responses that we are having and what Google is trying to pass across, can you see that everybody that's responded has almost varying responses to a known brand, a global brand, but it means different things to people. Now, what it means to the individuals, that is where your brand comes into play. What does this brand mean to you? What is this brand and what does it mean? What is this brand? What does it mean? I don't know. Just looks like one silver metal, one silver stainless steel. What does it mean to you? Whoa. Let's say I have 5 minutes. Okay, I'll put this one. Class, Mercedes, luxury, brilliance. So that's what it means to you. You can see everybody's saying it. Luxury, 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 status symbol. Now let's go back to the big boys. What does this brand mean to you? What does this brand mean to you? Let's go there. We'll run through it. What does this brand mean to you? I love this brand. Resilience. Thank you. Class. Nigeria, Benz durability. Nigeria, home, hope. Thank you. Strength. Nigeria, outcome. Strength, doggedness. Yes, that is Nigerian spirit. You know, while we are talking about these sweet things about this our country, Nigeria is the place to be. You know, Nigerians will always define ourselves and will always be present wherever we are. You will know a Nigerian is in the room once he enters or she steps into the room. Thank you very much. What does this brand mean to you? Okay. This is a tribe. Fantastic. So what I'm trying to bring out here for us to see, right, is that you have the Apple, you have Mac, and then this also is a brand. Brands are things you cannot touch. These are not companies. These are not people. These are not locations. These are not human beings. What are they? They're hashtags. They're movements. But they shook the world, right? Occupy Nigeria, End SARS, Black Lives Matter, Emuloka, Monday Motivation, and PB Nigeria. You see all this. They're not things you can touch, but they live on, right? So in order to formulate your brand, you have 2 critical questions. And this is very critical. Why do I need this? Right? And then what is the benefits? Once you put these 2 things together, you start getting to where your brand is and what it actually, why do I need this brand? What does it mean for me? What is the essence? This is where the customers start asking themselves, do I need to invest here? Do I like what these people are saying? What does it mean to me? What is it saying to me? Can I relate with it? And what are the benefits for me? By the time you answer these questions, you now realize whether you're on the same path. So now come back to the 2. This is where we're having the fusion. That's why I said, who is your brand? No, what is your brand? You have people like Elon Musk and SpaceX. The business, SpaceX. Elon Musk is a person. Who is a brand? One of the 2. Aliko Dangote, Dangote Sugar. Is he an individual or is he a brand? Jeff Bezos, Amazon. Individuals or brands? Tolumelu, Transcorp. Steve Jobs, Apple. AY Life. Lionel Messi, Barcelona. Basket Mouth, Housemates. So who is your brand? Is it the company or is it the individual? Go on social media and find out who has the highest number of followings. Is it Elon Musk or is it SpaceX? I'm sure you'll be wondering why I ask a lot of questions, why I throw my speech or my delivery through questions. Unfortunately, let me say fortunately, That's the power of quality questions and being a coach. You have to go through this process. It's just unconscious, right? But ask these critical questions. Are you looking at the person or the company? And that's where the fusion now comes into play. People are brands. When you think about Elon Musk, what comes to your mind? Aliko, what comes to your mind? Jeff, what comes to your mind? When you think about these individuals, what comes to your mind? What message are they passing across? What are you resonating with, right? More on the individuals. These are some other powerful people. I'll jump to one. CR7, Cristiano Ronaldo. He has the highest number of followers in the world, all right? He's a football player. Rahim, I hold the football in my hand. Maybe the football will cost 20,000, 30,000 naira. Yes, that's the football. I'll play it, everybody will see it as a football. That same football, give it to CR7, Cristiano Ronaldo. Once he holds that ball and kicks it or dribbles it once, the value of that ball goes to $200 million, just that ball. Why? Is it the ball that changed? It's still the same ball. But the brand behind the person, what people have perceived him to be, what he stands for, changes it all. And same thing with Maya Angelou, Michael Jackson, Tony Robbins, Oprah Winfrey. They have all changed the world. Come back to individuals. And trust me, I like coming local. They are individuals, they are people, and they are brands, right? So I would seeing the two, are we seeing how everything comes together? So I said, let me come serious. Okay, let me bring out something technical so we can have something to work with. And that's why I brought out the brand data. I brought out my theory for the person identity. And now for the brand ladder. This is the first level at the bottom of the, this is really good. This is really good. You know, buy that, do not. So go to Ray Davis and buy the chicken from there and try it and be like, oh, this. And then, you know, I give it like the Apple tribe. A new phone, you just go and buy. The watch, you just go and buy. Like the Samsung tribe. I'm a Samsung person, so I'm beefing all iPhone users. Sorry, but I'm a Samsung person. So we can buy the Samsung. The next one comes out to buy the phone, buy the iPad, we buy the watch, not for anything, not the iPad, so we buy the tablets, and then we proceed. We move to the next level, which is the environment. At this point, you are the brand. You are totally empowered. This one, you stand, you fight, you own it, and you speak, you preach it to everyone. And when you get to that level, then you now know the value of your brand. It's highly explanatory much later, right? So let's wind down. And let's come back to this. And this is where I want the fusion to really happen. In the chat room, just tell me, what do you see here? Quickly. What do you see in the chat room? In the chat room, quickly. Let's see. Oh, man. What is this? In the chat room, what is this? What do these logos represent? Quickly, in the chat room. Just the two responses. Innovation, Apple computers, and then what logos are here? These two. Let's have it. Hadiza Unisa, thank you very much. The past and the future. Thank you very much, Carl. That's very nice. I like that. The past and the future. Computers and the photocopier. Nice. What logos? What do we have here? products. I like the way our thinking has changed, instantly changed. So now, I ask the second part. We have all this, we have these two so-called iconic brands, right? Who created the first brand and who created the second brand? Tell us who created both in the chat room quickly. Let's have that. Who created these two? Let's have it. Let's have it there. Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. I like that, Steve. Who else? Come on. Everybody is going Steve. Who owns IBM? Who created IBM? Who knows the meaning of IBM? Oh, Steve Jobs and one guy like that. So at this point in time, I'm sure you understand what I mean by you have your brand, you have the individual. When two of them fuse, that's when you have your power brand. Everybody has heard of IBM and referred to it as a past. But the question now is, who created it? Right? I'll come back there. And that's why you have Steve Jobs and you have Charles Flint. I'm sure we all didn't know that, right? We have Charles Flint. So the future of branding is personal, and it is now. So when we have it in this perspective, what are we talking about? Two things, right? What brands was, or what we used to know brands as, has totally changed. And what we'll be seeing brands as going forward and in the future is going to be totally different. So today, when you go on social media, when you're thinking about followers, followership, what your brand represents, remember, what are your people thinking about? What are your consumers talking about? What are they saying about your brand? And on this note, like I say, thank you very much for having me. It's a short video of 5 minutes. I don't know if I have time for that. A short video of 4 minutes that I would love to play to drive home the essence of brands. But with that being said, I'll come to the end of my presentation for today. And I'd like to ask Coach if I have that 4 minutes to play it, or will let it be. No, I'm a Toastmaster, so work within time. I have 56 minutes on the clock.
You can play it, Ra. Our next speaker comes up at 9:15. So yes, you can.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. Let me quickly bring it up here. And for me, this actually brought out the whole essence, right? You made it very, very clear for me and showed me a lot. Okay, so let me go back here. I'll bring it up right now. So you can also watch the full video. There were actually two, but I think I'll just use this one. This one clears it better.
The term branding, people use it interchangeably with logo design, identity design, or even sometimes typography. And maybe we need to set the record straight. I know you're the best person to tell us. What is branding, Marty?
Yeah, so let's start with what branding isn't.
Okay.
It's because it's not a lot of things people say it is. It's not a logo.
Okay.
A logo is a very useful tool for a business, but it's not the brand. It's a symbol for the brand. A brand is not a product. So when people talk about this brand, buying this brand or that brand, they're really talking about buying one product or another product. The brand is not that. People say the brand is a promise the company makes to customers, and there's some truth in that.
Yep.
I mean, it does end up acting as a promise, but that's not what it is either. Advertising people like to say, well, it's the sum of all the impressions that a company makes on an audience.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if you're trying to sell a lot of impressions, I can see where that might be useful to you. But from a business's point of view, why do they want that? Right? So, and how does that help creative people understand what they're doing?
Right.
So none of those things are really what branding is. A brand is a result. It's a customer's gut feeling about a product, a service, or a company. It ends up in their heads, in their hearts. They take whatever raw materials you throw at them and they make something out of it. But they're making it, they're creating it. And so in a sense, when you create a brand, you're not creating one brand, you're creating millions of brands, like however many customers or people in your audience.
Oh.
Each one has a different brand of you. So a brand is like a reputation, right? So it's your business reputation, and everyone's going to be a little bit different about what that reputation is. And that's okay, as long as you've got it corralled mostly where you want it and that it's beneficial to the company. So we tend to look at companies and designers tend to look at branding as, from our point of view, like this is something we're doing. We're telling a story. We're making a claim. We're making a pitch, and that's what we do. But that's not what a brand is. A brand is the result of that. And if you don't start there, you don't know what you're doing. You actually don't know what you think you know what you're doing, but you don't. So from a designer's point of view, I mean, I always tended to be this way. It's like I just had it was my gut feeling, right, about whether this is going to work or not. And then I would sell it as hard as I could to get the client to sign off on it. From the client's point of view, they're going, well, it's a checklist. I got the logo, I got the tagline, I got the ad campaign, click, check, and they think they're done.
Right.
None of that's right. What's right is what happens in people's heads. Like, what have we achieved? Like, what's the reputation that we've created through the products we're putting out, like the design of the products, the messaging we're putting out, the look and feel of them, our culture, how does that affect people? How our employees behave, how is that affecting our reputation? All that stuff counts. So it's a big world, and it actually takes in almost all of business. Not so much finance, but finance is involved too, because finance has to greenlight all these things. But almost everybody in a company is, affecting the brand, doing something with the brand, doing it for the brand, or hurting the brand. So you got to think of it that way.
Whew. I didn't want to say one word because that was perfect. This is unscripted. Marty's just talking from decades of experience in writing and articulating this. It's very clear to me.
Yes, that was it. So thank you very much for having me. I had to show that he has a different way of seeing brands. And for me, I loved the perspective. Like I mentioned earlier, I was planning to come through with a regular approach, the brand name, the architecture, the identity, the ethics, and then run through it. And then the personal identity, go through the hierarchy of needs, the self-actualization, the whole hierarchy. But I not thought about it again. Everybody can read up on that. We can always find these things ourselves, right? We can always refresh it. Why don't we come from a different perspective that's intrinsic, something that you don't touch, something you don't see, and then let's provoke ourselves. So regardless of where you are, one thing I would give back is thinking to transform. Just think deep. And by yourself, you create the essence of what you really want to present. And once you have that locked in, every other thing is secondary. Once you understand your personality and your identity, what else, right? You understand the brand and what you want to present, what else, right? And in both cases, once you can fuse those two together, your process is seamless and it's easy. I had to go back and do that rethink and start my own all over again. And I can assure you it's not that easy. And a good example, like we all have here, is Circle Africa. If you remember Subcar, remember BSG, remember MST, plenty. But what happened? They went back and brought the brand together. And what's the message you're passing across? And why do we have this platform today? It's a totally different thinking. And that's where it starts from, the thinking process. Coach Sam, it's good to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ra. Thank you so much. Please, before you go, Ra, I'd like you to put your contact details in the chat room so that people can reach you for coaching, for brand redefinition, brand identity coaching, clarity session, public speaking, different things that you do. I'd love for them to be able to reach you directly. So kindly avail us your contact in the chat room. and our people can reach you. I've been following the comments on YouTube. People have been following your coaching questions on YouTube. It's been brilliant. A few people watching on YouTube, and we really do appreciate that they are following. So fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the first speaker in our session today, the SECA Africa webinar. This webinar holds once every 2 months. This is the second edition of the local version with OSP speakers, and we have an international version which has held once, and the second edition will be holding in December. We call it the Pan-African webinar, and it has been our delight so far. So our speaker has been distinguished Toastmaster Abdurrahim Oreagba, and we call him D-Ra. It's a pleasure having him speak. He's one of the members of OSP, and I want to take a minute to explain what OSP means. OSP stands for Octopus Speakers, Trainers, and Communicators, and it's a very vibrant community. As at yesterday, our number was around 147 members or so, if I'm not mistaken. We're a growing community. We've been active since 1st of April 2022, and we're almost 2 years if you're counting by the time. Okay, by this October, we're exactly 18 months gone in OSP community, and I can tell you, members of the community have found it very rewarding and very promising. If you want to be a speaker on a webinar like this, you have to be a member of OSP, except you're a guest speaker, and all our guest speakers are not from Nigeria. We try to bring international people because we are working on the African platform. So we bring speakers from across Africa. And this has been our strategy. You have to be an OSP member, very, very important. If you want to be an OSP member, you should reach our office line, and you can be guided on how to register and become a member of SECA Africa communities, especially the OSP, if you want to be able to speak on a platform like this. So this is the point where I'm going to bring up our second speaker. After our second speaker, we're going to go on a very short break just for you to grab your tea or coffee, or just do something a bit for like 5 minutes. So after the second speaker, we are going to go on a short break. Our second speaker is someone that I find very, very, he's such a resilient, very, very resilient. She's has seen a lot of live drama, and she's someone that you really want to listen to. She's going to be talking to us about understanding local recipe business for exports and commercial advantage. And she goes by the name Hawa Huru Al-Kashim, and I hope Hawa is here present so we can have your session. Is Hawa here? Hawa Huru, are you here?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
So while oh, fantastic. Let me locate you on the call. Okay, I'm not sure your video is on, but that's fine. So, boss, you have the floor. Your time starts now. You can go on. Let me know if you can share your slides or if you want me to do that from here. But you have the floor now. Good morning.
Good morning, Coach. Good morning, everyone. Coach, okay, I'm going to try and share my slides. Still learning.
Okay. Well understood.
Yes, still learning. Okay, can everyone see my slide? Hello?
No, we haven't seen it yet. It's not on.
Oh, okay. Coach, is it possible for it this? Can someone help me share from your end?
Oh, sure. So
Please.
let's quickly do that right away. Bringing up your slides. So your slides are up now.
Okay. Okay. Again, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so my name is Hawa Huru Al-Hashim. I'm the founder of Winfinite Foods. Is a packaged food brand. I'm dyslexic and I have ADHD. I am a food product developer, a purveyor of sesame seed and sesame seed product in Nigeria market. Sesame seed is Bene seed. We all know that, right?
Yes.
I would want to know what sesame seed is called in your local dialect. And the comment section, I will appreciate. I really want to know what it's called in different languages. Okay, so I am on a mission, okay, to get sesame into every kitchen across the country to inspire healthier eating. So that is just the brief about me. So why are we here? Why? We want practical solution for our problems. And my topic is geared towards food, that's agro commodity trading and packaged foods. In the comment section, would you be kind enough? Oh, Igogo. Wow. Igogo. Oh, yeah, Gorigo. Yeah. And Ridi, of course. In the comment section, I would love if you tell me, I mean, if I know who those that are in the food industry, do you have a packaged food business, or do you sell raw foods, as in do you trade commodities? Or even if you own a restaurant, I would love to know, please, before we go on. Coach, can you please show next slide, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Deborah's hand is up. I guess you want to say something. Yeah, Auntie Ray, good morning, ma'am. Okay, so that is me. Madam Deborah, do you want to say something? Coach Sam?
Yes.
Someone's hand is up.
I think she's just gone.
All
If
right,
she
okay.
wants to say something, she'll probably interrupt.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So I actually started with pottery business. Okay. It was a wonderful experience. Gaskia. Beautiful one. Started in 2006, and 9 years into it, that will be 2015. That January, the first rain in March. First rain in March, I had a call from the farm, and my farm manager said, "Ma, ya kamata ki zo gona fa akwai abun da ya faru. I said, you have to come to the farm, something had happened. And he refused to tell me what happened. And I went to the farm, got to the farm, and I was shown the pen that was housing about 7,000 beds. It was demarcated. We have like 3 room for the beds. There was flood overnight, and there was stampede, and we lost 1,750 birds. You're talking about 12 weeks birds. For 30 minutes, I was just there. I was just looking. I mean, you're talking about weeks of feeding, medication. I didn't know what to do. And after like, I think about maybe 1 hour, I mean, just took a walk around the farm. And I said, okay, what do? We have to take records and we have to bury the birds. And that was what we did. And we took give medication for the remaining birds, and I left the farm around 6:30 thereabout. My farm is somewhere in Rafinkwara. That's in Nasarawa State. Normally, a drive from there back, it's about 45 minutes. That was on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. By Saturday, when I went to the farm again to check to see how the birds that I left are doing, because of the shock and what have you, I met of course we lost some within those few days again too, and I got to the farm around, 2 o'clock, went around, had a meeting, then come that rain again. Heavy rain. And you know how Nigerians are, especially when you're looking for farmland. They sell you land and all the trees on the land are chopped off. Because the land is what they sold to you and not the trees. About, I think, 15 to 20 minutes into the rain, I was just walking around the pen, went back to where the beds are, the house, the pullets. I heard a noise, like a noise and sound, and I didn't bother. I thought, Anna Rua and what have you. And my manager ran to me. Yafaru. Like, look back and see what had happened. And I looked back. And as you can see on this slide, you can see the pen on the floor. Alhamdulillah, there was no one there, there was no one was injured. The way I'm laughing now, that was how I was laughing. I was laughing to the point where my manager, my farm manager, the farm attendant, they were all scared, they probably expected me to either scream or something. I just kept laughing. And I was asked, my manager pulled me to the office. We have a small farm office, pulled me to the office and asked me to sit down. I sat down for a while, like, Kina Daria, not your meze. I can't cry if that happened. And I left the farm again. 3 days ago, I lost 1,750 birds. Here I have lost. This pen was supposed to house those birds. Thank God we've not installed the battery cages and the pen. That would have been worse. I went home and someone called me and she said, babe, I know what you're going through, but I think you need to talk to someone. And I'm like, at this time, what would anyone do? Nothing. Everyone was scared, you know, that the way I was reacting, I shut down. If you ask me, you know how you ask someone, how are you doing? And they tell you, I'm doing good, I'm fine. And you know that they're not fine, but just kept telling you they're doing good, they're fine. For like a week, I was in that mood. And someone says to me, if you do not help yourself, no one will. You need to pick yourself up. I have more birds to feed. The business must continue. In short, I need to think about how to construct another pen within 1 month. Within 1 month, unfortunately, I didn't include the pen that we had to construct it. Within 1 month, we did, and we moved the beds into the pen. That was the beginning of several storms to come. For 2 good years, I was struggling. Now all my calculation, you know how you have a business goal and everything, you have all my calculation were done. I knew what to expect, you know, and there was even no money to feed the birds anymore, because everything that I had to take care of this bird, I have spent in building an emergency pen for these birds. And when I made a very bad business decision, I went to my bank manager and I said, I need a loan. You can see my turnover, I make sales. And this a letter, they agreed for me to take an overdraft, and I was on it. Bankers are not there to help your business grow. They're in business to make profit and not to help you grow. They will never tell you those hidden clauses in those things that you sign. To cut the whole story short, 2 years, anatai, abumbeiba. I take like 3 steps forward and 2 backward. It was depressing, like it was a serious stress. Then at the end of that year, that's 2018, I decided, okay, I need to travel. 2015, I need to take a break, I need to travel. And I called my relation to help me manage my farm. We checked, set up the system, how to run the farm and everything, what have you. And I picked my bag and I decided I'm going to take a break just to go rethink and see what to do. There I went to see my sons, and I got there. Everything was okay. They were like, oh, you know, this poultry business has been taking too much of your time. You know, we don't see you anymore. The stress is too much. We think you should really look at something else to do. And I'm like, okay, that was, I went in February 2017. And by March, we draw a different businesses on what to do and what have you. 5 months into my trip. That's July 2017, 5 months into my trip. I lost my eldest son. I mean, we've drawn everything, we've discussed and everything. I lost my eldest son. I went out, and by 12 noon, I had so many calls, came out, saw the missed call. I picked and I called my second son. I called him like, hey, what's up? I saw your call. And he's like, Mom, Mohammed is dead. Like, what? Now I'm away. I have no support system at all. It was just me and my 3 sons. I went back home. Now, I mean, as a Muslim, I need to think on the spot. I need to make decisions and make calls and what have you. And I buried my son. Within one month after that, I lost my father. I was still away. And this man is the reason why I needed to succeed, as in I need to succeed. He was the reason why I needed to succeed. And I struggled, I stayed back and tried to sort the home front back there. When I was done, I came back home. Now, while I was away, remember I said I asked one of my relations to take care of my farm and what have you. Big mistake. There were a lot of financial mismanagement. Beds were sold. I was away. I had to ask them to like, look, just sell off the beds until I return. And I returned to ground zero. I returned to ground zero. I needed to pick myself up and start all over again. I couldn't go into poultry farm because there was nothing to pick from there anymore. So I started with Phoenix Foods with 7 plant-based foods. And I had, at the beginning, we had Tigano, we had turmeric, zobo, that's hibiscus, moringa, to test the market. And we're doing well. I was so lucky that H-Medis, took my product in at that time, even though we didn't have a NAFDAC. They were very supportive. So we looked at it, and after 1 year into it, we decided, you know how you have like so many products, you need to focus on one and decide on which one you think has the market. And we decided, look, sesame seed is better. We need to stick to sesame seed. So we discontinued 6 of those products to focus on sesame seed. And that won us MSME Award in Manufacturing 2019. And the journey has been so wonderful since then. We're in over 65 stores here in Abuja, Lagos, and Port Harcourt. We've exported to SA, South Africa, we're in Canada, and we're in US. We do private labeling and white labeling. The journey, alhamdulillah, has been wonderful. Now, that is what had happened. That is what I have seen. And as a foodpreneur and someone who had, been into agro commodities, I saw a question that was posted in the waiting room. and the woman says she's into agro businesses. She wants to export, but she doesn't have money. So I would like to, as I will want to have one-on-one, I want us to have an interactive session where you ask me question and I can, inshallah, provide solutions, or I share my idea. I would like to treat this question first. Ma'am, tough love first. If you said you're in your business is 1 year old and no investor will fund a 1 year old business that has no traction. No bank, I mean, from my experience, no bank will give you money for export. No bank will do that. And so I will not even advise you to do that. But if I were you, and I'm to looking at your question, and I'm to start business, guiding myself with this question that your question, and I'm to start a business next year, 2024, because you said you called ginger, you said cashew nut, soya beans, wheat, and cotton. We don't have enough cotton for Nigerian manufacturers, so there is no export of cotton. I will not even advise you to do exporting of cotton. For you to do export on the large scale, you'll be talking about capital around 40, 50 million upward. To me, I would say you need to know yourself first. I don't know if is she on the is she online? Hello.
I can't tell. I'm not sure. I don't know if she's online, but what you read on YouTube, she's not online now.
Oh, okay. So the first thing I would say is if you want to go into a food business, you need to know yourself. You need to know what your strengths are. You need to know where your support system is. I'm from the center, so I understand sesame seed so much. I understand the circle. I know where I can start from. I know where if I'm not around, I know I have a system to help me get the things that I want. So if you look at all these commodities that you have mentioned, I will ask you which of them are within your reach, that you can easily source. And you also need to look at the one that is versatile, that you can play around with. So when I looked at your question, I said, if I were you, I would go with soya beans. Benue is the largest producer of soya beans in Nigeria. And Nigerian government is passionate about soya beans growers, so the fund to support farmers, soya beans farmer, is there. So I would prefer to be places where the government will freely give me funds, to improve my business. So if I take soya beans, if I were you and I take soya beans, I'll be looking at PAP, because your first 3 years is your product market fit. That is when you're testing the market. That is when you're testing to see if the market will accept your product, if there's going to be velocity, and you get to understand the cycle of the business and everything. So with soya beans, you can have your pap, you can have soya beans powder, you can have soya beans drink, and after extracting soya beans milk, you have the flour, which you can also package to sell. And I would say you you will, if I were you, like I said, I will be focusing on, individual stores around my location. Since I'm based in Abuja, I'll be looking at individual stores. I'll run those products in individual stores first for 1 year and see how the market was, accept it. Then the second year, if the market is good and the velocity is nice, I'll go in and I will do NAFDAC registration. After NAFDAC registration, then I'll be looking at supermarkets, high-end supermarkets now, because now I understand the circle and I know what the market wants. Still on soybeans, you can do speculation of soybeans, as in buy at the farm market, that is in the village, store there, and within 1 year, you can sell. So if you watch your soybean cycle, you will understand within 3 years, you will understand what to produce with your soybeans. You understand what your market is like. You will know how to do speculation. In short, you'll be able to supply to big companies that use soybeans as raw material. One of them, one of those companies are Olam. Olam would definitely buy from you if you know how to pitch. You have flour mill. Flour mill will definitely buy from you. So I want to leave. Can we go to the next slide, please, Coach Sam? I would like to leave, since she's not, I have some questions I wanted to ask her, but apparently she's not, she's not online, so we'll have to probably wait, and maybe if she watches the replay on YouTube and she has a questions, we can take it from there. So let's explore local recipe. Please, can you tell me if you're in food business, can you tell me what raw material you use, please, in the chat section? Hello? Hello? Okay. Auntie Habiba, you said rice for Wena. Okay. So if you look at the circle, for rice, do you package rice for Wena? If not, you should. If you look at rice, to do that is the mix for Wena, to do the mix for Wena, if you source all your ingredients and you package it and you begin to sell, and you're looking at, okay, say the supermarket, say the open market, say even the cafes that do pancake. You have pancake cafe now for breakfast. You can also sell to them. So rice, it's a good one, but we do not even have enough for consumption yet. So we'll not even talk about exporting it as raw, but it can be exported as a finished good out of the country. Coach, next slide, please. Okay. Which state is the largest producer of rice? Who knows the largest producer of state that is the largest producer of rice in Nigeria? the largest producer of rice in Nigeria, please? Okay, so let me rephrase. Okay, good. Nanja. Nasser, yeah, good. So what else is rice used for? By the way, now, apart from where now, what else? Kind of awesome. What else is rice used for? What else is rice used for? Okay, you're right. So now we have Wena mix, we have Kunu mix. So you already have two. Okay, yeah, you already have two products. So if you source for your rice, even if you do not have NAFDAC at the beginning, even if you do not, even if you do not have NAFDAC at the beginning, you can buy your rice from the farm market to reduce costs and process into Wena mix, rice swallow, which is tuwo, your Kunu mix, which is hot cereal. And if you would want to look at what we discussed earlier, soya beans, if you're doing Kunu, normally everybody is used to Kunu, rice and groundnut. You want to create a niche for yourself, to make your own so unique and different. I would advise or say, pair your rice with soya instead of groundnut. Next slide, please, Coach Sam. Coach Sam, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I've moved it.
Yeah. So
Should I go forward?
No, this is where we are. So here, you either have a white, produce it as a white label, like if you see the picture, the one in the middle, you just have a Ziploc plain, bag with just your business label stamped on it. You can start from there. And you have, supermarket within your area that will be ready to take that from you. And even if you want to do that only for export, let's even look at it. Christian, can you go to the next slide, please? I want to explain something.
Okay. This slide?
Yeah. So now looking at your market size, your market share, there are Nigerians in diaspora. If you think that, the Kunu mix market in Nigeria is oversaturated, I won't get enough market after 1 year, you can begin to look at, okay, what about Nigeria in diaspora? Apart from cocoa, apart from akamu, there are people who still known as the Eke Kasawuje. Apart from that, there are other Africans in diaspora that take rice pudding, that take kunu. So if you package the rice, the kunu maize, the hot cereal, I'll call it hot cereal. If you package hot cereal in as a white label with probably just your small sticker on it, you can export from, at that level, you can export. At that level, you can export. Because you have Nigerians, how many Nigerians in diaspora? In Canada, in US, UK, Germany. If you let me shock you. Please take your phone, go to Google and type African store in Atlanta. African stores in Atlanta. African stores in Atlanta. Now you get list of African store in Atlanta. That is you searching for buyers now. You get list of African stores in Atlanta. You pick those names, go into Instagram and search for their handle. Because even if they do have a website, yeah, if you send them an email, the possibility of them answering you immediately is not there, because sometimes they are not the one managing the website. But if you get the names of African store in Atlanta, in Brampton, you know, in London, and you check their handle on social media, you'll get instant response. And you can send samples. Of course, I mean, if you're starting a business, you have to like send samples, and you begin to look for your cargo agent, you know, to send this product out of this country. Because okay, you don't want to do that. Can we go to the next slide? So even if you do not want to do this and you want to do something else, commodity trading. You don't have the time, you don't want to process food, you don't want to package anything, but you still want to do food business. You can never go wrong with food. In Nigeria, you can never go wrong because our population is going up. Every day, it's going up. And Nigeria does not have enough food for her population. You look at where you come from. You begin, if you're from South, you have mushroom. Nobody talk about mushroom. You have cocoa. Nobody talk about cocoa. If you're from the north, if you're from Taraba, in Sardauna, there is coffee. Nobody is talking about coffee. If you buy those products, let's even go to Masara, corn, which is not even enough for consumption, and you're not allowed to export. If you buy corn now, corn is used for, you know, when the corn is just coming out, you have people like roasting it on the street. Flour mill is using it. Former Honeywell now, or I think has been taken over by Olam, is using it. Olam is buying. So if you buy corn and you have a store, you have just one store in a farm market in whatever location you find convenient for you, where you have support system and you store those corn, you can have a good turnover. And if you do not want to do that, this can we go on next slide, please. Now, Nigeria is one of the top producers of corn, maize. We don't have enough. Nigeria is the 5th top producer of sesame, but we only export it raw. We do not add value at all. You know, another shocking one, ginger, we have the best. But if you can look closer at this slide, you will see that we are number 1 when it comes to production, but when it comes to earning, we are number 2. As in, we're not earning nothing from ginger. If you buy split ginger, now right now between this is October, November, December is the season for ginger. If you buy split ginger now, you buy fresh ginger, you split and you dry and you store. That's if you have warehouse. If you're selling, say by May, June, you'll be making a kill. Sesame seed today is selling at 1,200 per kg, but in the open market is 1,700. That is already 500 different. If you don't want to go anywhere, you know, you're a housewife, you can go out, you're just at home. What you need is to find one commodity that you understand and find the market. You buy, you either do speculate, buy and keep the farm there, and when it is high, you sell. Or you do interstate. Ginger, sesame seed, maize. Now, everything that is farmed in the north is, sourced for in the south. So you can buy from the north and ship to the south. You make your kill. Or you supply to the company that I have mentioned, Olam Flour Mill, and you still make, all you need is just an LPO. Look, you don't want to do anything at all. Stick with just corn. Corn, maize is a kill. Year in, year out, you're going to make your money. Poultry owners are using corn. Flour mills are using corn. Look at it, semolina, semolina, whatever. Everyone use milling flour for swallow. 60–70% of them use corn. So the market is there. So I would like to know if you have any questions for me on all I have said so far, so that I could answer. Do you have any question for me, please? Can you ask your question on the chat room, or raise your voice? Raise your hand, and Coach Sam will unmute you so you can speak. Hello, Coach Sam, can you hear me?
I can hear you, boss. There's no question for now, so you can go on.
Okay, so next slide, please, because that is that.
Okay, so somebody says, sorry, boss, some questions just came in. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Coach.
Okay, so Mr. Carr from South Africa says, how will Africa curb its food security challenges? That's the first question. Then Richman Pikin also has a question. Richman Pikin, please post your question and I'll read it out. So Hadia, answer this one first.
Okay.
How will Africa curb its food security challenges? Please, everyone, post your questions in the chat and I'll read them out. Thank you.
Okay. Right now, I would say the government should try as much as possible to encourage more farming. Okay. If you look at virtually, if you look at virtually everything we own, we farm here is exported raw. If there is a ban in most of the things that we need for food production in Africa, that would help. That is one. Two, you have the government should give most of these farmers funds, encourage them to grow more crops. You have warehouses, they need warehouse to store their produce so it does not spoil. These are some of the things I would expect the government to do to encourage farmers to produce more food for Africa. And for those that are into business, is to just, please, let's feed ourselves first. I really don't understand why anyone would export. Look, we are, I think number 7 in cocoa production. But when you look at in the international market, those that grind cocoa into powder, Nigeria is not part of it. So if the government, if the African government can encourage their citizens to do most of these things, it will really go a long way. I hope I've answered your question. Hello? Hello? Uh-oh.
Okay, great. Haja, well done. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so there's another question.
Yes.
Yunusa had asked earlier, I skipped it. She said, I think the likes of Nexim Bank was established to help farmers with export and funding if you have a viable commodity or product. What's your take on that?
That's true. If you have a viable product and you visit Nexim, they will definitely assist. But I think last year or 2 years ago, there was a grant on only few people got, I think, had access to it. But I would say, yes, Nexim will assist. But first, you need to know your product. You need to ensure that you have everything, your structure, your market, everything done before you approach Nexim. It takes a long process, but it is doable. My point is, you don't say, oh, I want to start a business, and without you testing the market, you go to Nexim, you go to Bank of Agric, you go to BOI, and you said you want funds. What have you done? Have you tested the market? Where are you sourcing from? What is your record? Where you need to show some figures before Nexim and the likes will assist. And if there's any other agency that really do help, that is really helping foodpreneurs, is Nigerian Export Promotion Council. They're also helping a lot. So you can also look at that too.
Fantastic. Thank you, Haja. Another question. I like the fact that questions are now pouring in for you. I was expecting this before. Rich Man Pikin says, I plan joining my husband abroad. The country he is based is such one where you can never find palm oil in the supermarkets, and lots of need it. How can I tap into this opportunity, ma? I think for this question, you may want to reach Haja privately because it may take, but Haja, let me hear your take first.
Say palm oil is like hot cake. Hot cake right now. I would say if it is even possible for you to start it now, what you need is source your palm oil, make sure they're good, package them in a gallon with label, and let your husband, who is there already, begin to test the market before you leave, before you go meet him. He can begin to look for the African stores in his location to test the market with your product first. Get a cargo agent that can help you send, say, look for maybe a product worth, say, 50,000 and ship to your husband, and let him test the market first and see what you get. And just don't just do palm oil. Please add spice, because if you go with palm oil, you also need spice too.
Fantastic. Thank you, Haja. There's a question from, okay, I don't know if it's a question. Let me read it. Yes, it's a question from Tony Ray.
Yes.
It says, for those of us who are still in the teaching stage of business planning, how do you blend or combine the business that is profit-oriented, e.g., B&B, I don't know what B&B is, animal husbandry, and an NGO, for example, drug, alcohol abuse rehab, with a halfway home, that is equally demanding financially. So I think this question would be better suited, or that should have been Abdurrahim's question. But I think,
Yeah.
Carl, I will save this question, Mr. Tony. I'll save this question for Carl to answer this with respect to combining business and your 9 to 5. That question will be better answered by Carl. So Carl, I know you're on this call. Kindly mark this question for us. I would love for you to attend to that when you come on to speak. So I hope that helps, Mr. Tony. Please stay online. Well, let's answer this later. Esther, Haja, so there's a question from Esther. What are the step-by-step guidelines to exporting food products? So Haja, if you can answer this particular question in 2 minutes, let's have step-by-step process in exporting food products. Kindly help us with that.
Okay, step by step. First, what product, what food? You need to know what you want to export. The country you want to export to, will they accept that product? Those are the first things you will need to find out. Now, when you do find out, then you begin to look at, okay, what is the processes? Even if, like I said earlier, you really don't need NAFDAC if you want to start. You don't need NAFDAC. You can do, like I said, you can do just the white label with a sticker on it and do market to African stores. Or you can even begin to say, okay, I can produce for you. That's the African stores you produce. That's private labeling now. Depend on what food you're looking at. You can begin to look at it like, okay, when you get your buyer, I can produce for you. You go to the farm market, get this thing clean, processed, and export in bulk. I'm telling you, you can start this thing between, say, 150, 200,000
Naira.
Yes, it's possible. It's called briefcase exporting. This one does not need any documentation and what have you. The only thing you will need is ensure that you have your domiciliary account so that your dollar can go in there. You're not going to be paid in Naira. Nobody wants to be paid in Naira.
Fantastic.
That particular question, that question is huge, because you need to break it down. You need to understand what you want to export, where you're sourcing from, which country will take that product from you. Then you begin to test the market, and after that you grow. Then your partner come back and say, okay, I want to do NAFDAC. And one thing I need you to understand is, see, Target stores, Whole Foods will not. You will go through a lot for them to chef your product. So just forget about that and think of Nigeria in diaspora, African stores, Target African stores, sell to them. If they don't want to take your product with your brand, your branded product, you can sell to them either in white, as a white label, or as a private label.
Fantastic. Thank you, Haja. I am loving this. People are rushing. They want your contact. Can you people be coming down other fields? Haja has done this. You know, when I was introducing her at the beginning, I told you she has done anything that has to do with this import, export, food stuff. So I'm not surprised you guys want to reach her. And let me say this now. When you reach Haja, 1% is my own. No. Because people are rushing her now. When you start exporting and start earning in euros and dollars and pounds, don't forget Seka Africa, and don't particularly forget. Ma? Queen Rita, you said what? Okay. So, Haja, let's have your closing remarks. I see that we're on your last slide before we share your contact details.
Yeah, okay. Everyone, see, like one of my mentors was saying, she says, everybody started at zero. Ba wanda ake haifa da kudi a juhunsa, karya ne. So just start. Because if you're looking at perfection, yeah, you're just procrastinating, just procrastination, you know, masquerading as quality control. Oh, I don't have NAFDAC. Who says you cannot export as a white label, white labeling or private label? You can. Who says you cannot get into the small stores in your neighborhood without NAFDAC? You can. Because I did that for 1 year before NAFDAC and before the award and what have you. It's possible. Just start and the rest will take care of itself. Thank you so much for your time. I hope I did not bore you.
Your session was very compelling, educational, lightning, gingering. I like the question. Now answer their concerns. Please share in the chat room or the comment section your contact details. What contacts can they reach you? Email or any contact?
Email coach.
Okay, so please type your email address in the chat room so they can reach you.
Okay.
So guys, you heard Hajia earlier said she's dyslexic and has ADHD. So she's usually very careful around vulnerability and access. That's why she's sharing her email address with you so that she is able to control how she's able to respond to you. And she doesn't want to offend anyone so that you don't call and she doesn't take your call, or you send a text or WhatsApp and she doesn't respond on time. She expressed this concern with me in the build up to this session. An email, she can take her time to respond to your email. And I can tell you, Haja is very available. She's very resourceful, as you already have established by yourself. And she's very sacrificial. You can see the volume of information she has shared. And that tells you how much her heart is willing to give. Haja and I have built a relationship over the last 6 years. I was fortunate to meet her at an unfortunate time when she lost her older son. And that was a very, very crazy period for her. But that was when God made me meet her. And the relationship has been nothing short of wonderful. So I can tell you for real that Haja is a real person. She's very down to earth, very pragmatic, very supportive. And she's a workaholic. I have to say this online. She's a workaholic. Then one last secret, Haja, this is her first time presenting on a platform like this. If I didn't tell you, you will not know. I'm saying this because someone here will be feeling that I can't present. And I want to tell you, this is why you should join OSP. When you join OSP, there is no way you will not show up. So Haja today has done a very successful, engaging, interactive session. Before this session, I can't tell you how many times we went back and forth with coaching and psyching and moderating and rehearsing. So if you are sitting in your house thinking you can't do it, Haja is another proof that yes, you can. So Haja, this is me. Even though you would feel embarrassed I said this also, but this is publicly saying I am very proud of you. And I really commend you for, and I'm honestly proud, really proud of you, boss. And I don't take our relationship for granted. God bless you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up.
Thank you so much, Coach. Thank you for giving me the platform. Thank you. Like I said, I did this with a lot of fear inside me, with a lot of fear. Gosh, not a Zufa, she has a camera. Thank you so much, Coach. Thank you. Now
God
go to
bless you, Angia. Fantastic. Lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we'll take a few minutes break. But before we go on that break, we have a sponsor today. This event has been graciously sponsored by Interior Dimensions Limited. And I'm going to bring up the CEO, founder CEO, for a few minutes. Oh, okay. So I understand is at 12. It's fine. Our next speaker comes up at 10:30. So we're going to take, let me say, 5 minutes break. I'm going to pause the YouTube streaming so I can play one or two music. Then we'll come back at 10:28 my time. I'm using my local time here, 10:28 West African time. Then our next speaker comes up at 10:30. We're right on time in all the proceedings so far. So we're going to take a 5 minutes break and come back. When you hear my voice, it means we're back. So I don't think you should leave the room. I think you should just drop your device and do something quickly, grab a cup of coffee or take some water. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from that very short break. We just needed to take a very short break and come our conversation. It's been a beautiful morning, and I've been loving all we've been talking about all day. Please tell me in the chat room, on a scale of 1 to 10, how has it been for you so far? Let me hear from you. On a scale of 1 to 10, what has it been for you so far? And if there was a word you can use to describe your experience this moment, what would that be? On a scale of 1 to 10, yes, let's roller coaster. I've been loving the talk. Started with the Ra, taking us on identity. I love the fact that he humbled us and took us through that identity. Who are you? What do people think and say about you and your brand? How do you, reconcile your personal and your business or corporate brand? It's been a very beautiful conversation. And then Hajia Hawa came with a very pragmatic approach. She was very hands-on, gave the different dimensions. And, for her to have shared her vulnerabilities about her losses, her mistakes, it was just beautiful, honestly. So welcome back, everyone. We are back to this session. I want to quickly tell you about this information you can see on this session, 6-session strategy mastermind, starting day after tomorrow. Today is Monday. This strategy classes start day after tomorrow. As I speak with you right now, the class is actually sold out, but I'd like to give an opportunity to a few people on this call who would love to take advantage of maybe last minute subscriptions to join the class. So if you're here and you're listening, you have the opportunity to take, I'm going to be able to create, I think I'll create only 5 slots as an extension to the deadline. We've already crossed the limit, but I'll just create only 5 slots. So for the next 5 people who want to participate in this strategy class, I'm going to give you a one moment, very little discount, not much. Participating in this strategy class, strategy and execution mastermind, there are only 5 slots. So the first 5 people who pay, I'm going to take off just 10K from the fee. So you're going to be paying 65K. You will be eligible to join this masterclass, mastermind, starting day after tomorrow, being Wednesday. So the first 5 people to pay 65,000 Naira will be eligible to join the cohort starting in 2 days' time. The classes are 8 p.m., 7:30 p.m. rather. Thank you, my team, for that. 7:30 p.m. West African time on Wednesday and Thursday. And the other week, the following week, Wednesday and Thursday, are the 6 sessions. The mastermind is for business strategy and execution. If you want to learn how to design a strategy for your business, how to make sure your strategies are being executed to the point, to the precision, how to ensure that your team understand your strategy, how to determine the stage of your business, how to craft the purpose of your business, and how to ensure continuity and succession planning for your business. Basically, you need this class. So if you have an idea or a business, or you want to build a company, you need this class. If you're an employee and you want to be able to lead your teams to understand the outcomes that your department or your team, in your organization need to learn, you need this class. So if you're a member of SECA Africa, which means you're a member of our OSP, you're a member of BSG, you're a member of any of the certifications like life coaching or emotional intelligence or mental health, you are paying only 30,000 naira. But if you are not a member, for the next 5 payments, you are paying only 65K instead of 75K. The account number has been posted in the chat room, and then you can reach us on our number. So I'm going to type our number now. You can send a WhatsApp message and get more information from our members or our team on that. So this is just a brief, opportunity of extension, because this class has been sold out. Like I said, this class has been sold out. So this is just an extra extension of this because of this webinar that is holding. And please, when you join, can you mute your microphone? Second team, please mute your microphone, please. Thank you. Who else needs to mute his or her microphone? Okay, good. Deborah, please mute your microphone. Thank you. Good. So our next speaker is a distinguished member of OSP. He's an investments expert. He's a sales expert. Anything that has to do with personal financial freedom, financial freedom for your family, and business diversification, or what I like to call business consolidation. This is the man you should talk to. And he's such a very gentleman, a very, very gentleman. And I like the fact that he's also a boys brigade. For those growing up, no Boy Scout and Boys Brigade. And it's so good to see that Boys Brigade is still very active. So I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Segun Aremu as he takes us on the next session. Mr. Segun, thank you for accepting to speak on this platform. You have the floor, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Thank you very much. Special morning to everyone. Fantastic. And again, I am super privileged to be here. I'm happy to have all of us around. I kind of believe that this session would be one of the most amazing I've ever had. Believe me, what will eat you today? I've never seen it before, actually. In fact, you didn't see it coming. That's the honest truth. In fact, when I got this topic, I said, "Man, this is just what I'd like to talk about." I want to first appreciate our lead coach, Uncle Sam Bafemi, is our big guy in the industry. Also celebrate all the previous speakers as well for the amazing work that they've done, and the sessions have been amazing. The export to the one of branding, and the other ones I believe that will be amazing and so awesome. So let me go right to it. I'll be sharing my slides. As a matter of fact, I just have about 13 slides, but 11 slides are the major slides. And guess what? My slides start with the story and end with the story. So you will enjoy it as we go ahead. So loyalty is a popular word. Everybody talks about loyalty. Loyalty is common. Loyalty is like an overused word. But when you ask yourself, how come loyalty is so overused, but it's rare to find? How come loyalty is a popular word, but it's rare to find? How come loyalty is something that is, we all want somebody who is loyal, but still yet, loyalty is rare to find. So we'll get to discuss about it, how to understand loyalty to give you success in life. Let me just share my screen at the moment, and we'll start with that. All right, so this is my screen, as you can see. Let me do this. This is my screen, as you can see. You can see this loyalty pointing towards the topic. And I wrote down here that businesses thrive on loyalty. I saw on Uncle Sam's WhatsApp this morning and saying that, where is your first buyer? Businesses thrive on loyalty, and even your person, what you will become in life really thrives on loyalty. So you must be able to understand loyalty for success and how it gives success in life. And as you go ahead, you get to know, this is my name of my organization, Professional Innovative Consulting. And at the way, my brand is that Segun loves God, loves people, and loves work. But to add to that, I've been able to also acquire some level of relevance certifications in my life, that can be relevant to you, and that can be loyal to you as well. So let's go ahead. So loyalty. So please on the chat box, please let me write this question. Let me write a yes or a no. Is loyalty hard to find? Yes or no? I just need that answer on the chat box quickly. Is loyalty hard to find? I just need a yes or a no. Is loyalty hard to find? I just need somebody to help me respond. No, somebody said no. Abiba said no. Thank you, Abiba. Thank you, Fatima. She said no. Hi, God. Apoke said no too. Bolanle said no. Mr. Carl says yes. Okay, I like that. Sai says no. Wow, how many people said are saying no? Okay, Sophia is saying yes. So Sophia and Mr. Carl are in the same WhatsApp group. Why said another people are in the same WhatsApp group? All right. Samira said yes, yes. Why? Okay, nice one. And then said yes. Beautiful, beautiful. So really, we all look at it from our own perspective and from our own experiences as well. Some people, it's hard to find. Some said no. Reality is not hard to find. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Anyway, thank you very much. That's very wonderful. All right. So let's just say this. To ask ourselves again, is success hard to find? Is success hard to find? If it is hard to find, say yes. If it is not hard to find, say no. Please chat box. Okay, Said said yes, that success is hard to find. Joy said yes, it's hard to find. Fatima said no, success is not hard to find. Wow. Abiba said yes. Emily said somewhat yes. Tamila said no, success is not hard to find. Afoke says no too. All right, success is not hard to find. Richman Pekin says no. Nene says no. Bolanle says no. That success is not hard to find. But Maria says no, success is not hard to find. Wow. Thank you very much for those responses that are so good. Victoria Shomade said no. Follow Uno. Abi, follow Uno. Tony says no too. That is not hard to find. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Johnny Bukaya. Thank you very much. So let us look about why and how success, loyalty can help build your success. So let me ask you a question personally. I want to beg you, these few minutes of your life that you are spending with me at this moment should be one of the most important of your life, because what you will get from today's session will be amazing. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever been betrayed? Have you ever found somebody that you were loyal to become disloyal to you? Have you ever been hurt? Have you ever put your trust on somebody and they fail you? Maybe let me also ask, consequently, have you also been disloyal? Life is a ding-dong. Is loyalty hard to find? Is success hard to find? Thank you those who are responding. Joyce, Victoria, thank you very much. Thank you very much. My next slide. Oh, Richard Pekin said he has been hurt. Sorry, please, Richard Pekin, can you please unmute? Let's hear from you. Let's hear your experience. Let's hear from you. Let's hear what has happened to you. How were you hurt? What happened? Let's hear from you, please, Richard Pekin. Please, I beg you, can unmute and just speak to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Good. 1, 2.
All right, right with you. Which one picking? Can you hear us? Please, don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
Don't mind the child. She's with us. So you can speak. Go ahead. All right, maybe when she's ready or when he's ready, we'll get to hear from. I don't want to hear his story because he has been out. The baby is not allowing us to. The baby is flowing with us anyway. All right, maybe when you are ready, let's know. We'll still want to hear your story, really. So I asked a question next. Can you find Didier Drogba. I don't know. Who knows this guy? Those who are into football, do you know this guy? Some years back, he was the star, man.
He's from my country, Cote d'Ivoire.
Oh, nice. Drogba! Wow.
That's one of my idols.
Wow.
Drogba.
Wow. Amazing. Many people knows the Drogba. So amazing. So I asked a question next. That can you find the Drogba? And the reason why I said this is what I will show you the next story I'm going to share right now. That can you find the Drogba? And you want to ask yourself, in his career, when he was an active footballer, even till now, will you say the Drogba was successful? Yes or no? Will you say the Drogba, yes, he was successful? Can see him carrying that cup, Champions League. Can see him getting to that goal that he scored. The Drogba. Can see that you also define the guy as a successful person. Career-wise, yes. Even Mamadou from Cote d'Ivoire said the same thing. Every is also saying yes. So now let's hear his story. Let's read the story actually. All right, let me start with this. Jose Mourinho on Didier Drogba. Didier Drogba came into my life in the 5th minute of the Champions League game in Marseille Mythical Velodrome. I hardly sat down when that giant with the 11 on his shirt scored. He celebrated that goal like it was his last. The crowd went mad. The noise was deafening. At halftime, I found him in the tunnel and told him, I don't have the money to buy you, but do you have any cousins that can play like you in Africa? He laughed, hugged me, and said, one day, you will be in a club which can buy me. 6 months later, I signed for Chelsea. I had found a super powerful club that everybody wanted to negotiate with. Everybody wanted to be linked to, and everybody wanted to play for. I had a number of options, but I arrived and said, I want Didier Drogba. Doubts and questions were raised by a few people. Why this one? Why not that one? Are you sure if you adapt, is it really that good? I want Didier Drogba, I said. Let me tell you something in life. Every of us must listen to this. You need somebody that can stay on your life and be loyal to you. You need that sponsor on your life that can be loyal to you. See, in this life, God raises men through men. So in life, if you be successful in your business and in your life, personal life, you must find that person that will be loyal to your success, that will be loyal to your person, that will be loyal to you irrespective. But you must first have shown enough character and competence to be able to deserve some of those levels of what? Of loyalty. Jose Mourinho stayed by him irrespective. Loyalty came from the top. Now let's continue. I wanted the Drogba, I said. A few days passed, and I met with Didier in a private airport in London. Again, he hugged me, but this time in an unforgettable way. An embrace that showed this man's gratitude and the affection he feels towards people who mean a lot to him. Indescribable. Then he told me, thank you, I will fight for you. You won't regret it. And this is my key word here. I will stay loyal to you forever. And guess what? That's just what he's done. His loyalty came out in his leadership and in the way he will always face up to difficult moments. in moments when nothing else matters than to be there for your leader and your colleagues. This was a person I knew I could count on whenever and wherever I needed it. When the team was under pressure, he would help defend. When he felt pain, he would stretch himself to the limit. And then, of course, came what he did best, scoring goals. Those goals brought him titles and awards. But what stays with me are the countless stories we have together. If you enjoy this story, just say thank you. If you love the story that I just shared now on the chat box, just feel free to type the word thank you. That's all. Because really, this is somebody's story of loyalty. This is somebody's story of loyalty. So I asked again, can loyalty bear success? If D-Day was successful in being loyal, we also discovered that loyalty can bear success. And that is very important. He stayed true. Years ago, let me tell you my story. Years ago, I did a video for my organization. I'm quite very versatile in a lot of things, and I thank God for that. So I did a culture video, like a video for culture, to talk about culture and advert and all the likes. I remember in that video, in the script, a line goes like this. The boss was asking me, I was the main character, and the boss was asking me, what will you be there for company XYZ? Will you be there for company XYZ? Will you promote our values? Will you help our income? Will you grow our wealth? Will you do this one? And I did like this, yes, I will. You see, in hindsight, I was asking myself, what I never asked was that, will the company be there for me too? Because loyalty is two ways. If Jose Mario was loyal to D-Day, it behoves on D-Day to be loyal to him. It is symbiotic as much as it is synergetic to bet you success in life. And next slide. So I said here that loyalty brings total experience. And what does this mean? It means that it helps you to build a company and an organization and a business that gives total experience. And what does that mean? That means that an experience that gives employees good experience on the job and in the organization and fulfillment. Also, clients are also fulfilled and happy in the organization, and also the firm management are also glad. What am I saying? If we all stay loyal to each other, our companies will thrive. If as management, you are loyal to your employees are loyal to the management is loyal to the clients, employees are loyal to their clients, you will see a lot of things coming out of our success. I want to ask you, will you be there for your employees? Some of you here, you are management staff, you are entrepreneurs, you are bosses. Will you be there for your employees? And you are an employee, you have a leader, you have a boss and all. Will you be there for your management? And much more, will you be there for your clients? Your client that kept you in business. Because really, for business to keep thriving, you need to keep selling. And you only sell to people, not to sticks. And you sell to people, not to things. It's from people that the money will flow, the wealth will flow. Because money will always flow towards value creation and value addition. So will you be there for your clients? Again, I will ask you, like what Uncle Sam said, where is your first buyer? Oh, they met you the first time and they were discovered and they left. Where is your first buyer? Loyalty is the foundation of a good relationship. And listen to me, loyalty is more than a word, it's a way of life. For me as a person, I see loyalty as part of my integrity. Loyalty pets total experience. Everybody is happy, everybody is successful, everybody is fulfilled. Both at an organization, both as clients, both as an employee. And next slide. Can I say I'm already up already? And next slide. So I also ask here that loyalty sustains success. Loyalty sustains success. And I will tell you about this. I manage portfolios in billions of naira. That's what I was doing. I manage a lot of people's money in investment. I try to tell them where to invest, how to invest, help their businesses to drop, good ways to invest and all the likes. That's what I do. I did banking and finance, I'm child banker, child book, all these things. Well, where am I going to? There is a principle that keeps every bank alive. I'll tell you the principle today. There's a principle that keeps every investment institution alive. There's a principle that keeps every firm that you see handling money alive. The principle that keeps us in our profession alive. Stock exchange is the principle that keeps them alive. Did I tell you? That principle is the principle of loyalty. And that principle is boxed up in what they call investors' confidence. And that confidence of investors is bettered inside of loyalty of a customer. Meaning that the bank work in what they call an option of large numbers. Meaning that not everyone will come and take their money at the same time. The moment every customer has to be disloyal, there will be a one on that institution. Meaning that the moment they say, complex YZ, they are bad, everybody goes to the stock market and sell their stocks from that company. The moment information triggers that shows disloyalty, everybody leave that company. What am I saying? To remain in business, you need to sustain loyalty to customers. Now, what am I going to? You can make clients loyal to your brand by being loyal to meeting their needs and thinking about how you can consistently serve them and serve them better. Because if you are not selling, if you are not loyal to them, you will not think about their needs and their wants. Many people just want to push their services. Oh, come and buy, come and buy, come and buy. They're not asking me, do I need it? If you are loyal to me, thinking of, oh, this product will do this and this and this for you. This product will help you to do this and this. Harvard usually say that the business review about that. They talk about the fact that businesses should start thinking about jobs to be done. You create your product around the concept of jobs to be done. Meaning that I'm creating a bio, a pen. Is it only for writing or for class? Is it only for class or for efficiency? Do I like Bible that write in a way of like a calligraphy? You know, look at what the customer wants. So you make clients loyal to your brand by being loyal to meeting their needs and thinking about how you can constantly serve them. And like I said before, money flows towards value addition and value creation. So as they stay loyal to you, as they stay with you, as you serve them consistently and make their life better, and as you meet their needs with your services and your products, value is created. And when value is created, money will flow towards value creation and value addition. And guess what? you will find success. And you will find good success. Because you're adding value. And I also will say that fulfillment also flows towards the direction of value creation born out of loyalty. Because when you're helping somebody out of in a business, in something, you're happy. In fact, one of the reasons why I like what I do is because it helps people. I've seen many people lose funds in investments, but because I do, there's a passion for me. So people call me for, one day one woman gave me money. Thank you very much for managing my portfolio very well. She was happy, and she even gave, I tell her, thank you, man, but I love doing it. If I tell you a story, there's a woman that an old woman that's about to retire and all the life. I helped her to manage that investment. The day that she now went to go and liquidate that investment without me knowing. And I called Mama, I said, Mama, why did you drop your investment without letting me know? And that is the wrong, man. Because I told Mama that, Mama, you have a 3.5 million. Okay, now, how much do you have? Within 2 weeks, Mama spent 1.5 million. And Mama said, for what? Say, hey, you know that you do different things. Say, no, man, you are retired. I can't let you spend the money anyhow. And believe me, many times people tell me thank you because I help them to be able to manage their funds well. As a matter of fact, I managed my dad's investments. Some months ago, some years ago, he told me thank you for helping me. And the stockbroker, the stockbroker, in fact, he retired too. But you see, that's joy. That's joy. So when you are loyal to your clients, you know what they need. You sit down with them to meet their needs. Because God loyalty. If I'm loyal to you, I will look out for the best for you. And you see, banks, financial institutions, FMCGs, their associates are sustained by clients. And employees' trust and loyalty. You know, not only clients alone. Now, employees' trust and loyalty. If your employees are not loyal to you and they don't trust you, believe me, your company is going down in a matter of time. If these factors begin to dwindle, then the sustainability of your business will begin to dwindle. These are hard facts. So if you want to enjoy a life of success in life, speak about loyalty. Be loyal to your clients. Look out for the best for them. Not about the money alone that you want to get. No. What are you doing for them? What are you doing for them? Be loyal to them. Be loyal to your employees. See, the moment, you know, there was this advert. I don't know, maybe you saw it. No, it's not an advert now. A complaint on Instagram. Somebody bought a NASCO cornflakes. And he now snapped it and said, see NASCO cornflakes now. It's now like quarter. That showed that the companies were not loyal to the customer. And we were paying for something that is giving us lower value. Do you know that that singular complaint on Instagram, NASCO worked on it, showed loyalty. Customer complained and they repented. And guess what? You've bought a NASCO conflict that has increased, all because of that singular action. If you remain loyal to your clients, your employees, they trust you, they're loyal to you. Your business will be sustained. What am I saying? Loyalty sustains success. Loyalty sustains success. Next slide. Again, loyalty helps to build social capital. Loyalty helps to build what? Social capital. Very important. Loyalty helps to build what? Social capital. Very important. Loyalty helps to build what? Social capital. Someone will say that loyalty is earned. It's earned, but we'll get there. Loyalty helps to build what? Social what? Capital. And that is very key. Very, very key. Why am I saying social capital? What is social capital? Now, I'll tell you what social capital means. In a brief, it means that your network determines your net worth. It means that how many people around you are willing to stand with you and by you, and also help you to grow your success. What am I saying? Social capital is essential in becoming successful in your individual life. The saying says that your network determines your net worth. But much more, I say that your loyal network will help to catalyze your success in life. Loyalty is not one-sided. It is symbiotic as much as it is energetic. It is a two-way stuff, and it comes together. How much of people you have in your life that are quality? Loyalty helps to build your capital. Guess what? Many top jobs, many top businesses are gotten by referrals, not by adverts. By referrals. In fact, many things that I've done in my life that are great for me is because I have people who are loyal to me by the grace of God. I've gotten many businesses, consulting, fund management, different places. Why? Because I have good social capital. For example, a guy once called on Twitter and said that he needed 1 million naira, and before 10 minutes, he just called few of his friends, and that 10 million naira will be raised. That is somebody that have what? Quality social capital. And that's what groups like OSP does, where you have to build social capital, but then you have to stay loyal. Loyalty is not one-sided. Like what somebody said, Afoke said that it is end. You play your part, I play my part. And also it is energetic, not parasitic. Again, if you have loyal people in your network, then you have a quality network. Having loyal quality people around you, the form of wealth. Believe me, I know what I am saying. The form of wealth. People that will call you and say, Shegun, I did this somewhere. Come and train my staff. Come and train so and so. Why? Because they know you and they're loyal to you. Oh, Shegun, come and manage this investment. And you too, when you have your own house of say, this one is for you, come and do this one for you. It's symbiotic. Loyalty. As you are back, you are saying the right things. Even though they are not there, you remain loyal, irrespective. You stand with them. So try and form people who are loyal in your network. Then, as I said, make loyalty part of your integrity quotient. Make loyalty part of your integrity quotient. Very important. For me, it's part of my integrity quotient. That I say I have integrity, that I'm man of my words. It also means that I stay loyal to you, sir. Respect you. One day somebody called me and said, oh, Shegun, this business. Blah, blah, blah. And I told them that I cannot take somebody else's business, but especially my friend. And I said, if I'll do anything with you, I must tell him. Loyalty, not about money. Loyalty. Because tomorrow, some people have used 1,000 to lose 1 billion in the future. Not that singular disloyal behavior. So, again, where am I going to? Stay loyal, irrespective. Because loyalty is a seed that you would reap. And you reap what you sow in multiple folds, really. Which is the universal law. But believe me, where you reap is determined by God. I have been loyal to several people and I've been betrayed. I've been loyal several times to several people, and they've hurt me so deeply. But that does not mean that I will not stop being loyal. The last story of that man with the scorpion, that wanted to save the scorpion from fire. And the scorpion kept stinging him. And a man asked him, why are you trying to save this scorpion from fire? Let him just go and die there. And the man said that it's nature of the scorpion to sting, but my nature to help. I stay with my nature. And for me, I stay loyal. I stay loyal. There are people that want you badly. I tell you, don't worry, I'll be there for you. When it is time to be there, they will not be there again. It does not mean that it's not still loyal. There is nothing I would not do for those who are really my friends, because they are loyal. For our time, let me try to round up. So again, it's very important that we are developing loyalty. You have to develop loyalty to this set of people, of criteria. Number one, I would say that develop loyalty to who? To yourself. So be loyal to yourself. Be loyal to yourself, your purpose, your work. Yes, you cannot be small in life. You have many lives depending on you. Be loyal to your own self, to your purpose, to your fulfillment. Not yes to everybody. Yes, it's good, but you see, know when to balance out everything. Be loyal to yourself, to your work, to your life. When you need to rest, please rest and sleep and rest. Take care of yourself. Yourself come first. Be loyal to yourself. Be loyal to yourself. Sometimes in investment, I tell people, when you have paid God, you pay yourself. Because people keep coming to ask for something, but let you keep something for your own personal self. Very important, no matter how small it is. Be loyal to yourself. Live the good life. Because you need the good life for yourself too. So I want to again, be loyal to your family. Your family is very important. Stay true to them. Be loyal to your family, to your spouse. Be loyal. Be loyal to your children. Be loyal to your relatives. Be loyal to your family. Be loyal to work. Where you are working, don't do things shabbily. Don't do things as if no, you don't care. No, you put your best into it. You make it excellent. Be diligent. I remember I got an award several times in my office, back to back, year on year. Somebody told me that, Shegun, this office that you are, as long as you are still in this office, this award will keep coming to you. Live and direct. Loyal to your work. If they give you the work, do it excellently, do it well. Put your best into it. Be loyal to your clients. Your clients keep you in business. But loyal to them, as I've explained before, you will get the best of them. Be loyal to leadership or your firm's management where you are working. They are your leaders, they are your guys, they are your bosses. Tell you something, do it. Be loyal to them. Work with them. Work with them. Don't work against them. Work in tandem of their vision. If you say that they need their vision, need their objective, go together. Bring ideas that put the company forward. You are sowing a seed. Again, also, I would say loyalty to subordinates. We have many companies and many people that throw their subordinates under the bus. Many people do it. When there's trouble, no, it's the one, no, it's the boy, analyst. And you are there, you are head of the unit. Some people throw their subordinates under the bus. You should stand for them, to stay with them. That's how you should have. Let me tell you a story. There's a big MD of that time in my former firm. This MD, there was time they were downsizing in that year when stock came down, blah, 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 blah. And they told him, sir, they would tell you, go and bring 5 stars that we should sack from your business. Bring 5 stars that we should sack. And the man told the board and said, that why would you sack these guys? That happened at the end. That I'm don't anymore. In fact, some of them, if I deal their salaries to pay mine, don't sack me instead. That was a boss. That's a loyal MD to his subordinates, loyal to the core. The staff respect him till tomorrow. And guess what? The board did not sack anybody from that system. They're sack me instead. Let me die in their stead. Loyalty, subordinate, they see it. And now that man is now the MD of a very big organization in Nigeria at the moment. Again, loyalty to employees as management. And guess what? Your employees are your first potential customers. If we want to check how much your employees are loyal to you, you are loyal to them. Are they using your products or services? How many of them use your products or services? How many of your employees? Oh, they have a restaurant. You sell good food, but did your employees eat that food? One day I was shocked. I went to a very big eatery in Marina here in Lagos. And I parked at the back of the building, right? But I was about going. I saw one of their staff trying to come in. What he was doing, went to go and buy food from outside. I'm like, really? Buying food from outside and you are selling food? Just shows that I said, if they can't eat their own food, how much more men are eating their food? Am I safe? Again, be loyal to your country. Let's be Nigerian first. You know, this is the spirit of independence that we are doing. Let's be loyal to our country. See, I have always been a fan of Nigeria. Always. By the time I served in Abuja, I did projects in Abuja at the time. Let's be Nigerian first. Before we are Igbo, before we are Hausa, before we are Yoruba. Let's be Nigerian first. Before we are Muslims or Christians. Let's be Nigerian first. Let that picture of being Nigerian bring us together as one. It's so shocking that you go to the UK, go to the US, Nigerians see themselves as one. But Nigeria, oh my God, even ordinary in one land, you say, no, I'm not, I'm a Jebu, no, I'm Egba, no, inside the same Abeokuta. Let's be Nigerian first. Let's be loyal to our country. Let's do all we can to be a blessing to our nation in every way that we can. Do your best to be a blessing to Nigeria. Am I joining Flash training session for leadership trainer? We are out recently to go to all public sector service, the sector place, civil servants, to go and do service excellence in leadership training for free. In fact, I'll start a proposal out there very soon. Want to talk to people on how to do excellence in service, in public service and civil service. I'll be out doing that, and 30th October, I'll start it this October. All for our nation, all for our country, all to make an impact for this nation. Be loyal to your country. Be loyal to your country. Very important, because see, if Nigeria is not good, there's no how we can thrive. And lastly, be loyal to God. Be loyal to God, because that's the way everything starts from. And that's where it ends too. Loyal to God. Very important. Very important. Be loyal to God. So again, I would say that loyalty helps to build trust with people and products. Loyalty helps to build trust with people and products. So meaning that once there are some people, they buy an iPhone year on year, day on day. See, this is my iPhone here. In my life, I've started using iPhones since the time of iPhone 6. I've not stopped using iPhone. I'm loyal to the brand. I mean, very loyal to the brand. Why? Because they give me quality. And guess what? I know of a company in this nation that was loyal to a bank, even when that bank was having an issue. Today, that bank cannot play with that company. The union between Union Bank and Chevron is like mother and child. Chevron, a big oil company. Even when Union Bank had issues, they stayed with Union Bank. They said, no, we're not leaving. This is our account. In fact, I heard that Union Bank is like they do everything for Chevron people because that bank stayed through them. So loyalty has to do trust with people and products. The client will stay true to you. The firm will stay true to you. And guess what? It helps to build commitment. They're committed to you, we're expecting. And let's also to build communication. We discuss. We are open to each other. We can't tell the truth, but we look out for each other, perspective. Loyalty is what makes us trust. Trust is what makes us stay. Staying is what makes us love. And love is what gives us hope. Loyalty. That picture here you can see. What is your loyalty level? I want to ask you, what is your loyalty level? Is it at the minimum? Is it limited? Is it moderate? Is it maximum? I want to beg you, let it be maximum. And that's the way to help you in life. Let it be maximum. That's the way to help you in life. See, this is a very hard one, but it's true. Loyalty versus betrayal. How do you stay loyal to disloyal management, disloyal boss, disloyal clients, or disloyal subordinates? How do you stay loyal to that kind of thing? Many of us here have been hurt. Like that woman said, that one people said that she has been hurt. How do you stay loyal to a management that said that, oh, we'll pay you so and so bonus? When it's time to pay, story. You work for a client, you do your best, time to pay, story. How did you stay loyal to this loyal person? I know it's not easy, but please know when to withdraw from an environment that is loyal to you for your own mental health and for your own sake. Because many people want to use you and use you very wrongly. In the midst of loyalty, you must also prepare for betrayal. And you must learn to build a heart that forgives quickly and easily. Because loyalty helps to build success in life, really. But you see, you also have to be successful in your EQ, your EI, emotional intelligence. You have to also be okay in that. To be prepared for it. When people that you are loyal to you, they are loyal to, not be loyal to you. But irrespective, look out for the best in somebody. I am loyal. I will never leave you for someone else. I will only leave you for myself, for my peace, for my sanity, for my respect and my dignity. Because an environment like this loyal makes you toxic and will not help you have good success in life. I am loyal, no matter how many times my loyalty has been abused. That's one feature of mine I will never change. You remain loyal irrespective. Very important. Loyalty is a noble quality, so long as it is not blind and does not exclude the higher loyalty to truth and decency. So you're in the office, you say you are loyal to come and do fraud. No, it's not blind. Loyalty is not blind. So you build loyalty. It helps you to gain trust, you gain speed, gain profit, gain loyalty. Guess what? If you have more loyal clients, you keep making more money. So instead of looking for any other client, look for loyal clients. And you also be loyal too, as well. So now I'm ending with this story. Notable king and his wild dogs. You be blessed as you read, as we read together. All right, let me tell you the story. The story goes this way. Like I said before, I started with the story, end with the story. The story goes this way. There was a king that had 10 wild dogs. He used them, the dogs, to torture and eat all ministers who made mistakes. So one of the ministers once gave an opinion which was wrong and which the king did not like at all. So he ordered that the ministers be thrown to the dogs. So the minister said, I have served you 10 years and you do this? Please give me 10 days before you throw me in with those dogs. So the king agreed. At least we'll be eaten at last. Let us give him 10 days. The king agreed. So the minister started feeding the dogs, cleaning for them, washing them, and providing all sorts of comfort for them. So when the 10 days were up, the king ordered that the minister be thrown into the dogs for his punishment. But when he was thrown in, everyone was amazed at what they saw. They saw the dogs licking the feet of the minister. So the king baffled at what he saw. So he asked, what happened to the dogs? The minister then said, I served the dog for 10 days and they did not forget my service. Yet I served you for 10 years and you forgot all at the first mistake. Forgot all at the first mistake. So the king realized his mistake and ordered the minister to go free. What am I saying? Loyalty. Loyalty. When people make mistakes, give them chance to be forgiven. Give them chance to remain. Give them chance to right their wrongs. Thank you very much. Questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Segun. This was a fantastic. I love the illustrations, the stories, very touching and very pragmatic. I can confirm that loyalty is a major component of success in life. That I can say categorically. I've been a strong proponent of loyalty, and there's just a beauty to loyalty, really. You know, when you build trust in a person and you commit to that person's success. And I'm very happy you took time to explain the dimensions of loyalty, because some of the things, let me tell you a personal story. So last week I wrote a post on social media and I was saying that I had a relationship with a guy, and when I wrote that post, if one of my proteges in the UK replied and said, you know, he could resonate with that, and that when I was going through a crisis, he also asked himself, should he stay with me or should he move on? And he said that he chose to stay with me. He chose to see beyond my human failures and he chose to stay. And he said he has gained more and benefited more from our relationship than before he met me. That was a very strong feedback for me. And what I'm saying here is, I've also seen some of my mentors, because of access, I've seen their weak sides. I've seen their failures. I've seen areas where I'm wondering, I don't like this part of this person. And that I see them and where I place them because of the things they have also done that are remarkable and outstanding. So I'm saying this because Many times, our people think loyalty is only for the good times. And when things go south, we think that, well, maybe my time with this person is off. Let me just be going. So we need to draw the line between the mentor or the person's limitations and inadequacies and separate that from one very valid point Mr. Segun said, blind loyalty. Don't be blindly loyal. And while you're not blind in your loyalty, you also need to separate it from the person's inadequacies that are not intentional or malicious. And these are very things because, you know, when we share the Mourinho, you also hear Drogba tease Mourinho many times and say Mourinho sometimes can be, he said he's utopian. He has some unrealistic imaginations. So he sees the gaps in Mourinho's strategy, but he's loyal to Mourinho. So this topic is so deep on many levels. And Mr. Segun has been absolutely on point in how he has explained it and using the right illustrations and the right strategies. And I honestly want to encourage everybody who is watching this, whether you're on Zoom or you're on LinkedIn, I strongly recommend that you need to recalibrate your loyalty antenna and ask yourself, how loyal have I been to the people or systems that I have been? And what's my own expectation of people being loyal to me? How do I reciprocate loyalty? And honesty has been very on point. And thank you, Mr. Segun. I'm not sure any other person would have, your approach to this topic is even coming from experience. For example, I have an idea your relationship with General Arogundade, and I've from a distance observed that symbiotic respect and mutual loyalty. And that is the point we're making. So fantastic. I see the comment. Somebody said, Deborah said, you did justice to loyalty. And I totally agree. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Segun has shared his contact details on the screen. His phone numbers are there. His email addresses are there, and the areas of his competencies, very fantastic thing or summary that we have there. Do you have a question for Mr. Segun? Anyone? The questions should please come in. If you have a question for Mr. Segun, very good to have it. Let us have your question that rang a bell for you or something that you really love to re-emphasize or amplify is also welcome. And I'm watching even on YouTube. I'm following to be sure we're taking the right comments from all the channels. So thank you so much, Mr. Segun, and thank you for sharing your contact details on the screen. Everybody can please take a screenshot. I think it's wisdom to just take a screenshot so that you can save it for everyone that is following this session. That would be a nice thing to do. Mr. Segun, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. You don't have any time.
God bless you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the third speaker for today, Mr. Segun Aremu, a prolific investment expert, and he's just a very, very darling member of Octopus Speakers Pool. So, speaker session, but our speaker, I just got notice he's been under the weather and is going through some medical patch. So Hajia Naima Ilu, who is supposed to come on now, will not be joining us today, unfortunately. She's the founder, CEO, Right Click IT Solutions, and she sends her apologies and regrets that she won't be here today. So sincere apologies, everyone. I wanted to shift to TJ, but he also has to really quickly catch up with an injection at the hospital. He's under the weather too, but he insists that he's going to come online as soon as possible. So in the end, while we wait maybe 12 or so, let's see how that goes. I'm going to give This is now going to be a spontaneous opportunity for everyone here, as many as we can take, not everyone, as many as we can take. I'm going to give you room to market your business for free. And based on the Habiba, he has taken off his slides. I had asked everyone to take a screenshot. It was on the screen. So you may want to go to YouTube and scroll to that point and take a snapshot. So please, let me post the YouTube link. You need to go to YouTube and take a snapshot of that moment where he shared his contact, and then you can take a screenshot. So please, let's do that. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to let you for as many as we can take until at least TJ can come online. So officially, we have only 2 speakers left for today, TJ and Mr. Carl from South Africa. Mr. Carl will be able to join us from 1 p.m. Nigerian time. So we're going to do personal marketing until either of them can join us. I would not teach anything. I insist on not taking any session today. So this is what we're going to do. You're going to speak for 1 minute. I'm going to let you market yourself for 1 minute. Remember that this session is currently being live streamed on YouTube, and it's going to be recorded and saved on YouTube. So it means that it's going to be there for as long as, I don't know how many years. What the YouTube channel, they will stumble on your business and they can patronize you. So I want you to take this exercise seriously. It is unplanned, but here's an opportunity. This is how God works. So you're going to speak for 1 minute, and I expect you to be very direct. What is your name? Where are you located? Please write these questions as I speak. 1, what is your name? Where are you located? What do you sell? Precisely. Let me write precisely, because I don't want you to come and be telling us story how you went to Germany, how one thing happened, then you came back, then you suffered, then suddenly you had a rema, then you started. We don't want that story. Get to the point. What do you sell? How can you be reached? 4 things. What's your name? Where are you located? What do you sell precisely? And how can you be reached? How do we intend to do this? You raise your hand. If you want to speak, you raise your hand. I'll call you in the order of the way I see the hands are arranged. Then you will speak for 1 minute. If you don't want to speak, it's okay to post your own answers in the chat room in one message. Don't write your name, send, location, send, what you sell, send. If you put it like that and somebody writes in between, I will just read other people's own. So write the answers in one block and send it once. If you prefer to write in the chat room, post it as one message. If you want to speak, I already see Blossom's hand is up. So Blossom is the first person. Oh, her hand has gone down. I saw Blossom's hand up, but she seems to have dropped her hand. So you would, for 1 minute, please don't exceed 1 minute. If you exceed 1 minute, it means that you spoke for more than 1 minute. So currently, Mommy Ray's hand is the one that is raised. So Mommy Ray, you have the floor. You can speak. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
My name is Ray Davis of Rayfield Farms. Rayfield Farms is located in Abuja, FCT, and Kefi in Nasarawa State. Our prime product is the naturally raised broiler birds that we sell. These birds are clean. Take it to anywhere. We don't add any additives. We don't give them any synthetic drugs by way of antibiotics. We don't give them growth hormones. We don't give them any vaccinations. We give them the general herbs, spices that you will find in our gardens, in our kitchens, and the markets. So We expect that you will reach out to us here in Abuja. We're online, or rather we market online. We can deliver to you wherever you are. My telephone number is 234-8064-6453-5990. I take that again, 234-806453-5990. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mommy Ray. Well done. That is Rayfield Integrated Agricultural Farms. This was a very so you can buy organic, what that means for your health. Thank you, Rayfield. So anyone who wants to go next, don't forget you can type in the chat room in case you don't want to speak. It's welcome. I'm also following on YouTube. To our YouTubers, kindly, do same. I know you can't speak on YouTube, but you can send in the chat room. Besides, we have a lot of space on Zoom. So anyone wants to speak next? This is an opportunity to sell yourself, So anyone? No hand is raised, no comment yet. Ray in the chat room says, based in Abuja, I work as a management staff in the Consumer Affairs Department of a regulatory agency. Okay, so what do you sell? You've told us your name, you've told us where you're based, you've told us how you can be reached, but we don't have information about what you sell. Victoria Shomade, I take it that your hand, that emoji means your hand is raised. I'll take it that way. So you can speak. After you speak, I'll take Sally Grace. Please go on, 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Victoria Shomade. I live in Lagos. I'm a traditional wedding compere par excellence, a unique discipline one, not the usual that is, I mind my words. I don't use uncouth words, and I'm very time conscious, very disciplined, and I pay attention to the essence of that endeavor, the essence of traditional wedding. I pay attention to it, and it is well channeled to the right people and audience. That is me. And my phone numbers are 0033224686 and 070-333-777-9. I had 2 lines. Okay. And I've just stepped into another arena of life coaching, but I don't want to advertise until I package myself very well. Then I'll step in. So reach out to me. You won't be disappointed.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Victoria. So let me just summarize what she said. She's what people in Yoruba call Alaga Iduro or Alaga Ijoko, more like Baland. And she said something you need to hear. She says she does clean comparing, which means devoid of vulgar words, devoid of anything that is not pure and empowering and motivational. So she's more like a pure compare, and that is a very big value system that she sells. So congratulations, Madam. She's based in Lagos and she's available, and she's a new life coach with Seka Africa. I have to say that because she's always done coaching. Now she's certified. Even though she doesn't want to promote it, I want to tell you that Madam Victoria has worked, she has followed my work for close to 10 years now. And I can tell you that she has a lot of resources to provide you guys. So thank you, Madam Victoria. Let me read.
Thank you, my coach. I appreciate you.
And see. Okay, no, it's one. I'll read one. Grace will speak. Hawa Otaru says, hello everyone, my name is Hawa Bala Usman. I'm in Abuja. I'm a chartered accountant with a federal government agency. I prepare and sell wet and dehydrated pap. Nice one. I can be reached via WhatsApp on the number is there in the chat room. So you guys can reach Hawa for your dry and wet pap. Very good. Sally Grace, you have the floor. 1 minute.
Thank you, Coach Sam.
My
Good
pleasure.
morning, everybody. My name is Sally Grace. I'm based in Jos. My event name is, my company name, sorry, is 3 Chord Catering. I'm into event catering and social catering as well. I also make natural drinks, tamarind natural ingredients, which is very, very nutritious for the body as well. We say we should all move healthy. So, and even in our meals, we try to us for your events, and we work outside of Jos as well. We endeavor to give you the best of what you can get around with the finest of ingredients we can find. Thank you. You can reach me on 070-3903-2181. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace, for that straight talk. Let me say one thing to everyone. When you speak, kindly also write your phone number in the chat room, because someone like me, I'm not auditory enough, like auditory strength is poor. So I may not catch your numbers, not auditory. So just for the sake of at least insurance, put your number in the chat room so we can say, oh, that lady that says she does so, this is her number. So let's do the both. It's very helpful. So I'm going to read one more. Then the next hand that went up was Amechi, then I'll come to Blossom. So based on hands raised, the next person will be Amechi, then Blossom. But let me read in the chat room first. So Habiba in the chat room says, my name is Habiba. My location is Abuja. I sell Weina Sinasir. So Habiba, we have a South African on this call. We have non-Hausas on this call. When you say Weina Sinasir, maybe in brackets, you can now do just a bit of elaboration so we can understand what that really is and what is it used for. And then that is in chat rooms. Deborah is an available to travel private and corporate event caterer. We deliver convincing taste and value. Fantastic. And your contact detail is there. Mama Do says, I'm a coach, trainer, and speaker, helping Francophone business leaders and entrepreneurs start, structure, and manage and build well-organized and profitable businesses. My mission is to train, coach, and inspire for maximum impact in life and business. I use the 3D framework for my coaching, Demarrer, Developer, Dominaire. Okay, I'm not a French-speaking guy, so you forgive me. So I'm going to quickly read Bolanle, then I'll go to the hands raised. Bolanle Jibril, based in Abuja, sit-at-home mom, a network marketer, a brand partner with Ori. On social numbers. Fantastic. Thank you goes first, then Blossom goes next, then Queen Rita goes right after Blossom. Amechi, you have the floor. 1 minute, please. 1 minute, everyone. Thank you. Amechi, please speak.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Amechi, God's favor. Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please go on.
Okay. So we are putting up I work with an industry, Smart Start Solutions. So we are currently erecting a commercial real estate plaza at Ekpe, Lagos currently. And we are still at the fundraising point right now. We have currently 2 partners from Dubai and the UK. We are collaborating to make this happen. And also we provide alternate options to payments. So instead of you going through the conventional way of going to the bank and make payments, so we have options where you can make payments through our system and also grow your index funds. Yeah, so the contact to reach is 070. I think I'll still drop it in the comment section. It's 55-79112. I think I also provide the email and our social media handle for more engagement. Thank you very much, sir.
Great. Thank you, Amechi. Let's go to Blossom. Blossom, please, you have the floor now. Thank you. 1 minute, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me, sir? Okay, sir. My name is Blossom Irebu. Okay, my name is Blossom Irebu, and I live in Abuja. I'm a learning and development specialist, and I also consult. I am a lifelong learner. What I mean by that is that I love learning, and I also love sharing information, especially when it comes to do with people's personal development, building businesses, building skills, leadership, especially, where to fit in your organization, fitting in the society, and all those stuff. As a learning and development specialist, I go the extra mile. What I mean, I go the extra mile is I don't just develop courses, to train people. I go the extra mile in implementing learning strategies, because we have different learning strategies. And when we're talking about learning strategies, we're referring to adult learning. Adults learn in different ways. Some learn by pictures, some learn by, you talk a long while and they hear. Some learn by music, they learn by drama, they learn, just make impact on our learners. So we develop learning strategies for
1 minute's gone.
Okay, sir. And we're also able to do e-learning. We also do e-learning in our organization. So if you need someone to train your staff, you need someone to develop your leadership potentials, you need somebody to teach you even life skills, Evolve Edge Consult is a place. So I'll post my details on the chat room so that we can continue engagement just as we have agreed. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. Thank you, Blossom. Beautiful. The next person is Queen Rita. After Queen Rita would be Blossom. Please mute your side now. Thank you. Okay, good. The next person will be Queen Rita. Then the next person will be
Coach, please, can the person after me go? There's someone.
I will read from the chat room.
Coach, please, can the person after me go? There's someone at my door. I'll come right back.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. So the next person that would have spoken has already written in the chat room. So I don't know, MT Adeniran, do you want to do chat room or do you want to talk?
Let me talk. I've already put in the chat room.
Oh yeah, talk.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Morifa Temitope Adeniran. I'm an educator, early years enthusiast. I'm a parenting coach. I run a club, an enrichment club called Fun to Learn Kids Club for children holidays, where we do Yoruba language, cooking, dance, music, and other fun things in a home setting. You can reach me on Fun to Learn Kids Club on Instagram, on IG, on Facebook. And my number is 080-5515-2565. Good, Sam. Thank you, Seka Africa.
Fantastic. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. So let me read some from the chat room. Let me check on YouTube just to be sure I'm not missing anybody's. Okay, so we're good. So I'm going to read. Tony Ray has corrected his presentation. Says, I'm a lawyer based in Abuja, work in the government regulatory office. I'm involved with the resolution of customer complaints that are related to provision of electricity services. Yeah, boss, everybody even needs you. Guys, we all need Mr. Tony Ray, right? Because when it has to do with complaints of, like right now, since I woke up, if not had, okay, really not your part. distribution company, because I've not had it. Which part of complaints comes to you? Because I'm not sure I'm supposed to be telling you that I don't have power since morning. So, but thank you for that introduction, sir. Raphael, I see you. So, Afoke Ominiabo, representing Greenland Concepts Nigeria Limited, a real estate firm that has been in business for over 2 decades. We have delivered excellent results across the country. Our office is based in Abuja. We currently have estates in Abuja with units available for sale, an awesome opportunity for real estate investors and aspiring home owners. I'd love to speak with you anytime. Please reach me. Fantastic. I like that. So that is Afoke. Let me quickly read. So MT has spoken, and then Mama, mention your location as well, because he's interested in hiring your service. Kezia Garba is in Maiduguri, Borno State. I sell pure honey. It comes both in filtered form and with what? With the comb. Okay, and her contact is there. Florence Iwowari, Port Harcourt, women wellness coach. I own a nutrition and wellness brand that sells natural stock powder, MGS seasoning cube replacement like Maggi, and natural spices, natural fragrance like car diffusers. Contact us. Okay, and then, okay, so Habiba has said rice pancakes is what we now is. Thank you for clarifying that. Rita, let me know if you're back.
I'm back now. I'm back.
I think I should lower your hand so you just raise it. After you're done, I'll come and continue with Rodiat.
Okay. Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead, boss.
All right. Quick one. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Rita Iwujo. You can call me Queen Rita. I am the official MC for BSG Summit. I don't know how else to sell myself. Okay, so I'm the one Coach Sam trusts to compare his events.
100%.
That's how I'm going to put it. And I do that officially, and I'm also my strong point when it comes to comparing events are corporate events and weddings. I absolutely love, so I love doing weddings. And I'm a media communications consultant. So if you're looking to expound your brand, talk about your brand in the media sector, plan a campaign across board, TV, radio, international platforms, CNN, just buzz me and I got you covered. I have a whole team that works with me on that. But at the side of compare, I'm currently in and out of the country. So I'm available for the week we are in now. After then, I'll be available for virtual events if you're in Nigeria. So I'm going to post my phone number, WhatsApp only on the platform, on the chat, in the chat room. Of course, my Instagram handle is also there. I also have a book out, a memoir, Queen Rita, From the Rough Edges to Becoming the Queen. If you need a copy, if you can't reach me, reach Coach Sam. You will get one. Thank you very much.
Yes. Queen Rita, the one and only Queen Rita. Anything I'm doing, if I just tell her, anything media covered, anything compared, director of ceremonies covered, everything. And I tell you guys, she knows onions, both experience and one thing about Queen, she no get wala. So she just has it about making you feel, no, don't worry, it's covered. And she actually has it covered. So guys, anything media.
Thank you, boss.
Yes, boss. So now, guys, you would attest or agree with me that Seka Africa has gone very viral. And I have to tell you, Queen Rita had a hand in that. She and her cohort of women, I call them, you know, in Yoruba, they say arometa. There are these 3 stones that hold the pot. Queen Rita is one of the 3 stones in my media life. Like, those people, they just have me covered. So when it comes to media, me say they brag. I'll say, anything media, I get it form like say I be consultant of media, but I get backing. And that's because Queen Rita has my back every time. I love you very much. Well done, boss.
Thanks, boss. Love you too, sir. Thank you.
Fantastic. Oh, let's go to the next person. don't have any hands raised at the moment, but you're keen. Ahmed. Business name Moments with Us. I'm located in F01 Kubwa. I don't know what F01 means, but I guess it's a street or something. Abuja. I'm a counselor. I sell natural drinks, Kunu Nsami, Kunu Aya, tamarind drinks, Zobo, mango, Jinja. Whoa, nice. I make dishes, African and intercontinental delicacies, desserts. We also provide catering services. We can be reached on these. We're always available and just a call away. When you say almost available, 247, Kenan. I love that. Fantastic. So Queen Rita has shared her contacts. Then I have Afoke representing GCL Consulting, an education and immigration consultancy firm. We have a certified immigration consultant. We have office in Canada. So if you guys want to Japa to the number in that message, and she can help facilitate your Japa dreams. So I think that's the last I have so far. No hands raised, no other comments on YouTube. I also don't have any details shared. So about this time, I'm going to now check with our sponsor, GCR. Rekia, are you online now? I can't find her online. Her company is sponsoring this event and she has the opportunity to speak to us, but she doesn't seem to be online right now. So I'm going to also have to check with our speakers because I'd like to go forward really on this. So myself, I've told you about this. Between when I told you I gave 5 slots, 2 have gone. I have 2 payments that have come in for this. I gave 5 extra slots. We have finished selling this class. I gave 5 slots extension a few minutes ago. 2 have come in. So that means there are only 3 slots left. Some people have been asking questions. Let me answer them here. Someone said, is it a physical class? It is 100% Zoom, 6 sessions. You can see on the upper right of the flyer, you see a 6-session Zoom series, 100% on Zoom, 6 sessions starting in 2 days' time. So Wednesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, 6 sessions. What's the cost? Members of SECA Africa, in OSP, or in BSG, or in any of these certification classes, you pay 30% of 10K off, which means you're paying 65K just for the time being that the slots are available. After that, nothing. After that, nothing. So if you want to join, you need to make the payment before the next 3 payments come in. I mean it when I say after the next 3 payments, we won't take payments. And let me explain why. Strategy and execution is a tedious course. It is not teaching. I'm not just coming to come and teach and you will go. We're going to be doing a lot of activities. There are several activities that constitute strategy and execution. And I need to be able to listen to your activity. I need to be able to grade your activity. Because it's a Zoom class, you make presentation you need to pay attention to. And I want to do that for, if possible, everybody in the 6 sessions. So we're going to be having 6 sessions of 90 minutes each. Every day we're doing 7:30 to 9 p.m. And it is going to be very hands-on. The cost is 65K for non-members, 65K. And the account details was just posted a little moment ago. So 65K for non-members, only 30K for our members. I want to be able to touch on every business that registers in the 6 sessions. If I don't talk to your business in session 1, I'll definitely do in session 2. If not, I'll do on session 3. If not, I'll do on, but before the 6th session or by the 6th session, I would want to have touched your business. So this is very important for me to tell you. It is one. So if you want to register, you have until the next 3 payments. If any payment comes after the 3rd payment, we have done this many times before. It's not a, what's the word? I'm not bragging. We will return your money because I love to deliver value. I like to deliver more value than I've been paid for. That is my reputation. It's not today that I'm going to stop it. So after the next 3 payments, we will not take payments anymore. In 2 days' time, we kick off, and I'm very proud of what we have done so far. Okay, so so as I speak with you now, another payment just came in. So 2 more payments left. Fortunate or unfortunate, I really don't know right now. God, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself and let's hear you. 1 minute.
All right. Thank you very much, Coach. Good day, everyone. My name is Omelongo Nadi. I have 2 aliases. I'm called the Wordsmith. That makes Coach smile. And I'm also called the Children Nurturer. So as the Wordsmith, I'm into multimedia consulting and multimedia consulting and production. And I train, I coach, I teach people how to creatively write. I teach people how to speak, how to be particular about their grammar, their mode of diction, elocution. I teach you how to use your right tenses and all that. I teach you how to be confident as you speak publicly. That's me as the Wordsmith. And I also help you to create your content. If you want to write your book and you don't know how to start, I help you do that. If you have a book that you're working on, you need someone who can edit it appropriately and help you create vivid, vivid pictures in the minds of your target readers. I'm your go-to. And then as the Children Nurturer, I love children. So my forte is the foundation of children, early years, 0 to 5 years. I help parents with ease. I help you discover your child's secret button. I help you to thrive and become a wholesome child. I can handhold you as a parent, especially if you're a new parent and you're having challenges with your child. So that's me in a nutshell. You can reach me on 088203338 on social media. You can find me on LinkedIn or Omelongo Nadi. You can find me on Instagram, on Facebook. Yeah, so thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Ome. Fantastic. Let me read up a few in the chat room. Grandma, Dr. Ngozi Odocha, an educator and proprietor of Awesome Kids Academy in Gwarimpa, Abuja, a 21st century school where children are raised as global citizens. I'm also a wellness coach, emphasis on healthy lifestyle for elders, a business owner of Forever Living Products. I help elderly people age in good health. Let me amplify what Grandma just wrote. So Grandma is 73 years old this year. I hope I'm correct. I've always mixed up by age.
Yes.
But I think the last she corrected me was 73 years. To be honest, Grandma doesn't look it. She doesn't look 73. She looks 60. So when she says that she's helping elderly people age right, she's not blabbing. She's got results. She is her own proof of that. So you have parents who are interested in being fit, being healthy, living right, eliminating tendencies for sickness. I think you should work with Grandma to help your parents. That's one side. The second side is even for us who think we're young, who think we will not grow old yet, like it's still far off, that illusion, we need to hire her services so we can grow right. Grandma has got a book that speaks to this. She has a community, she's in OSP, she's a life coach, so she's someone that has believed in our work. She's constantly learning at her age, constantly reinventing herself and pushing herself. I like one thing she does. She tells me, I may not do everything you teach us. I may not be practicing everything, but she never stops learning. I find that very humbling. And so, Grandma, I celebrate you, especially. I celebrate you. Thank you, Mom, for all you do. So, Blossom, she has spoken earlier, so just expect you guys to read up what she's written. I'm waiting for, okay. Amechi, my pleasure, Grandma. God bless you, Ma.
You too.
Amechi has written, spoken earlier, his contact details. He has, okay, I like the accolades Grandma is getting. She deserves it. Our Grandma deserves it. Okay, so Aisha says she's paid. That tells me that 4 slots have been taken. I'm seeing the DMs asking for some time. Honestly, it's a race against time right now. It's beyond me. I just pray for all of you for the fastest finger. I don't know what to say. Okay, so I really wish our next speaker was ready because I don't want to keep you guys, waiting and we're just going back and forth and back and forth. Let me just check with one of our speakers. Or if not, we'll have to go on a break and come back. Honestly, if any of our speakers are ready right now, we'll go on a break and call. If they're not ready, I'd like to release you for a break. Then we'll come back. And so in a minute, when our speaker confirms to me, we'll most likely go on a 1-hour break. Not maybe 1 hour, maybe 45 minutes, and come back at 12:45. Then our speaker from South Africa would come on, and then we can, continue. So, but thank you so far. If I may ask, what have you been learning? Okay, Grandma, somebody's asking for your details. Kindly remember, yes, she did. So, Madam Florence, I'm just going to paste Grandma's message to you. Here you go. So you can contact her. But let's even talk. I'm not sure we should go offline. Tell me, what has this session been for you so far? What are you taking away? Let's assume that this session even ended now. What are you taking away? Let's discuss that. What are you taking away? What are you taking away? Who can share? Taking away from today's session here. One thing you cannot mistake my brands for, or you can't mistake about my brands. When I say brands, I'm talking about my personal brand as the Octopus. I'm talking about Seka Africa as my business and any other thing I'm associated with. And I'm hoping that this can be like a wake-up call for some of you, because I see some of you having, like, you have 1 foot in water and 1 foot on land. You are trying to not be swept away by the water, but you also don't want to stay on the land. So I need to help you with some things. Number one, you cannot take away from any of my brands is that we make a lot of noise, strategic noise. You don't second guess what we do. We are all out. Like, it's not possible for you to not read about us. If you will see us, broadcast, group, status, we're everywhere. We're everywhere, both as me and as the company. You can't mistake our visibility drive. You can't mistake our aggression to content writing and distribution. That is one thing you cannot mistake. And I see many of you being apologetic about your brand communication. It seems that you are not sure whether you should do it or not do it. It seems you are second guessing, do I want to do it or no, I don't want to do it. It seems that you are not sure whether you should do it. The unfortunate thing about marketing is that people perceive your fear. Okay, the last lot has been paid for. I just got the DM. Somebody just sent it. Congratulations, madam. I see how far you went to get this. Well done. So the first thing I'm saying is, like, you're not sure. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Do not put out there an impression that we're being careful about our brand. You can't do that. You can't do that. So I want somebody to make a commitment to me today. If you commit to me today that you will take your brand seriously, I want you to type 10 in the chat room. You commit to me today. You're making a promise to me today that you will take your brand seriously. Type 10 in the chat room. Aisha Adam says 11. I like that. I like that. Fantastic. Fantastic. Don't send me a private 10. Put it in the public. I want everybody to hold every accountable. So that's the first thing. I commit and I charge you from today, please do not play with your brand anymore. That time has passed. Do not in any way come across as a weak brand. In fact, I want somebody to write for me. Let's write some affirmations that I want you to let it sink in. My brand is strong. Write it for me in the chat room. Write for me in the chat room, my brand is strong. I want you to write what I'm saying. So anything I say for now, write it in the chat room. My brand is strong. Brand is strong. The next thing I want you to write is, I show up for my brand. Saeed, we have passed the introduction stage. Oh, please, we're in another stage right now. So don't interrupt our affirmations. I show up for my brand. I show up for my brand. My brand is strong. I show up for my brand. Next thing I want you to write, Victoria, please check your setting. You're sending privately to me. I want us to be on the same page. The next thing I want you to write is, I am unapologetic about my brand. I am unapologetic about it. Is nice for you to put it in your jotter. Write it somewhere you can revisit later. I am unapologetic about my brand. I am unapologetic about my brand. I'm unapologetic about my brand. That's the third statement. The first statement was, my brand is strong. The second statement was, I show up for my brand. The third statement is, I'm unapologetic about my brand. Number 4 statement I want us to write is, my brand is solving somebody's problem. Statement number 4, my brand is solving somebody's problem. My brand is solving somebody's problem. My brand is solving somebody's problem. That's number 4 that I want you to write. There is somebody somewhere that is depending on your brand because there's something about your brand that is giving them life. Some of you don't understand this thing. You think you're doing this for you. You're not doing this for you. You're not doing this thing for you. See, when God places in your heart a desire to be a brand, there is a problem somewhere that God wants to solve through you. Somebody somewhere is praying, God, answer me. I need help in this area. They may not even be saying it verbally. Their energy is saying it. Their thoughts are saying it. The things around them are praying on their behalf. And then God places a burden on your heart. You think you're just doing an accidental thing, a random thing. You don't answering somebody's prayer. My brand is solving some of 5 things we're going to write, which is the last I'm going to say for now, is I'm receiving, okay, let me put it this way. I am open to the wisdom of building my brand. I am open to the wisdom of building my brand. I'm open to the wisdom of building my brand. I'm open to the wisdom of building my brand. Who is writing that? I'm open to the wisdom of building my brand. You know why? Because all of us, we're still building at different levels. Some of you think I'm advanced. I'm seeing some people as advanced. All of us are at different levels. But the fact that we are open to it, it means that all we need to learn how to build this brand, we will do it. Open to building the wisdom of building my brand. I'm open to internalize and make it work for you. Internalize it and make it work for you. Nobody, let me say this with every sense of authority, nobody has a better brand than anybody, all solving a problem somewhere. If you can write what I just said, write it. Nobody has a better brand than anybody. We're all solving a problem somewhere. Nobody has a better brand than anybody. We're all solving a person's problem. There is a problem your brand is solving. And that does not make my brand better than yours. That does not make your brand better than mine. Packaging is not brand. If you heard Oreagba earlier, he said it succinctly. The fact that you are packaging your logo, packaging your color, they say, do it like this, do it like that, is not the brand. The brand is the experience people have of it. There's a better brand than anybody. Solving a person's problem. That is a major thing you need to call out for your brand, showing up for your brand. That's number 1. Number 2 thing I want you to take away from me today is competence. 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 I want all of us to commit to building competence. So the second commitment, the first commitment was about showing up, being unapologetic, understanding that my brand is solving somebody's problem. That's about the mindset, showing up. The second thing I want you to take seriously and take home is competence. So we're going to say the following affirmations for competence. Number 1 statement I want you to write under competence is, at my current level, I'm competent for a particular market. I want you to write that down. At my current level, I'm competent. At my current level, I am competent for a particular market. At my current level, I'm competent for a particular market. I see what you did there, Dr. Aishat. Nice one. I like that. At my current level, I'm competent for a particular market. I say this because whom I am serving now was not the audience I was serving, maybe even as recently as COVID. No, even COVID, even far safe. I think even as recently as maybe January of 2023, there were some people I was serving that now I'm now shedding them to other people. So at every point you get, there is a you are serving. Don't don't allow self-sabotage. You want to Coach Sam. You feel Coach Sam is serving a particular level. You now feel like you are not competent. No, there is a level you are competent for. Serve them. As you are serving them, your capacity will grow. So at my current level, I am competent for a particular market. Florence, rewrite your statement. At my current level, I'm competent for a particular market. That was what we said. At my current level, I am competent for a particular market. That's one statement we should write under competence. Number two statement we should write under competence is that I know what to study and know how to grow my competence. Number two statement, I know what to study and know how to grow my competence. I know what to study and how to grow my competence. I know what to study and how to study and how to grow my competence. I know what to study and how to grow my competence. I know what to study. Habiba, what to study. I know what to study and how to grow my competence. Bolanle Jibril, how to grow my competence. Competence. I know what to study and how to grow my competence. This is very key. All of us have competence at a level, but there has to be something you are studying that keeps you growing your competence. It can be a person, can be a book, can be a research, can be any content. Anything that will improve your competence is welcome. So I know what to say. You have illumination. Read this. The people that will take us to the next level. Let me say that again. There is a way God orchestrates our journey that makes us meet people that will take us to the next level. God has a way of creating accidents that will take you up. Can be a book you will stumble on, can be a YouTube video you will stumble on, can be a person you will stumble on, can be a course you will stumble on, can be anything. In fact, can be a problem you will stumble on, can be a difficulty you will stumble on, can be a customer you will stumble on. I've met customers who changed my fortune because when I met them, they so trusted my competence and paid me more than I thought I would earn. And he just told me that, come on, I should be earning more than I'm earning. That's how God works. That's how God works. It creates an incidence that happens in time that changes your level. But you need to know that this is a pivotal moment. This is a moment I should capture in my life. So that's the second statement in competence. The number three affirmation. Every time an opportunity comes, I will make it best ever opportunity. Okay. Mute my phone, please. Okay, thank you. So let me phrase that third statement in a very short way, so it's not too long. I will always go above and beyond for every assignment. That's the third statement under competence. I will always go above and beyond in every assignment. I will always go above in every assignment. I will always go above and beyond in every assignment. I will always go above and beyond in every assignment. That's the next statement under competence. That's the next statement under competence. I'm always going above and beyond in every assignment. Reason being, if you don't go above and beyond, why did God orchestrate opportunity for you in the place. So when God gives you a summary, for any of our speakers, if you're available, kindly just send me a private message. I'm holding forth. I'm just playing interim on your behalf. I'm ready to step aside when you're ready. Thank you. So the first thing I said we must do is show up. You must go all out for your business. The second thing I said you must do is you must show competence. It is a high level of irresponsibility that after you showed up, you made promises, you went all out, you were marketing, you were promoting, you were this, you were that, the opportunity came, and they started creating excuses. You were playing below par. That is irresponsibility. You can't. So the competence is very key, very, very key. Number 4 statement under competence is I respect the boundaries of my competence. Number 4 statement, I respect the boundaries of my competence. Number 4 statement, I respect the boundaries of my competence. I respect the boundaries of my competence. What I don't know, I don't know. And I'm not ashamed of not knowing. That's what it means. I respect the boundaries of my competence. What that means is what I don't know, I don't know. And I'm not ashamed of not knowing it. Because some of us, in the name of I'm a coach, you know everything. I'm a therapist, you know everything. I'm a consultant, you know everything. No, we don't operate like that. We don't operate like that. We don't operate like that. What? No, shame in that. If you want to know it, go and learn it. Don't be ashamed of what you don't know. Whatever you want to know, go and learn it. But you must respect the boundaries of your competence. What you know, do it well. What you don't know that you want to know, go and learn it. What you don't know that you don't want to know, it's okay to not know it. It's okay to not know what you don't know. And if you are not interested in knowing it, it's fine. Very important for you to recognize this so that you don't start acting out of line. And one of the biggest problems of the average Nigerian business owner is ego. We want to come across as Superman. We want to come across as super, like we are not, I don't know the right word to use. So the number 5 statement under competence. Okay, have I already said? No. So Dr. Aisha, thank you for helping me to outline that. The number 5 is actually part of number 4. So the number 5 in your summary, I really appreciate your summarization, is actually is me explaining number 4. Thank you so much for that. So let me now say number 5. Number 5. Number 5 affirmation under competence is whatever I know today, I can know more. Number 5 affirmation under competence. In NLP, we'll say, whatever you are now, you are more. So number 5 competence affirmation is, whatever I know today, but I can know more. Because let's also stop thinking that you can, not you are, no. Now some people need to know. In fact, Larry Olushola will say, all that you know is less than a drop in the ocean. And every human being is like that. Whatever I know, I can know more. Whatever I know today, I can know more. That's just the science. So that is the affirmations under competence. That's the affirmation under competence. So let me summarize. I see that Carl is setting up and I'm excited. I will introduce him shortly. But let me revise what I said so far. Number 1, show up. And we said 5 affirmations under showing up, under being unapologetic, demonstrating that I'm ready, going all the way. That was number 1. Number 2 was competence. We also said affirmations under competence. Never, ever good. Your name must never be mentioned with incompetence in the area that you said you are good. Let me say it the last time. Your name cannot be associated with incompetence in the area that you said you are good. That's why I said the area you don't know, just let's know that you don't know. But the one that you now say you know, I beg, you have to be very good at it. That is my personal philosophy. It may not work for you, you may not agree, and it's okay. But for me, what I don't know, I don't know. If I'm interested in knowing, I learn it. If I'm not interested in knowing, I'm not interested. You come and beat me, I'm inside my house. But the one that I know, you will know that I know, because I will demonstrate that I'm good. That is very key. So that's the second. Number three is relationships. Number three, relationships. Number three, relationships. I don't know how many affirmations I will say before Carl will be ready. Carl, when you're ready, just do me a thumbs up so I can bring you on. Thank you. Number three is relationships. So we're going to say quick affirmations in relationships. I don't know how many we'll say, but let's try. Number one, irrespective of what I know and what I do, relationships come first. Irrespective of what I know and what I do, relationships come first. Irrespective of what I know and what I do, relationships come first. Irrespective of what I know and yes, MT Adeniran has posted. I was wondering if you guys were hearing me. Irrespective of what I know and what I do, relationships come first. On this call right now, the person that has known me the oldest, let me scroll. Hawahuru, 6 years. Dr. Docha, 2018, that makes it 5 years. Mommy Ray, I think 2017, that makes it 6 years. Queen Rita, you blessing her forever. TJ has known me for almost 15 years. TJ has known me for almost 15 years. Victoria Shomade has known me since 2015. That makes it 2015 makes it 8 years. Why am I mentioning this? If TJ that knows me even before I became a business owner is still in my life and cycle, that is a sign. Blossom says, I've known you since maybe 2009. If I had your surname, maybe to even help me, because you know there are many blossoms around me, so I'm not even sure which of the blossoms, but thank you for mentioning that. So imagine 2019, 2009. So one philosophy I don't play with, relationships. Central Parish. Okay, somehow I'll find a way to know who Blossom is. I'm sure the surname will help. But relationships are very key. Like Mr. Segun Aremu pointed out when he was speaking. On my WhatsApp status right now, I asked a question with them. Are they still buying? That for me is a central strategy in my head. I can make an immediate sacrifice just to make sure you are in my system, because I'm looking at long-term, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. There's in business as well, we call the lifetime value of a customer. Lifetime value of a customer. Okay, I didn't write that correctly. It should be spaced. Lifetime value of a customer. And what that means is, are you able to keep a person in your system such that their children will buy from you, their grandchildren will buy from you? Like, you just keep perpetuating that relationship. So irrespective of your competence and irrespective of the marketing and the showing up and the something, are the people in your business in your business. I did one first. Number two, affirmation under relationships. I will make modest. Okay, let me put it in a strategic way first. I can lose the battle to win the war with my customers. I can lose the battle to win the war with my customers. I can lose the battle to win the war with my customers. TJ, I see that you are here. Are you ready to speak? Because I'm actually waiting for either you or Carl. So when I get your notice, I will just stop. I can lose the battle and win the war with my customers. That is number two affirmation under relationships. What does that mean? It means that sometimes it is okay to lose. Many of you have been following Othman Abdul Rashid. We just had his boss workshop in Lagos. He did because of the relationship he has with the people in that room. When he did Kano boss workshop, it was a profit. But when he did Lagos, it was a loss. Sometimes we lose the war, but win the battle. And what's the battle? I may lose now with my customer, but I may deposit goodwill. And because of them, other people will come. They will come back. They will come back and come back and come back. Their families may come back. Their friends will come back. Their networks may come back. In the long run, what I thought was a deficit becomes a multiple overflow. Lose the war, win the battle. Victoria Shomade, you wrote it completely upside down.
Yes, I'm correcting it. I don't know, it's auto correct. I'm trying to rewrite it now.
So okay, lose the battle. And then lose is L-O-S-E, not L-O-O. So I can lose the battle to win the war with my customers. That's the second affirmation with respect to relationships. Lose the battle, win the war. I can lose the battle to win the war with my customers. I can lose the battle to win the war with my customers. Losing a battle means losing an immediate transaction. It can be, not making a gain, can even be making a refund, can even be reissuing a product that was bad, can even be making an apology for even what you did not do wrong. There are times when a customer would accuse you wrongly or acting, it just bounce back. You tell yourself, it's not about me. This customer is probably dealing with a lot of things. So you remove yourself from the conversation. It's impersonal. Then because you have removed yourself, you don't feel less. You now reapproach the customer, resolve the issues. You have lost the war and the battle at that point because you are having to stoop. Then the customer looks back and says, man, this service provider makes me feel stupid because there's a way they handle me that makes me know that I'm overdoing this thing. You have won that customer. And back to back, they have your back. Very, very key. Blossom, I like how you put it. Lose an immediate transaction to get an overwhelming referral. That is the way to look at it. And that's very beautiful. I think we have said two affirmations under relating, then we can take that. Now, the third affirmation with respect to relationship is that every buyer today is a gateway to many buyers tomorrow. Every buyer today is a gateway to many buyers tomorrow. Every buyer today is a gateway to many buyers tomorrow. Every buyer today is a gateway to many buyers tomorrow. These things tie up. Don't play with relationships. Fantastic. I see you, Carl, in a moment. Every buyer today is a gateway to many buyers tomorrow. And then the last affirmation I will say, because Carl is ready for us, the last affirmation I will say is, if one person pays 100,000 will pay. If one person pays, 1,000 others will pay. If one person pays, 100,000 others will pay. If one person pays, 100,000 others will pay. If one person pays, 100,000 other people will pay. This, for me, is a philosophy that helps me sell out. I just sold out the strategy and execution masterclass. And guess what? When one person pays, it means that somebody likes this thing, other people like that person will like this thing. So I just amplify my marketing. So I go back to step number one, showing up. Once one person has paid, I just gather my energy and start going all out, from all cylinders, because I have a sign that, this thing will sell. The problem is when one person has not paid, I have to recalibrate. I go all out. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to my ramblings. I have enjoyed myself. I didn't plan to say anything today. I don't like teaching when I'm hosting guests because I like to respect my guests. But the way today went, I had to do this to keep in the time. So thank you for listening to me just blabbing and blabbing and blabbing off the top of my head. But I'm more than honored to introduce our next speaker all the way from South Africa. My first encounter with him, he was gracious enough. We hosted him during the COVID, and he came on very short notice, and it was a bang. And he's always been there for us. Our friendship is so beautiful. Hopefully, I'll be in South Africa one of these days, or he'll come to Nigeria. And each other to a very beautiful experience. Quickly, Carl was born in the beautiful town of Thaba Nchu in the Free State, South Africa. Kiriwa Pese, Mr. Carl Kaliote, has grown through many life experiences to be the person he is today. He gathered his education in the neighborhood town of Tweespruit at Unicom High School and went on to further his studies at Motheo TVET College, where he obtained his diploma in business management. He's currently studying for his degree in management and leadership at the University of the Free State. He's a keynote speaker and an entrepreneur in his own right. He has a combined professional and entrepreneurial experience that spans over 17 years. Having a vast experience in the small business space as an entrepreneur, he has gathered a wealth of knowledge which he delivers to audiences through his speaking engagements. His presentations, keynotes, and masterclasses are delivered with wit, character, and a pinch of humor to inspire, provoke thought, and inform strategy in both audiences and teams. His topics are tailored to the needs of the client in order to have maximum impact on the prospective audience. He has given talks in person and virtually to a wide variety of audiences in South Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome with our collaborator and our special guest in this episode and edition of the Circa Africa webinar, Mr. Carl Kaliote. Welcome, bro, and thank you for all times.
Good afternoon, brother. I hope that you can hear me. Everyone can hear me well.
I can hear you. We can hear you. Good afternoon.
Great stuff. Yes, as it has been introduced, that my name is Keorapi Carl Kaliote. Yes, and I don't think I want to speak more than what the bio has said about me. My job is very easy today. I want to talk about my very favorite subject, which is entrepreneurship. And our topic for today is going to be about the puzzle pieces that makes up the future entrepreneur of the continent of Africa. So we're going to look at what is going to be needed from the future entrepreneur of Africa. We're going to look at the characteristics, we are going to look at the values, and we're going to look at what is it that is going to make the African entrepreneur the entrepreneur of the future. Because Africa is rising at the moment, and what is important for us is to make sure that we rise to the occasion as the continent rises. So I just want to share my screen for my presentation. How have you been though? How have you been, brother? It's been a while.
It's been crazy. It's been great. Roller coaster here, bro.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's been a roller coaster here too. So, I mean, that's the nature of business, and that's the nature of our economy on the continent. Nothing much we can do about it at the moment. But what is important is for us to roll with the punches and make sure that we take our continent to its designated prosperity. As my slides are getting ready, everybody can still see me and hear me, right?
Yes. I see
Okay,
you.
no, that's great. Just to give a bit of perspective, just to give a bit of background, I just want to be sure that my slides are showing. Are they showing on your side?
Still loading.
Oh, okay. All right. It should be up in a bit. You know, like you there in Nigeria, we are facing electricity challenges. So
interesting.
We need entrepreneurs. We need entrepreneurs to come up with solutions. We need entrepreneurs to give us solutions on these big problems. So what is important for us is to make sure that we encourage entrepreneurship. We evoke the spirit of entrepreneurship in our people, and to understand that as Africans, we are entrepreneurial by nature. And just to give a bit of background, you know, just a bit of perspective, we're a continent of about 1.4 billion people, as per statistics that came out the 30th of September. Now, of the 1.4 million people, we make up about $3.4 trillion market. So that says to you that Africa does not need the rest of the world. Africa can do everything on its own. As per the theme of today's webinar, solving your problems yourself, or rather your way. It is important to understand that as Africans, we need to find ways to solve our own problems, right? Now, a $3.4 trillion market needs a very strategic approach. And the Africa Continental Free Trade Area has allowed us to put down our borders, essentially, to allow us to trade amongst one another, to make sure that all our goods and services and people are able to travel as freely as possible to make sure that we get to our desired destinations. Now, I need to emphasize that we also have a very critical demographic dividend. When we talk about the demographic dividend, we're talking about the part of the population that is able to participate in an economy over a certain period of time. Now, when you look at small children, and then when you look at teenagers to adults, and then we look at the elderly, the demographic in the middle is the one that has the ability to participate in the economy for the longest time. Now, this is people that are between the ages of 15 and 24 years. Now, statistics here in South Africa state that about 38% of the population is unemployed, and about 67% or so of that is young people. Now that creates a problem, because these people, by the time they get older, they're going to participate less within the economy, right? Now that presents a challenge, but also it presents an opportunity for people to not only seek employment, but to also find ways to be entrepreneurial, to be enterprising, to make sure that we become what historically has been known as merchants, right? Now, throughout my presentation, I'm going to be talking about these puzzle pieces. When I talk about the puzzle pieces, I'm going to be talking about the characteristics and the values and what is it that makes up an entrepreneur and an entrepreneur of the future at that. Now, some of us are a little older. We are not sure how long are we going to be in the game, but it is important to understand that there are people that are going to participate even longer, and it's important for us to make sure that we prepare them to participate as long as possible in the economy so that they can change the trajectory of our economy. Now, for my presentation, my agenda is going to be very simple. We're going to look at the characteristics of the future African entrepreneur. We're going to look at a few case studies, and then we're going to look at the values that are shaping the future entrepreneur. And I'm going to do a bit of a conclusion that brings together these puzzle pieces. So I think, like I said earlier, my work here is very simple. And I trust that everybody can still hear me and see me.
Yes.
Are we still good? Okay, cool.
We're good.
My screen is full of this presentation, so I cannot see anybody. So, but that's okay. Getting right into it. The African entrepreneurial landscape, as I've mentioned before, is taking a transformative approach. Remember that we are classified as one of those developing regions or developing economies, but more and more Africans, they are stepping up to becoming leaders. They are stepping up to becoming entrepreneurs and managers in their respective fields. Now, when we look at the continent a couple of years ago, when we look at the continent now, we see entrepreneurs that are really taking this very difficult sector seriously. Now, when you look at people that are between the ages of 24, you will find that they are becoming very entrepreneurial. But when you look at the reasons behind why they are starting businesses, it's always born out of necessity. Now, it's born out of necessity for the fact that a lot of us on the continent, we are born from a position of poverty, or a position of lack, or a position of not having enough information to be in the enterprise space. Now, I'm going to be looking at a few case studies and a few sectors that are so that I can try and explain to the audience out there what is it that is possible and what is it that entrepreneurs are doing and what values they are possessing themselves with and those that they carry themselves with. To start, we're going to look at the characteristics of the future African entrepreneur. Now, number one, what we have is resilience. Now, if there's anything that Africans are known for, is resilience. Now, loosely, we can just say resilience is the ability to see one through the difficult challenges. And I think it was yesterday or the day before, I'm not sure, that Nigeria celebrated their Independence Day, a clear sign of what resilience can do, right? Now, the second thing that the future African entrepreneur needs to have is innovation. So it's important for entrepreneurs out there to not just enterprise. It's good to have a product, it's good to have a service, and it's good that you are at a place where you can sell something, but it's always important and it's always beneficial to think outside of the box, to think innovatively. How can I do what I do better? How can I do what I do in order to serve a bigger market? Remember, we are slowly becoming one country. I am of the belief that Africa is not made up of countries, but it's made up of states. We are United States of Africa, but we are getting to that point where we are going to be able to work together, right? The third thing will be adaptability. So the markets are changing. The markets are constantly changing. We saw with COVID some 3 years ago, if I'm not wrong, that the need to adapt was what determined whether businesses, especially small businesses, that whether they are going to survive or whether they are going to close shop. And unfortunately, because COVID-19, the period of COVID-19 was unprecedented, it presented us with a challenge that we were not prepared for. But many businesses, they did what we call a concept of pivot. So they've changed what they offered, but based on the resources that they have. So this is one way of displaying what we call adaptability. The fourth one will be problem solving. As an entrepreneur, you are constantly solving a problem. We exist for that very reason. We thrive for that very reason. And we make money for that very reason. And the fifth point that I'm going to be bringing to light is an entrepreneur of the future on the continent of Africa is an entrepreneur who has a global perspective. Now, what do I mean by that? When you go to any place on the continent, it can be here in South Africa, you can go to Johannesburg, Soweto, you can be in Lagos, Abuja, you can be in Kampala or Uganda, you can be in Rwanda, you can be anywhere on the continent. A lot of times when someone calls themselves an entrepreneur, they're always thinking small. And that has worked for us as survivalist entrepreneurs. Remember when I said that we start these businesses on the sole basis that we want to survive because they are born out of necessity. Now, the challenge for us is to shift our thinking from being small-minded to thinking continentally and to also think globally, right? So what I need entrepreneurs to do and to think about is to now think, how do I make my product or how do I make my service to fit in the economics of scale? Because one of the things that I really want to stress today is that when we have a business, we must understand that it's not about the product. Yes, maybe when you start, it's about what you do, it's about what you sell, it's about your product, it's about your service. But as the business needs to grow, it is about scaling your business. So, for example, if you take me, I am in the corporate training space. I do public speaking and I do consultancy work for small businesses. But then what do I do if I want to grow and scale? One of the things that I can do is to write a book, is to write an ebook. I'm actually in the process of writing an ebook. The title of the book is My Thoughts on African Entrepreneurship. The sequel to that will be My Thoughts on African Leadership. And I'm also planning to write a third ebook that will be titled Africa is Not a Dark Continent. So that is just me. So to every entrepreneur on the continent and everyone that is watching right now, it is important to think, how do I take my product and make sure that it scales? So it's about just the duplication of what you have. So for some of us who are just think tanks, how do we then make sure that our product, I don't just do public speaking, I don't just do corporate training, how do I make sure that I scale? I mean, we have been exposed to things like the Internet of Things right now. So things have become much easier. I was thinking to myself the other day, how critical it has become that we need to keep up with technology, because we are now, I believe, in the 5th industrial revolution with the concept of AI, artificial intelligence, which has taken over the world. This very presentation, I've used a lot of AI on it, and if we use it for the good of the continent, I believe that we are going to take this continent very far and very fast. Now, my first case study will be this very handsome young man from South Africa. His name is Caritas Chincholo. Caritas Chincholo. Now, he's a man who is in the agricultural space, but he didn't just do traditional farming. What he did was to take advantage of technology and to create an app, which is called the Khula app. Khula in South Africa means to grow, right? So the Khula app, what it does, it connects farmers to suppliers and the formal markets. So if you happen to be a small scale farmer, you are able to sell your produce or your livestock on this app. So this shows you that going into the future, agriculture and technology and the Internet of Things will have to come together if we are going to grow and scale the agricultural sector on the continent, right? So we can see that the things are changing. We can see that there has been an improvement in how agricultural practices are being carried out simply by applying new ways of thinking. And new ways of thinking will come from the demographic dividend that I was talking about, that is entering the market, fresh minds, right? The second case study that I want to talk about is one that is going to focus on financial inclusion. Now, when we go to Congo, you'll find a gentleman by the name of Noel Chiani. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the name right. It's Chiani or Chiani or Chiani. He's the founder of Congo Business Network. So what they do, does somebody want to say something?
No, somebody's mic muted.
Okay, no, that's fine. What their business does is also to connect, to build a fintech ecosystems. So if you're an investor, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a small business, but more importantly, if you come from a part of the continent or part of your country that is very far from access of banking products or financial products, platforms like fintech, platforms like the Congo Business Network, they are going to be very crucial when we go into the future, because they're going to give access to financial products like your micro lending services, microcredit, to people that are from the rural parts of our continent. I know that here in South Africa, we have a lot of rural areas, and the people here, sometimes they have access, just to get to a simple bank and do their banking. And even if they have their phones, they will lack the connectivity to do their banking online. So companies such as Congo Business Network, they are going to be the businesses of the future that are going to help those Africans, us Africans that are underbanked, that have lack of access to financial products, that are going to help us into establishing the financial goals that we have, especially the entrepreneurs. If you are going to be connected to potential investors, you can bring them closer to us.
Let's go.
And it's going to create
Let's go.
a space that will allow us to work together and to be able to be in one virtual space that we can all bring together ideas, bring together resources, start industries and start businesses that are going to allow us to take this continent forward. Now, what are some of the values that are shaping the future entrepreneur? Number one is social responsibility. It is important to be socially responsible as an entrepreneur. We're looking at the levels of crime. We're looking at the levels of environmental decay or degeneration of our environment. And if you're an entrepreneur that is playing in the social entrepreneurship space, then you are going to be an entrepreneur that in the future, you are going to be in high demand. Number 2 is collaboration. Now, there has been a saying that has been going around recently that at the bottom, people compete, and at the top, people collaborate. Now, this is something that I have been preaching for a very long time. If the playing field is not level for all of us, there is no reason that we need to compete, but it becomes even more important for us to collaborate. What I mean by that is, rather than competing, how about we come together, bring our brains together, bring our resources together, and try to find ways and strategies that are going to build the entrepreneurship and economic landscape that will allow us as Africans to prosper. And when we prosper, then perhaps we can start competing in a healthy way so that we can grow our businesses and subsequently grow our economies. That is my belief. The third one will be financial literacy. Now, it is not a secret that Africans have been denied financial literacy. The information and the knowledge that we have about money is very limited. And Africans have been conditioned or programmed to think in a consumerism way instead of being investors. So it is important for us that in the future that we change our way of thinking. I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't consume things, but if we have an opportunity to invest, then it is important that we find ways that we are able to invest so that the assets that we invest in are able to grow and bring us returns. When we look at the middle class of the continent that is growing, it is solely growing because of the investments that they are making, the little financial knowledge that they are gaining, and the financial literacy that they are acquiring, right? The fourth one will be cultural sensitivity. Now, earlier on, I mentioned that we are going to be operating under the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is going to bring together all different cultures. Now, as a South African, I'm pretty different, culturally so, from you, Sam, as a Nigerian. And you are very different from someone who comes from Kenya. And they are very different from someone who comes from Cameroon and Nigeria and so on. And how do we then bring that into one melting pot that will allow us to trade with one another? And that needs us to have what we call cultural sensitivity. Now, to have cultural sensitivity, number one is to recognize someone else's culture, to respect someone else's culture, but more importantly, to accommodate someone else's culture. So if I understand that you are Nigerian and you come to South Africa, it is important for me to speak your language to accommodate you. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, I can always speak, I don't want to say Nigerian. I'm not familiar with the Nigerian languages, but say, I think it's Igbo. But what I can also do is to make sure that you have Nigerian food in South Africa. That will say to you that I am speaking your language. And if I were to come to Nigeria and you make sure that of the time that I spend in Nigeria, you try to make sure that I have something that reminds me of home. That means that you are accommodating me and my culture in your culture. So when it comes to trade, if I'm going to have products and services that are tailored for South Africans, I cannot take them to Nigeria or to Rwanda or to Uganda or to Malawi and think that I can apply them in the South African ways and they will work. Now, one of the big companies that tried to do that and they failed. And they went back and re-strategized was KFC. If you look at how KFC penetrated the African market, they introduced their staples in their meals. So when you come to South Africa, you can order your KFC with pap. If you go to Nigeria, you can order your KFC. I believe, I don't know if they still do it, but you can order it with jollof rice. And if you go to other countries, whatever staple they have, you can order your KFC with that. And that has been the successful strategy that KFC has applied in order to penetrate the African market. Now, the fifth one will be education and skills development. Now, during that time when you were having people, the audience, the session where they could sell what they're doing, when you gave them a 1-minute slot where they could talk about their business, a few people talked about skills development and the education and how they are in the training spaces. I love that because I'm also in that space. So it is very important to have skills, because when we have skills, then we have something to trade with, then we are able to produce, then we are able to bargain, right? And education is very important as well. I grew up thinking that education is going to school, sitting in a class, listening to your teacher, and have them teach you what we now know that is very bad history. And we now know that education is anything from picking up a book, watching a YouTube video, watching a TikTok video, or just gathering information and being knowledgeable, but also practicing, getting practical knowledge of what is it that you know or that you want to do. So education is something that is not just limited in the class. Education is something that happens every day and everywhere. Now, with the blowing up of the internet, now education can even happen almost every day, everywhere, because of these very simple gadgets that we have, our phones, right? Now, I think I'm having a bit of, are my slides still showing on your side, Sam?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm not sure what is going on here. If you can just give me a second.
Sure.
But as I was saying, education and skills development is very critical. Cultural sensitivity is very critical. Financial literacy is very critical. Collaboration as well is very critical. Shows social responsibility. There's a very interesting case study that I'm going to do that I found interesting about a Nigerian-based business that is taking care of environmental problems. So once the slides decide to play ball, I will share that with the audience. All right, there we go. So the third case study that we have, when you talk about social responsibility, when we talk about sustainable business practices, there is a very interesting case study. I think the audience can find out more about some of these people. But when you go to Ghana, you'll meet a very interesting fashion designer by the name of Imane Ayisi. I also hope that I'm pronouncing it right. But what he did was to take recyclable material and make fashion items out of them. So what this talks to is the importance of considering ethical practices in their business, because we know that the fashion industry is very, very fast. And sometimes shortcuts are taken. But if you have entrepreneurs, especially on the continent of Africa, that are deciding to become ethical, that are becoming stewards of our environment and ensuring that what they do doesn't harm our environment, then I believe that the future of our continent and the future of our entrepreneurship space is going to grow, and it will take us to a level of sustainability through initiatives such as sustainable fashions. Of course, there are many other entrepreneurs out there that are doing things at a sustainable level, that are very environmental conscious, that are very considerate of what is happening in the world. So when you take a case study such as this one, you realize that Africans of the future, they are becoming very ethical in their practices, and they are becoming very conscious of how sustainable are their business practices as far as the environment and the continent is concerned. Now, one of the very important puzzle pieces to this is innovation of tech. Many entrepreneurs now, because of the Internet of Things, of course, they are playing into this being tech savvy and playing in the technology space. Now, as I've mentioned earlier, that we are in what I believe is the 5th industrial revolution, and we were not even catching up with the 4th industrial revolution as a continent, and we are already in the 5th industrial revolution. Now, when you come back to South Africa, you find a gentleman by the name of Rivo Mhlari. He's the founder of a tech company that is called Ricatech. You can Google that. And what his business does is it connects financial institutions like your banking, who deals with vehicle finances, and insurance companies to link their businesses to the owners of the vehicles and the vehicles themselves in order to monitor their driving methods, their driving habits, and to ensure that they get into less accidents, they drive properly. If you know a company by the name of Discovery, and I'm not sure if it's has extended its footprint to your part of the continent, but what they do, they have an interesting product called Impact Alert. So what it does is, if you were driving your car and you find yourself in an accident, upon impact, it sends signal to your insurance company, and the insurance company will locate you, and then they will send mechanical services and also emergency services to you without you having to make the call. Now, those are the developments that are happening in the tech space. And that is where you realize that entrepreneurs of the future, they are forward thinking in that way. So what I believe tech entrepreneurs on the continent, it's to understand that when we go back to the concept of skills development, it is no longer enough for you to be an entrepreneur or an IT specialist who is just doing the same thing over and over and over. The element of innovation has to come into what you do. How can I do what I'm doing better? How can I do what I'm doing so that it serves the bigger market for bigger problems and new problems that are coming up, right? So this is one of the very interesting case studies that I've come across as I was doing my research. Now, when we come to the values and what is it that we are born with, that we have come to adopt, or that we have entrenched in ourselves as entrepreneurs and as Africans at large. A few of the values that I've mentioned here, they are going to be of very important value to the entrepreneur of the future. Now, number one is to have a long-term vision. Now, the idea of vision has been spoken of many times. The idea of vision speaks a lot about leadership. You know, as I was studying for my leadership degree, and in the conversations that I've had with leaders about leadership, one of the things that stems out is always about vision. And when you talk about long-term vision, I'm going to refer to the Bible studies. When we read the Bible, we know the story of Abraham, who took the the Israelites from Egypt and to the land of milk and honey, Canaan, but never really made it. What am I saying, or what do I mean by that? Is for us to have a long-term vision is to understand that some of the things that we are going to do, some of the achievements that we're going to have in the future, some of our entrepreneurial efforts, some of the strategies that we're going to have, they need to be so long that they are able to outlive us. So I cannot think just for the solution that are going to happen in my lifetime. Not when I have 2 or 3 or 4 children that are still going to need to live in the future. What I mean by that is, let us have a long-term vision that will outlive us, and that will possibly outlive our children too, so that when they are successful, when they have that economic landscape that allows them to do the things that they want to do, to explore the ideas that they have, then they can refer back to those who took that initiative, selflessly, so that they did not see themselves living in those times. The second one is the issue of ethical leadership. Now, a question of ethics is very interesting. The concept of ethics itself is very interesting. Now, I'm going to pose a question, and I think I would like to have the comments in the chat box. If you are a doctor and a couple comes to you, say a husband and a wife, they come to you and the wife is not feeling very well, and you are the husband. And when the doctor realizes that your wife has cancer and they have, let's say, 3 weeks to live, and the patient says, please do not tell my husband or my wife about this illness, because I do not want to worry them. And then on the other side, the husband or the wife, out of concern, asks you to tell them the truth about the condition of their partner, because they can see that they are not well. What are you going to do? I'd like to see that in the chat box. Let me just check for any answers in the chat in the chat box. It's a question that I was once asked, and I've had to answer that question. But I'll tell you what my answer is. If after we got the responses from our audience. So if anybody wants to share, if anybody wants to chat and say. Victoria says that I will respect the wish of the patient if possible. Your confidentiality is to your patient, so you can tell the spouse to talk to their sick wife or their sick husband. Okay, that's very interesting. When I had to answer this question, my answer was, I would weigh what the partner has realized about their sick husband or wife. And if needs be, I will become a little unethical and tell them what is going on out of concern. Now, the point that I was trying to make is, as human beings, we can never be 100% ethical. But it is important for us to become ethical in our practices, as ethically as we can. It is important to respect the wishes of our clients. It is important to respect how we conduct our business. It is important to respect and understand that what we do has an impact on the world. That's why when you talk about stakeholder relations, if you're a mining company and you are done mining, you need to respect the community that you operate in and do your rehabilitation before you leave. But we have seen all over the continent how many companies have come and they mined and they left those mines that are not rehabilitated, right? So it has created a very, very problematic situation for us. And for us as entrepreneurs and going into the future, ethical leadership, the concept of ethics, I normally call it ethical self-leadership, to carry that with us into the future so that when we do business, so that when we become entrepreneurial and we create this beautiful economy, we do it on the back of ethics. The third one will be persistence. Now, persistence means that we are going to face challenges. We are going to face problems as a continent. But if we understand the long-term vision that we are going to have, if we have the long-term vision for our businesses, even at an individual level as solo entrepreneurs, that we need to understand that having persistence is what is going to carry us into the future, because there is no business endeavor, there is no economic development that does not come with challenges. And it takes a lot of persistence for us to make it through. The fourth point is financial inclusion. As I've mentioned, with the company that is bringing together financial products for those people that are underbanked, that have limited access to financial products, Africa needs to have a system, a financial system that is going to be inclusive of all Africans as far and wide as possible. But it is also important that we as Africans to come as close as possible to these financial products so that we can meet each other halfway, I believe. Now, I'm not suggesting that we need to become an urbanized continent, because many beautiful things can still come out of being rural. But if we have systems, especially distribution and financial services or systems, then we are able to connect everyone on the continent on effort, on merit, and on the available resources that are going to allow us to penetrate and get to each and every African so that they can participate in the economy of the continent. The fifth point that I want to bring forth is to have a customer-centric approach to what we do. Many years ago, whenever a product launched, whenever a product was introduced to the market, it was presented in such a way that we as the consumer, we had to gravitate towards the product. Now, if you think of the advertisement strategies, the marketing strategies of yesterday, of all those years ago, it was important to set your product as far away from the market as possible so that it differentiates itself, so that we as the market gravitate towards it. And more recently, we have seen how it is important to put your product within the market. Now it went from being about the product and it became about the market. So whenever you exercised your marketing strategies, whenever you implemented your marketing strategies, you spoke largely to a market. But in today's times, and I heard Coach Sam earlier talking about that one customer that is able to bring more and more customer. I was listening earlier at when he was selling his slots, and people were just coming in. And because of the other person came in. And because of these two people, two more people came in. And because of these two people, we can have 4. So we need to be customer centric. We need to understand as deeply as we can the needs of the customer So the more tailored you can be towards a customer, the more you are able to have appeal as an entrepreneur of the future, because more and more products are coming into the market. And why should I buy your product? Why should I come to your store? Why should I come to your website and make orders from you when there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 people where I can get the same product? So whatever value you want to communicate, make sure that it talks to how we can solve my problem and not necessarily the problems of the market. Because if you can solve my problem, you are able to solve the problem of the next person and the next person next to me, and thus you grow into the market. The sixth point that I want to make is passion. Now, passion has been spoken of throughout history. If you do not have passion for what you do, you are not going to survive, because again, entrepreneurship is faced with challenges, is riddled with a lot of challenges, and it is your passion for what you do that is going to take you to the success of your business. The success of the continent is based on passionate people, because there is a lot of challenges that we need to overcome. There is a lot of unknowns that we need to explore, and there is a lot of paths that we need to chart so that we get to the other side, so that we get to prosperity, you know, what we call the promised land. So what I believe we need to do as Africans is to find things that we are passionate about, but we also find things that we are good at. Now, they always say that discipline trumps talent and all those things. I believe that as well. But you do not necessarily have to have a talent, but you need to have a skill that you can exploit, turn into a product or a service, introduce to the market, and sell it. And along the way, research has shown that if you do something consistently and with discipline, then you are able to evoke the spirit of passion within you. So what I'm saying is, you do not have to wait or try to find out what is it that you are passionate about, because sometimes things that we are passionate about are not necessarily things that the market is going to respond to. If I love, I can maybe cook, but I'm not as good a cook as I am a speaker. So I had to develop my speaking skills so that I am able to sell what I do, to sell my thoughts, to sell my knowledge and my insights. But I can cook in the house, and I do not see how I can scale on that. But someone who is good at cooking, but not necessarily good at speaking, they can find ways of how they can make their cooking scale, and they will find strategies at that. And that requires to have the necessary soft and hard skills that will take you through. The fifth case study that I want to get into is an interesting lady, Diana Mbogo, who is playing in the renewable energy space. Now, Sam, my brother, for me and you, I think we have pretty much the same problems. And the issue of, I'm not sure of the company that supplies energy in your country, but we have Eskom, and it's really not doing what they are supposed to do. There are many political disruptions, there are many leadership challenges, and there are many historical factors that have impacted on what the structures that are supposed to supply us with electricity back then that are now giving us challenges. You know, you have to plan what you do around what the availability of electricity is like. And I know that you are facing pretty much the same challenges. And the entrepreneurs of the future are entrepreneurs such as Diana Mbogo, people that are trying to find ways to get renewable energy, to find alternative energy. And it is important to have our leadership and our governments to get out of the way of such entrepreneurs so that they can give us the solutions. But you know how our government sometimes can be. You know, our government sometimes can want the piece of the pie. You know, the landscape of politics, here and in Nigeria and pretty much on the continent is very, you know, I'm gonna be controversial and say weak. We need leadership that sees opportunities. We need leadership that sees people like Diana Mbogo that are going to bring solutions and not necessarily be afraid of stepping out of the limelight and let people such as Diana to take the spotlight. And I don't think they're even looking for the spotlight. They just want to do what they do, provide solutions and make money in the process. But we have governments and leadership that are really disrupting that because they want to be seen as the solutions providers. So that has been a very challenging aspect when it comes to renewable energy. I'm not sure what is happening in your country, but here we have very serious issues. We have very big challenges when it comes to allowing small players, people that are going to independent power producers to come into the space. And more recently, we had a case where a group of people came together, they put money together and they wanted to supply energy to their farms. But the solar farm that they established produced so much energy that they could power that whole town that they operated in. And what the government did was that they told them that it will not be in the best interest of the country to have this kind of thing known, that energy can be produced to power a whole town by a small group of people. Now, what this shows you is that there is this red tape and there is this disruption to progress. You know, I can get even more controversial and say that sometimes our governments and our leaders can be enemies of progress, but that's a story for another day, right? But it's important to look at these things and understand that we need to get out of the way of entrepreneurs of the future and to let them do their thing and rather give them the support that they need. Social entrepreneurship, another interesting aspect of entrepreneurs of the future. Realizing the challenges that we have on the continent. I got interested in this story. It's about, you're gonna have to help me in pronouncing this name and the surname. It's Achenyo Idachaba. I hope that I'm pronouncing it right.
I think so too.
Yeah, so it's a Nigerian-based entrepreneur who is the founder of a community builders business, where what they do is, according to the research that I did, Nigeria is faced with a problem of weeds in their waterways. And what she did was she found a solution to eradicate these weeds and also develop recycled products out of these weeds. So she went on to make baskets, tableware, and even jewelry. So when you look at entrepreneurs such as Achenyo, you'll realize that people are looking into how they are going to solve problems of their respective communities. And when you look at it at a bigger scale, problems of the continent, and try to find ways to create businesses that will solve these problems at an environmental level and social level and make money in the process. So when you look at the other puzzle piece of the entrepreneur of the future, is one that is socially responsible and one that is looking into tapping into the concept of social entrepreneurship. And I find that very interesting. A lot of us, a lot of entrepreneurs have always understood that because we didn't have much and we didn't have a lot to work with, we can take what we have, especially from the natural resources, things that we cannot consume or eat, and take them and turn them into products. So her concept is not necessarily new, but going into the future, looking at what is happening on the continent and the challenges that we have, if you take the time to find ways to solve these kinds of problems, then you are going to have a very sustainable business for you, but also for your community and the continent at large, right? So that's the other puzzle piece that I think will make the entrepreneur of the future on the continent. So if you're an entrepreneur out there, you need to look at how socially responsible your business practices are. So to conclude and bring all of this together and to try and bring these puzzle pieces together. If you're an entrepreneur today and you want to be an entrepreneur tomorrow and into the future, if you are perhaps employed somewhere and you can see that with the skills that you have acquired, that you can assist or rather contribute to the development or the growth of the economy of the continent. Remember earlier I said that we are sitting on a $3.4 trillion market. And that means that excludes the rest of the world. This is just the continent. Even if we were to trade amongst ourselves only, we don't even need to export. But of course, we have so much resources, mineral resources, that we should export. So this is, these are the puzzle pieces that I think each and every entrepreneur on the continent need to have in order to be an entrepreneur of the future and solve the problems that are going to come in the future, that we have today, that are going to be the solutions for tomorrow. Now, number one will be ethical leadership, as I've stated. It is important as an entrepreneur to practice your business ethically. As a leader, and if you are a manager and you have employees in your business, it is important to transfer that spirit of ethics in your people. Even when you're a solo entrepreneur, it is important to understand that the more ethical you practice, the better it is going to be for the future of the continent. Like I said earlier, a human being can never be 100% ethical. But how unethical you come will depend on the possible damage that you can do to the relationships that we can have as people on the continent. Now, I'm not suggesting that people should be unethical. What I'm saying is be as ethical as possible. The second one is resilience. Understanding that you are going to be faced with challenges. You are going to be presented with obstacles. And if you do not have resilience within you, you are going to give up. Now, when you look at the statistics and research, you'll realize that the first 2 years of businesses, if you have 10 businesses that start, about 6 to 7 of them, they are going to fail in the first 2 years. And one of the contributing factors to that is a lack of resilience. And as Africans, it is important to realize that we must have the resilience necessary for us to see us through the challenges that we have today and the challenges that we are sure going to have tomorrow. The third one would be to be tech savvy. With the rise of artificial intelligence, with the rise of the fourth and fifth industrial revolution, with the rise in the Internet of Things, with the rise of the connectivity, global connectivity, I believe that things have become a lot easier for us. Things have become a lot more practical and accessible for us as entrepreneurs. So if you're going to play the game in the future, you need to understand that your understanding of technology, your use of technology is going to be very important to the success of your business. The fourth one is adaptability. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has showed us that we need to be as ready as we can be to adapt. Now, what do I mean by that? During COVID, companies like Ferrari, your Continental, the tire producing company, they pulled their resources, and alternatively, they produced personal protective equipment, your PPE. They produced masks because they had the equipment, but because the economy had come to a standstill and there was a great demand for these new well, not necessarily new, but these necessary products, essential products and services, they pivoted their businesses. Now, when you take it out to the continental and perhaps national and local level, there had been businesses that decided that because I cannot sell food anymore because of 1, 2, 3, at least I have a bike. Then I can register my bike on with local pharmacies. And then because we couldn't move, I can do deliveries. So that is the idea of adapting to the conditions of the market at any given time. So we have been presented with the opportunity to start thinking outside the box, to become innovative and say, should anything happen, should there be major changes, even minor changes in the economy, minor changes in the market, how then do I make sure that my business stays afloat? Because if what you offer is what is not needed at the moment, then your business is going to suffer. So you need to have that ability to adapt. The fifth one is to have a global perspective. It's not enough to think like a South African anymore. It's not enough for you to think like a Nigerian anymore, or a Malawian, or a Sudanese. It is important to have, at the very least, to have a continental perspective. More importantly, to have a global perspective, because you will never know when what you do, what you sell, and what you offer is going to be needed and demanded on the other side of the world. So you need to have that long-term vision. You need to have that global perspective that will allow you as an entrepreneur to adapt and to be able to cater to the needs of the world, of the rest of the world. The sixth one is financial literacy. Now, we've read books, we've one of the books, like, your Robert Kiyosaki's books, we need to understand that financial literacy, at the very core of it, is understanding that investments bring returns. It's understanding that you need to get to a point where you are able to get the money that you have to work for you. Now, we really do not have excuses. It's important for us to read, to learn, and to educate ourselves about money. Earlier on, we had my brother, Mr. Aremu. I think I'm saying it right. He's played a lot in the investment, in the financial space. He spoke a lot about finance, and he spoke about how we need to be loyal, and just to comment on that, I liked what he said, that loyalty can breed success, but I would like to argue that loyalty breeds discipline, and discipline will breed success. That's the comment that I wanted to make earlier on what he was saying. But when we are loyal to something, somehow we breed the element of discipline, and we are able to do that, then we will sure be on our way to success, right? Problem solving. As an entrepreneur, you exist for the sole purpose of solving problems. You need to understand what your customer needs. Sometimes you need to understand them before they understand them. So you need to be anticipative of the challenges that are going to exist, so that you can start planning to have the solutions that are going to solve the problems of the future. So us as entrepreneurs, we need to understand the importance of data, which is a space that I love, the space that I operate in. I love research. Part of my business, the core of my business is research. I understand the importance of data and information, the interpretation of data and how it informs strategy, and how it can help entrepreneurs, small and big, to solve their problems and problems of the future. So it is important to understand that as an entrepreneur, you cannot just offer us a product just because you like it. You need to understand that a product that you offer has to solve my problem as a customer. Next, we have social responsibility. We all live amongst other people. There is a saying that in South Africa that says, umuntu, ungumuntu, ngabantu. What that says simply means is that I am because you are, and I am because we are. Now, we must understand that we need to carry that into what we do with our businesses. We need to understand that we need to be socially responsible. We need to have those practices that are not necessarily going to take money out of the communities we operate in, but also find a way to nurture and to grow the communities we operate in, because when we nurture them, then they are able to keep us in business. The second last one is cultural sensitivity. Let us be the entrepreneurs that are respectful to people's cultures. There is nothing much that I can say about it, but we need to be sensitive to the people that we serve. We need to understand the culture that we operate in. One of the trainings that I do is organizational culture and how it can impact on their performances, but I normally bring in the element of social culture and how it integrates with yours and mine organizational culture. So what we do in the business has to be a reflection of the solution that we take into the market or into the community we operate in. So understanding that we need to be quite sensitive to the cultural needs of the people we operate in. And I'm not talking about, your traditional cultures or, the things that we do as Pan-Africans or anything. Just understanding how people do things in a certain market and how our culture or how my culture as an entrepreneur will allow me to communicate what I do that is essentially going to solve their problems. And the last one is to be customer-centric. We do not exist as entrepreneurs, as businesses, big and small, without our customers. Without our customers, we are just people with things. But as soon as we understand that we need to be all about the customer, and the more tailored we can be to the customer, the more successful we are going to be in the future. Because things have changed. It's no longer about the product. We all understand that a product is a product is a product, and it, in one way or the other, it solves a problem. But then it's also no longer about the market, because I can move in and out of a market as a customer. If I'm your client today, I can be someone else's client tomorrow. So as entrepreneurs, we need to understand, we need to be as close as possible to the clients or the prospective clients that we want to serve. And it is my humble belief that if an entrepreneur can have, at the very least, these 10 values, these 10 characteristics, and these 10 skills, then you will be able to make it as an entrepreneur of the future. And with that, my brother Sam, that brings me to the end of my presentation, and I would like to open to questions, if there are any.
Thank you so much, Carl. That was a business masterclass. I took a picture of one of your slides and sent it to my business community and told them all the business owners in that community that did not join this session have missed a very pivotal session.
Yes,
they could have asked you a lot of questions, because that for me is continental exposure, continental success, and especially goodwill for brands. So thank you so much for that very, enlightening and strategic information. I would like for you to share your contact details so that the community can reach you. It could be an email, could be WhatsApp, could be social media, to be so lovely for the community to reach out to you. For everyone who is saying they missed out, I'd like you to know that this session is on YouTube, recorded live, and will also always be there. And I think that you should revisit it, especially those in my business community. I think that if nothing, every entrepreneur or business owner needs to listen to Carl's afresh. His session was very on point for business owners. And if you're building a company, now this is, I'm not sure I'm even going to talk to those that are just doing business as a side hustle. You're just doing it as a pastime. I may not focus on you. But if you're building a company, you're building something for the future. Carl had talked about we're building for our children and their children. So we're not even building for us alone. So if you're building something for the long term, I think that you need to visit Carl's session on YouTube, take your notes and write. You heard Carl was speaking calmly, step by step, methodically. I like his approach. It wasn't rushed. It was very intentional and very strategic. So this session is purely for business owners, and I find it very useful. So much. Thank you very much. Carl, and his email address is on the screen. So guys, please do take advantage of this and you will not regret it. So Carl, thank you so much. Let me quickly read up a question on YouTube for you to respond to. So someone, Mrs. Angela Ajala, coincidentally my board chairman, is asking, what is the place of partnership, as we usually encourage people not to work in silos? So Carl, that's the question that I would like you to answer in 2 minutes.
Partnerships. Number one, it is important to understand the synergy and the mutual benefits that are going to come out of it. So I cannot partner with Sam because I like Sam. Yes, that can be a good basis, but it's important to understand that what I do and what he does can either complement one another or benefit for one another. So partnership, when we say that entrepreneurs should not work in silos, of course you can if you want to, but understand that your growth will only be determined by the level of connections you make, by the level of partnerships you make. So if you want to grow, understand that partnerships are going to work with you. Partnerships are not necessarily about forming companies together. Sometimes you can come together for a project, do the project and grow. Like I'll make you an example. If we both have resources that can buy up a fuel garage, we can do that and partner. And then as soon as we are able to buy the second garage, we can go our separate ways. You can own your garage and I can own mine. So partnerships are very important. I'm going to stress this. If you want to grow in business, then partnerships are going to be very critical, because you're going to share resources and you are going to be able to share the risk as well. I hope that I've answered the question.
Thank you so much, Carl. Fantastic question and answer there. So great. Thank you so much, Carl. Is anyone else who wants to ask one more question? I would like to bring up our next speaker immediately. So I will take just one more question from the house. I'm seeing the comments. There are several comments in the, just to say people are pending question. Okay, so I think we're good. So Carl,
yes, sir.
Thank you so much for being here with us today and for sharing so much from your end. Thank you very much, bro.
Yes, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you for having me, and it's been a pleasure. I would like to find my way to Nigeria very soon, or as soon as possible. So get your people to put together something that I can find myself in Nigeria, and
nice.
meet in person, and yeah, let them know that my rate card is not that steep. I'm not,
I feel you.
yeah,
Thank you.
let them get in touch with me and we can have a conversation.
That's great. Thank you, Carl. Really
Thank you so
appreciate it. Take care. Awesome.
Thanks.
Okay, guys, that has been Carl. It's very beautiful, been a very beautiful time with Carl today. So we're really within time, bearing all that's gone on today. And we're going to bring up our last speaker in a moment. Let me just check again that he's ready. Yes, he's ready. So in a moment, I'm going to bring up our next speaker. But before I do so, let me just do a quick reminder of some things I'd like you to know. In 2 days' time, we're starting this strategy and execution mastermind. Fortunately, sold out. No payments, everything. So this has been sold out. No more payments expected. Thank you, everyone, for taking all the extended platform anytime. We have our Pan-African webinar holding in December. Then we're going to have OSP speakers featuring in the January edition. So January is the next webinar where we're going to be having OSP members as speakers. December is the Pan-African webinar where it's speakers from across Africa. So let me ask a direct question. Do you want to join, and this is for non-OSP speakers, do you want to be a speaker on this platform in January as an OSP member? Direct question. So if this is something you love to do, like show up here, your presentation will be here, and then of course you'll be on YouTube. You can sell yourself, share your contacts, and then people, it's all about coming to sell. Is this something you love to do? If that is a yes, like Blossom has just said, we're going to give you a very interesting offer to join OSP today. OSP is Octopus Speakers Pool, as you can see on the screen. I just checked the group now. We are 128 in number as at this afternoon, and we call it the official home of professional speakers, trainers, content writers, and content distributors. So the goal is to position you, expose you, refer you, get your opportunities, and then you can make as much visibility and traffic, and of course, make money, earn from those opportunities. That's the central focus of OSP. We have in-house trainings that hold every other day. So this coming Thursday on Zoom, sometimes it is in person. We meet in the training room in our office, and then we also live stream those sessions. So it's a continuing education. We teach you. You heard from Hawa today. Today's her first time presenting on Zoom. We had to coach her how to do her slides, how to present on Zoom. So whether you like it or not, Hawa has become better today just by showing up for the first time. Anywhere Hawa goes, anywhere in the world right now, she will be able to do her slides. She'll be able to share on Zoom, and she won't be worried around how to show up. So those are some of the very, very basic things we do. And of course, the advanced level is that you go for corporate trainings, we give you referrals and exposure. So up until 9 p.m. today, we're giving a promo. As of today, till December the 31st, OSP is 150K to join. Members, Africa community is 100K to join. Until the flat promo to everyone. Until 9 p.m. today, you're paying only 100K to join OSP. So if you're interested in becoming a member of this family of speakers and trainers and content writers and content developers, you have until 9 p.m. today to pay 100,000 Naira only, and you're in. So my team will post the account details, and you have until 9 p.m. to pay and reach out to the number of our office, and you're automatically a member, and my people will guide you on other things that you can do. So that is for the OSP membership. If you said yes, this is your opportunity. After 9 p.m., it goes back to 150K. And I have a birthday gift for everyone. My birthday gift to myself and to everyone. On the 9th of October is my 15th book. So I'm releasing my 15th book on the 9th of October. Pre-orders will start on the 9th. And I just want to whet your appetite. I think that you should, join the waiting list. We're just sending that message to our WhatsApp. And on that day, you can be one of the first people to pre-order the book. The pre-order price is 8,500 Naira, but the commercial price of the book is 10,000 Naira. So pre-orders will run from October 9 to December 31st. And then from 1st of January 2024, it goes back to 10,000 Naira. So these are pre-information that I thought you should have, and then you can take advantage of that. Don't forget to join OSP before 9 o'clock. Otherwise, it goes back to 150K. Now, let me invite our final for today, my friend, my door opener, let me say, because TJ has referred me to a lot of opportunities. I have to confess, he's been a very great, always looking for opportunities for everyone. So TJ has this natural gift of looking for opportunities for everybody. Once he knows you can do something, he tells this person, he tells that person, he tells that person. He's just gifted. He's an expert of teenagers. If you have a teenager in your life, whether as a child, a nephew, a niece, a cousin, and anything, they are teenagers, talk to this guy. He understands their programming. He's just absolutely good at that, honestly. So that's another thing he does. One, I told you, he tells everybody everything you do. He's that generous. Two, he's an expert of teenagers. I don't call him teen coach, teen mentor. For me, those labels are beneath him because the guy understands teenagers extensively. Three, when it comes to branding, when DJ does designs for you, so he's a man of many parts, to be honest. And then the last thing I will say is that TJ knows everybody on the surface of the earth. If you are looking for somebody called TJ, somehow TJ has a direct line to somebody you are wondering, how on earth does he have this person's line? He has the access to every human being on this earth. This guy is intimidating. I've known TJ since I was an employee, way before I became a big businessman, and he's been my brother all these years. So you're a man that does not need introduction, but I really have to say thank you for being there all the years for me. And guys, let's welcome TJ Chino, or unusual TJ. Sorry, TJ is under the weather. We're going to, be kind to him so that in case he's not as energetic as you know him and he doesn't spend so much online, let's understand. So TJ, sorry about your health. Welcome, bro. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Coach. Please confirm I'm very audible.
You're audible.
Awesome, awesome. I want to say a big thank you for the platform, for the opportunity. And I want to celebrate every single one who has taken time from the first speaker to Carl, who made me go back to school. It's been an amazing sessions back to back. When I logged out, I went to take injections, and by the time I came back, I heard you speaking. I was like, like some read my notes from somewhere. So probably I should. You're frozen on the screen, okay? I was like, Sam read my notes. So probably I'll just say, hello, hi, we've come to the end of today's session. When you were talking about your permission. Anyway, good evening, or rather good afternoon from here to everyone who's on the call. This is going to be possibly the shortest session, and we're going to learn together. I have slides. Okay, and I will have to share the slides because somebody made the slides for me and she might be watching on Zoom. And if I don't share the slides, I'm going to I'm going to take query. And it dances around what my session is. So like I said, I'm going to be taking this session with you, everyone here. I heard Mommy is here. Please, Mommy, I don't know. I'm trying to look at the
she's on YouTube.
Oh, she's on YouTube. Mommy,
Yes.
I want to demand it. With 2 legs up. Just an amazing woman. The first day I saw her, I knew that. And thank you for all the fellow coaches for the work you do. So let me switch quickly to this. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, it's live.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So I need everyone to just go to the chat and write, it's a great day. I wanted to say happy independence, but last night there was a meeting in my compound, and when I was saying happy independence, they almost threw water at me, and there's nothing to be happy about. So I choose to say it's a great day. So please go to the chat and just write, it's a great day. However, I am happy, and I'll say happy independence to those who are truly independent. So please go to the chat and just let me know how happy you are by just saying it's a great day. Let's see who will be first to come up. It's a great day. Please just type on the chat. I don't know if the chat is coming up. I can't see any chat coming up yet.
That's our pouring in, man.
Okay, what's happening on my end? Oh, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I can see them. It's a great day. Bolanle Jibril. It's a great day. Awesome. Obikechi. Oh, now I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Thank you, guys. It's a great day. Okay, that's part of the affirmations you should always affirm to yourself every moment. It's a beautiful day. Hey, Rakiat. It's a beautiful day. Happy Independence, Sonia. Awesome. So my session today, thank you guys. Let's just let it flow. This is me, brand communication strategist by day, but by design. I'm a certified teams leadership coach, certified family wellness coach, yada yada. Okay, so there's something you read. I'm a certified life coach with 100 will not fire me if I already serving. I love football. Now, this is my family, and there's a reason why I'm showing this. I'm going to be talking about something that is very important, and these guys here, they have helped me because they are not just only my children, they are, you will say, you have 5 children. In this economy, God is my muscle. They have also been a part of my process, you know, to becoming who I am. And it's part of the stories I want to share. So I'm going to tell you the story of just this guy. He is my first son. His name is Treasure.
Okay.
Treasure is an amazing he likes to
is it my network or TJ's?
mirror daddy.
Breaking out.
Everything that he does, like you can see, we are wearing it, the pants. Can you hear, Coach? Did you try to say something?
Yes, I don't know. I don't know if it's on my end or yours. Is breaking, but I just want to be sure. Can everyone?
It's on his end.
Okay, okay. So TJ, is breaking.
Okay, I'm going to switch network. Give me a minute. Let me just switch. Can anyone still hear me? Please confirm you can hear me. I just switched my network. Awesome, Esther. Thank you. Tony Ray, thank you.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And is it clearer? Is it smooth? Is it still breaking? Awesome, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm going to tell a story about my son, and I was talking about Treasure, my first son here. Treasure likes to look like dad. He likes to do everything dad does. You know, you can see in this very short, he is wearing the same thing I'm wearing, you know, and he is trying to grow as tall as me by climbing on me. We had a conversation one day, and Treasure, see guys, I'm going to borrow energy from you. I love to be very energetic. For me, I'm going to borrow energy from you, so I would love the response. We're having a conversation one day, and then Treasure just laughed and hit me and said, "My brother." My wife was like, "What? You're calling your father your brother?" You know, the average African woman, there's one slap that is waiting for you, or one knock to reset your brain somewhere. How can you call your father your brother? And at that moment, I told my wife, pause a bit. So I'm a Christian, and I believe in God. And I believe God created me in his image, and then God creates everyone. And then I believe parenting is not creation of human being, it's just procreation. So we birth what God has created. In other words, if God creates the beings and we don't create the beings, that means we're just opportune vessels to bring the beings in earthly form to life. And when we die, you know, I believe there's concept of heaven and hell. When we die, I know I will be with God in heaven, and my son will be with God in heaven. But at that point, we are all sons of God. So if we are all sons, does that not make me his brother? Somebody please answer on the question. Answer on the chat. Yeah, please answer on the chat. If at the end of the day, we all go back to the Creator who all made us in his image, what does that make us? Brothers. My daughter is my sister. Damn. It's hard to swallow thinking about the person you're paying school fees, you know, the person you're cleaning their pool. When they were small, your brother or your sister, well, you know, that was a mind-shifting thought for me. And I got to realize that in life, the moment you think you know it all is the moment you start dying. It's the moment you miss out from the beauty called life. Thank you. Esther says we're all siblings. Yeah. The moment you just think you know it all, the moment you think you've gained enough knowledge. So the question I usually ask myself, if I know all there is to know, why am I still here? Why is Dangote not walking through my door right now? Why is Mark Zuckerberg not scheduling a meeting with me for the next 1 hour? If I know all there is to know. So knowledge is never ending. The basics here is that no matter how certified, I saw a picture of Coach Sam today collecting certificates. And I said, this guy that is certifying us is still collecting certificates. That means we're in the long run. Learning is continuous. We just think we have tried, we are getting close. This guy is still going far. You know, learning is continuous. So that brings me to my topic for today, which is the idea of reverse mentoring. In life or in business, the same concept. So you want to ask what is reverse mentoring? Simply defined. Now, let's just leave all the things on the screen. I just look at the words. Excuse me. Reverse mentoring. Reverse is basically going the opposite direction. Mentoring is not teaching, is not coaching. Mentoring is sharing, is supporting, is guiding with knowledge, skills, and experience. Now take those three words into consideration: knowledge, skills, and experience. And that will help you appreciate what reverse mentoring is, because one, you don't have all the knowledge there is. We've already established that. You're not as skillful as the word skill is, regardless of how skillful you are. You're skillful in one area and not in all areas. So, one of my mentors was teaching me growing up how to have knowledge in everything, but be master in one thing. So yes, I know a little bit about medicine. Does that make me a doctor? No. I can fix my car, do certain things. When, I have issues with my car on the road, does that make me a mechanic? No. So you don't have all the skills. You can be the best, you can be rated, if there's any rating like that, the best coach or the best financial manager. You can be that. But does that make you the best health practitioner? The answer is no. So we don't have all the skills in life. We can be master of one skill, we can't be master of all skills. And that's why in football, like, you remember I told you I love football. In football, we have people who are, key players, and they have key roles they play in the team. So you have the striker, you have the defender, you have the goalkeeper. Doesn't mean the goalkeeper can't score. He can score, but does that make him the striker? No, he remains a goalkeeper. So reverse mentoring, basically, like, as you can see, there is a non-traditional mentoring approach where a younger and less experienced individual takes the role of the mentor. Now, less experience is contextual here, because let me go back to my family before I hit this. I got to realize that I learned to trust God more by caring for my daughter. So even my daughter was not in the space to throw herself recklessly to me, I wouldn't have understood what it means to cast all your cares on God. If she's not there to just wake me up like she did, like 2 a.m. in the morning, Daddy, I'm hungry. I wouldn't know what it means to run, to God for your needs, to supply all your needs according to His riches. So they play a significant role in your learning process. So in reverse mentoring, basically, you who are the mentor, and let me say this to all our coaches, all our CEOs who are here, if you lack the ability to step off the seat and learn from the system you have created, then I think you're creating disaster. If you're afraid to step off the seat, I think you already created chaos awaiting to happen. So now, the less experienced, I was saying is contextual, may not be fully experienced in managing business or running life, or may have a skill. It could be that person is a better communicator than you are. The person could be a better, could be better with technical skills. And talking about technical skills, we know that young people, when it comes to tech, before we type one, I was looking at one of my mentees. I'm talking, she's just doing her phone like this. What are you doing? She was just drawing lines on her phone. I never knew that this keyboard on the phones, rather than typing, you can just take your hands across the words and it comes out as text. I was like, hey, was I that dumb not to have figured that out? I asked my son a question, or when my son asked me a question, I asked him to go check it out. I gave him my phone. He took my phone and then he said, I said, why are you talking to the phone? He says it's faster. Naturally, I would type that thing because I want, I was telling him, when you type, you'll be learning how to spell. That's what he told me. He said when he speaks it, the thing we teach him what the correct spelling is. I was like, oh, wow. I realized it was probably an old operating system I was working with. So our inability to step away from the hot seat and allow those we are raised to help us walk through some paths, which helps us reevaluate the strength of what we're building, is actually detrimental to our growth in business or in life. So, advantages, benefits of reverse mentoring, personal and growth, of personal growth and business. Let me ask you guys a question here. Can anyone here tell me clearly what the world will look like in 2050? Please let me read your chats. In 2050, what will the world look like? In 2050, what will the world look like? Who can try?
Yeah, when I bought one.
Men marry men without thinking twice. I mean, boys. What will the world be like in 2050? Who can tell me? Babies may even be dead. David, I like that. I believe that the growth of trajectory we're on it will be dominated by Africa. Awesome, Carl. Awesome. Carl, I'm with you on that. Mostly AI and IoT driven. Yes, Tony Ray, you're on point. So let's narrow it down. Let's narrow it down to what would your business look like? What would your family look like in 2050? 2050 is barely 27 years away from now. Fully digitalized system, okay? In specifics, can you tell me what a fully digitalized system is? Now, I'm asking these questions to bring us
Oh.
Somebody needs to be muted.
Sorry about that. That was somebody's mic.
Okay, great. I'm asking us these questions to bring us to this point, that regardless of the visions we have, nobody has a clear picture of the future. So how do you prepare for a future that you don't have a complete picture of? Now, there was a time where BlackBerry was like, that was when me and myself, Coach Sam and I were really good friends. There was a time where BlackBerry was the king of the day, and it was like we had seen the height of technology. Today, if someone holds a BlackBerry, we're asking the person, are you okay? Listen, we're all using smartphones. Now you see guys no longer use phones, guys are using earpiece to their watches and all that. So when we say automated system, fully digitalized systems, we're actually just talking based on what we see. The thoughts we have based on what has been made, not the thoughts that create what should be. So really think about it. No single man has the complete algorithm to build the future or to create the future. Hence, the need for reverse mentoring. Why? The young ones, now let me say this here, for those of you who are married, for those of you who have children like I do, before you make a decision, it passes through many layers, because you have to think about your children, how it will affect your family, how it will affect your wife, your spouse, how it affects. There's that layer every decision goes through. For children, or for the young people who have nothing, possibly nothing at stake, to make a decision, they are just thinking about how it affects them now. So they have a short processing time, and they can make the decision, fail and restart again, because they also have time. So they have a short processing time to make decisions, and they have a long time to recover. So they can recover over and over, so many failures. But from those of us who time is it on our side, we have short time, and then we have a longer time to make decisions because we need to process and filter. So you see, it even becomes more advantageous because you can try and fail with them. Yeah, and it's a learning experience for them. But so let's go ahead and just look at the benefits of reverse mentoring. One, knowledge exchange and bridging generational gaps. One of the things we have seen in our political space here is that there's a big divide. Is sometimes our religious sector, even our businesses are suffering it with the influx of Gen Z. Big divide. So how things have been done versus how things should be done remains a big challenge for businesses. There was a research where about 49% of the millennials there said before 2 years they all have resigned if they have their chance. Why would there be that massive turnover? Because the system wasn't designed for the future, it was designed for the present. And most times we think we are designing our systems for the future. We are actually just redesigning. Our brain most times works with what it's based on what the eyes have seen and been able to interpret. So we keep on recreating circles and we think we are drawing new lines. Okay, so it bridges that gap, and there is a lot of exchange of knowledge. How you see it versus how I see it. A simple test is when it comes to judging perspectives. If I stand here, if I sit this way, many of you may not know the total color. You just know there's something red behind me. But somebody who sits this way will see what is even on this other side that you're not seeing. So a mentee. Now, let me use this as a good analogy. When you're driving your car, see those side mirrors? You see that mirror that makes you look back? Those are like mentees. They are showing you your blind spots, because most times when we are focused, focus creates blind spots. And that is the disadvantage of the advantage of focus. Focus keeps your eyes single so that you can produce, you can hit your goal so hard and create what nobody is creating. Also, focus creates blind spots and it can also make some things suffer while you achieve your goal. So those mirrors help you see, so that when you're going on, when you want to take a turn, or you're going, you want to go on the reverse, you can see clearly. So those mirrors are standing as your mentees to help you see clearly the place you can't see while you are so focused. That's number one. Number two, fostering innovation and fresh perspective. I've basically talked about this. The young ones are seeing how things can evolve faster. Most times we're looking for how to use what is already created, but they are thinking how to recreate what's created to solve problems. Now, many of us, when GT and other banks came up and we had internet banking, we thought we had seen the best of it until some of all those banks started coming up. And DOPE, I was hearing DOPE has some challenge, but there was a massive move from traditional banking to digital banking. We've not even seen the end of that trend. The more we create, the more we consume invention, the more our businesses grow based on what's existing, but the more our businesses and our lives rotate around the same axis. These younger ones who see, they're easy to see our faults. My 15-year-old daughter will always tell me, "Daddy, you're old school. This is how we do it." So as an old school student, I have learned to enroll in the new school so that I can have fresh perspective to what I do. I have a team, my NGO, all my management staff are all Gen Zs. One of the reasons I did that was so that we could drive the communication, because my target audience is the Gen Zs. So I provide wisdom, I provide insight and all that from above, but they help me drive with fresh ideas, fresh perspective, because they know the language, they know the trends, they know the conditions in which they will listen better than I do. So they help me get that feedback to ensure that whatever we design, we're designing for the actual audience. Yeah, 3, diversity and inclusion allows for unique experiences and insight of all employees. The advantage of this is that anyone and everyone can have an opportunity to contribute to your growth. So your life is now a beautiful composition of diverse thoughts. You're not stoic, you're not stuck as well on just that one thing, but you are being able to build a life, build a business that anyone can take ownership of. It is also detrimental to the growth of your business when you are the only one who can root for what you're building. Your staff and those connected with you should be able to have ownership of what you're building. It helps growth. It catalyzes growth. Trust me. So everyone knows that I have a space here. Everyone knows that my thoughts matter. Everyone knows that my ideas count. Everyone knows that the things I think are valid. So guess what? Your idea bank grows. The commitment level, the loyalty to the work increases if reverse mentoring is taken into consideration. 4, personal growth and enhancing communication. I've talked a little bit about this. You grow basically, and then you know how to talk with those who will take the baton for me to run forth. And authors here, developing learning culture, we've talked about closing generational gaps, developing leadership skills in younger employees, gives them that opportunity to also lead. There's this thing that a sense of responsibility gives. It gives a sense of responsibility to the young people when they feel that they are in charge. Give them the baton, let them run, let them fail. Get to know, even Jesus himself asked his disciples, who do you say I am? Get the feedback. Let them feel that if they don't do A, B, C, X, Y, Z will not be the desired result. And let them engage the system. It helps them build leadership skills. Then millennial retention, or you can even say Gen Z retention. Now, that same research I talked about, it also showed that about 97% of millennials were retained when, I think that was the company was Perkins, when they took on reverse mentoring and they wanted to see how to affect the organizational growth. 97% were retained because they now felt that they are part of the system, they are building the system, their thoughts and contributions count. Improved cultural competency, sharing different perspectives, supporting inclusivity, developing communication skills, developing self-confidence and self-awareness. So just splitting it in business, you see, we've talked about this anyway. In business, there is the innovative thinking, increased adaptability, enhanced engagement, personal life and life goals. There's the broadened perspective, learning new skills, and improved communication. We're coming to a wrap. Whether in personal life or in business, reverse mentoring is a transformative approach that not only bridges generational divide, but also drives innovation and foster a more inclusive, empathetic environment. In other words, people are very connected emotionally to see that they help you achieve your goals. And, you know, developments in your space will be very innovative. Now, just imagine you create a system where people don't see that. Now this will retain, let me say this here, this doesn't create disrespect in any way. And we're going to see how to do that so that it doesn't. What it does is the sense of inclusivity that we talked about. It gives ownership. So what happens here is that they become owner. And you know, when you see people market brands with enthusiasm, what do you think is motivating them? Most times you could say the salary, but it's the sense of fulfillment that achieving a desired goal grows the company and indirectly grows them because they have a sense of ownership. And that is one thing you want to build for your business. So how it works here, identify. So we've talked about reverse mentoring. Do I now just call every person that is my mentee and tell them, come and mentor me? The answer is Nehi Babushi. Please don't try that at home. You need to identify the mentee or the mentees, because that is skills that you need. Know your needs areas. You can do your personal needs assessment. Identify one, what are the things I need to know? Some of us don't even know what is happening. Okay, do I have someone who can teach me how to get around? We are hearing AI. My friend Offman was teaching recently about how to use AI to do presentations. You know, can I get these guys to help me go through how to navigate myself in the AI space and make the most of it, rather than just jumping around to say, AI is going to make people lazy. I was one of those people who said, anyone who has BlackBerry is is a distracted person, doesn't have focus in life. I had all those theories that year until somebody bought BlackBerry for me as my birthday gift. And that was the end of that conversation. You know, so you need to identify, what are my needs area? And then you look at your mentees around and you ask yourself, who has this competence? Who has this skill? Who can I put on the pedestal to learn from, and that the person will learn the program in the process rather? You asked that question. 2, you set your clear objectives. These objectives should align with your overall objectives and the individual needs to participate or to grow. So you also have a conversation. What if? Would you like to? You can ask to make a request. Would you like to? What if? What if you have the opportunity to mentor me for a week? Maybe like, mentor my boss? Yeah, just probably for a week. Because I'm trying to create a feedback mechanism to ensure that I am learning what I need to learn. You have a conversation with them. Will ensure that your objectives are clear. Create a feedback loop, and that's what I was also just referring to, where both of you can provide constructive. You can make it formal, you can make it informal. Now, something happened in my life many years back, and it was so shocking that those who I looked up to at that point were the ones who fired at me the most. I was broken and devastated. But because of how I had created an enabling environment to have conversation, I tell my mentees, the ones that are closest to me, please don't fail to send me a message and tell me when you think I'm stepping off the line. And you hear them say, okay, boss. And that period, my mentees came and said, sir, we know what happened wasn't cool, but we believe so much in you. Your mistake it's not you. I was like, oh, wow. So where we use sir, don't feel bad. Don't flog yourself so hard. That was what I needed to go through that season. If that opportunity for a feedback wasn't there, what I would have done was basically sink myself. So you want to ask yourself, are you Superman? And even Superman was too smart to realize that he was wearing pants on top trousers for many years until recently when they changed it. So you want to ensure that you are able to get feedback from your mentees. Then in organizations, you can now move on to pairing mentees and mentors, knowing who can work with who to achieve, the identified goal. Then you monitor the progress. Your monitoring is key here. Ensure that what we say we want to achieve is what we're working towards. Now, me and my mentee mentor, Dr. Tali, for many years, Dr. Tali was one young man who walked up to me after I heard me speak at an event. He was so enthusiastic. He connected with me. He kept on sharing. Sometimes I didn't read his things he was sharing because there were too many. But I kept on encouraging him. I gave him the space to breathe. He told me about all the spiritual thing and all that. I had no idea, and I did not have the time to read. But I kept on encouraging him. I would ask him, how is it going? Oh, fine, boss. Fine, boss. Until one day he called me and told me, boss, I just built a house on my mom. Excuse me. And I just bought a car. He wants me to come and see it. Really? And I got to see him. And he took me through how he did it. How, because he has mastered crypto space, he's a master in the blockchain technology, has been able to do 1, 2, 3 things, everything. And I see him, many of the blockchain companies are now having him either as an ambassador or as a facilitator. You go to the blockchain space, you type his name, you see him in that space. At that moment, guess what my request is? Can you teach me? And he was, oh, of course, boss, I sure would. And because of Dr. Tali, I made my first $6,000 on crypto. I was like, oh boy, I see money here, now we work hard. This is what he sold out to do. Tali facilitates, he teaches, but you see him night and day. He's studying the market, he's knowing where to put one leg, he's knowing where to do this. Sometimes he'll tell me, boss, you have $100, you have $500, do this. This thing will rise in the next 4 weeks. When it rises, boss, please pull your money out. So I just decided to follow him. So now he's my boss in crypto. So you can see, like I said earlier, there are areas of your life where you would need mentoring or coaching that you can help yourself. Since my mentee has become my mentor in crypto-related or blockchain-related matters, the truth is, no matter how much I read and I know, I don't think I am in the path to learn more than him. So I see him as my learning aid in this path and then my guide. So a mentee can also be a mentor. Tips for effective reverse mentoring. We talked a bit about this, but I'll just read through the list. Establish clear objectives, open and respectful communication, active listening. That means you are hearing what is being said and what's not being said. Regular meetings, meet more often. Feedback and reflections, flexibility, set boundaries, celebrate success, and continuous learning. I had to delete some slides because of no thanks to Coach Sam. Now, some challenges, and this may be where some of us may have questions. You know, how do I have a simple answer to all that in the next slide? The challenges that will come is the basic resistance to change, and we all know that because of our programming, our default response will be to put a defense to anything new, or to the cultural idea that I'm bigger than you. Who are you to teach me? Communication barrier, how we communicate. You know, in communication barrier, there's language and there's all other things there that we can list. But then I may be speaking at a frequency that is not, you know, let me give a clear example. I love to always tell the story of how I went to Warri. I'm a Warri boy, born bred in Warri. And I went back to Warri for youth empowerment drive. And the youth were gathered, me, Warri boy, gathered youth, and I was speaking English to my Warri boys. When we finished, you need to see the high ovation. Like they clapped and clapped. And then the youth president came out and said, Area, what's in this brother? He talks things and I say, and he said everything I said in pidgin English, and you need to see them shouting, hey! So what were they clapping for? Initially, they're simply clapping for my eloquence, for my fine boy packaging, and all of that. They did not hear Jack. So we must understand the communication barriers, you know, in between the generation, and it could be a challenge. The mentee-mentor pairing, we need to find the right mentees to pair. Now we have to check things like personality, type, and all that. And all of these things sometimes could also act as feedback to us, because the person doesn't fit, doesn't make the person doesn't fit your expectation, rather, doesn't make the person the wrong mentor, reverse mentor. It could just be because we are not open to learning, which basically is the solution. And number 5, lack of feedback. We may not get the feedback we want, or we may get wrong feedback, and then mentor burnout. You know, sometimes I watch my son trying to teach, and he just gets to this place where it's like he's tired. Please just do it anyway. That is not getting it. You know, he gets impatient with the process. Daddy, look at it. I know you can do it. You know, mental burnout can also be a challenge. So what was the solution? Learn, unlearn, and relearn. Take your time, open your mind to say, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get through this. Every time you subject yourself to someone who's lesser than you, do you know what you're doing? You're taking yourself through one of the most refreshing and purest journey in life to build your relevance, you know, and to, broaden your perspective to life. So learn, unlearn, relearn. That's my solution to everything. Learn, unlearn, relearn. You are just a knowledge away from the solution to a challenge you're facing. And in conclusion, reverse mentoring is a concept akin to reverse psychology, offers transformative potential in both personal life and business. It challenges traditional mentoring dynamics by empowering younger individuals to mentor their older counterparts. It's a valuable tool for breaking through challenges and achieving personal and professional growth in a rapidly changing world. Embrace it with an open mind, and the possibilities are limitless. Let me emphasize that the possibilities are limitless. You will just be raising an army of people who will run 20 miles when you take 20 steps, because you have given them the opportunity to be a part of your process. I would like to end in the words of Sam Adeyemi. Success is not a day's job. It's a daily job. It's not a destination. It's a journey. Our life is a journey. Every step we take matters. Every step we take counts. We should be patient and willing enough to go through the process to ensure that the lessons we pick from those. Now, see, there's this guy in the Bible. Is it Balaam or Balak? That guy hears God so well. But then he was riding a donkey. Guess what happened? At that point, God was talking to him. He wasn't hearing because he was so focused on what he was going to do that God told him that he did not hear what God was telling him at that point. The donkey had to speak to somebody who hears God better than animals. So it's a journey. Let's not assume we know it all. Let's take one step. Let's allow the feedback. Let's learn from those we have taught. Let's even gauge. Let's gauge the impact of, our influence or inspiration over them. So we take one step at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me, and it's been my pleasure to have shared with you on this platform. Thank you, Coach Sam. Over to you.
Thank you so much, TJ. Fantastic examples, pragmatic. This is all you've done all your life. I just remembered now that in picking the topics, I actually mirrored everybody's journey, in retrospect. And I'm happy that we gave you this topic, because who else would have talked about reverse mentoring other than you, that has gone ahead and learned from many people. I remember the number of young people that came to me through you, and they are doing crazy stuff right now. I'm like, Kai, see these children we see from, like, very, very, very valuable. I hope you're going to rest right after this. Please, thank you so much for doing this despite the pain, and I really do appreciate you. And TJ, we've not had your contact details. Please, are you going to share that in the chat room while I bring on our next? Okay, perfect. So TJ's details are on the screen, especially for our YouTube participants. I've seen a lot of responses on YouTube, very encouraging. People are hailing you and giving props to your presentation. It's heartwarming. Thank you, everyone who has joined all day. So much earlier, I had said that our session today was sponsored by Interior Dimensions, and we wanted the MD to speak. She was at that moment not online. So I'm going to quickly bring her up to talk to us about what they do at Intername. GCR, are you up for it now?
Yes, I'm here. A moment, please. I'm at the hospital.
Oh, wow.
I'm still at the hospital. I thought I'll be ready. Just give me, let me go to the car.
Okay, if you don't, because that's the last activity we're officially done. So let's just give her a few seconds. So while we wait for Rekia to join online and give us her very short talk for 5-10 minutes, I'd like to just take from everyone, on a scale of 1 to 10, the entire sessions today, what would be your rating? What would you say is your experience today, on a scale of 1 to 10? I'd like to read from you in the chat room. What's your rate? For those of us on YouTube, also very, very enlightening. A lot to take away from each session. A lot to take away from each session. Fantastic. So David says, honestly, 8. Thank you for being honest. Mommy Ray says 8. Victoria Shomade says over 10. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a heartwarming experience today. Let me remember to post the YouTube link. I think you should copy this YouTube link. Everybody should copy it and save it on their device, because that's where you're going to now go to after we're done with Zoom. That's where you're going to go and experience and replay and take it all in all over again. Nobody, I've been getting messages, can I have the replay? Can I have the replay? There's no replay anywhere. Just go to YouTube and have access to the replay. Nine. Thank you for making people at some point 61. Well, now we're down to 22 or thereabout. For those of you that stayed, thank you. Esther says the presentation 10. Bolanle said, honestly, 10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is what SECA Africa is all about. So let me now talk about SECA Africa. Thank you, Joy. Joy says 9. SECA Africa is that business that is very particular about your mental, emotional, and economic freedom. We're very particular about your economic freedom, which is a branch off from your mental and emotional well-being. We believe strongly that everybody can be wealthy. And so we're very particular about building solutions that impact on your emotional well-being, your mental well-being, because of your business. Let's work with your family to help everybody break through. We believe everybody can attain economic freedom, but it has to come from mental and emotional well-being. So Rekiat, you have the floor now, boss. Over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I don't know if my slide is with you, boss.
You can roll. I've shared it.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I'm sorry if you hear any background. I'm in the clinic. I just stepped out to rest. I have to give honor to honor is due. That is SECA Africa and the whole of the community, BSG, OSP, and the Money Spinner Club. Thank you for the opportunity. You know, because Sam is he will say jump, we will say how high. He has been a supporting. He has been my backbone from day one. He has been dragging, pulling, everything he could do to to support the business. So my name is Rekiat Odunsi. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Rekiat Odunsi. I'm the CEO of Interior Dimensions Limited. Interior Dimension is a boutique company. We deal and sell doors, internal and external doors, and recently we had it for over 3 years, 4 years now. We are playing more in the interior design business. And with that, we're able to gather a lot of experience. We're able to help and support a lot of our clients, our colleagues. And based on that, we had to also on our experience we had to keep updating our tools and experience based on the built industry, because we understand that in the built industry, we are dealing with humans, because humans are the ones that live in spaces, and we have to make it very habitable, aesthetically pleasing, that can help them in their well-being and and balance their life. And we're also a member of the Interior Designers Association of Nigeria. Our brand is playing a big role as the education committee member to educate not only the general public, also the players in the industry, the architects, real estate developers, engineers, skilled labor especially. So this is what Interior Dimension stands for. We are passionate about space and creating space for everybody. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what we are. This who Interior Dimension is. We strive to deliver innovation, as I said earlier, practical solution. We are all more like, we want to give solution, we want to save money, we want to give every client that comes to us the best of what they are paying for. We just don't go into a space. No, we try to understand the space, understand what the client wants, and marry it with what technology and finishing we have. I must state here that Interior Dimension is a big representative on Nigeria manufacturers. In our showroom, we have products that are manufactured here in Nigeria. A lot of people don't know that there are good and qualitative products you can get, materials you can get in your building that are produced in Nigeria, and also meet the world standard, meet all the foreign standard, and you'll be marveled at the cost, you'll be marveled at the finishing when it's been installed properly. I think why many people run away from made in Nigerian products because of poor installation. Look, you can use 10 naira to buy anything, and you get good skilled labor to install it, and you will think after finishing, you think you spent so much money. You are saving costs and also helping the economy to grow. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Yes, so we specialize in design, building the dream in Nigeria for Nigerians in diaspora. Recently, I was opportune and I had the privilege to finish a house for a client that she was based in I think the US. She didn't come to the site, she had the representative here, but all designs, all our correspondence was by Zoom, chat messages and pictures. And at the end of the day, the anxiety of, am I meeting the client's need? Are we meeting our expectation? We have heard of so many stories. You give money to some dubious interior designers in Nigeria, and they end up messing up the whole thing. What they are showing in picture is different from what you are seeing in reality. And it was like a test run for us. So we had to put all our machinery in place. And we're so happy when the client came and it was like, wow, the award was like, what I saw on the picture is what I'm seeing in reality. For me, that is a testament that there are still good people in Nigeria. So for us now, we're preaching and we're honing our skill to say, if you're in the diaspora, you have nothing to be afraid of, you have nothing to fear. You reach out to us in Nigeria, to Interior Dimension, we'll meet with your specific need in every area, anywhere you need, anywhere you are based, anywhere your property is based in Nigeria. And for the past 2 years, we've worked in Lagos, we've worked in Kano, and we've also worked in some couple of houses in Abuja. And many of these clients, they are not based in Nigeria. So, and we have testimonial. You go to our social media and you will see all the pictures and what we have done. And about us, next slide, please.
Okay.
Just have 5 minutes afterwards.
Should I go to the next slide from here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So our packages include standard packages and luxurious packages. So as I said earlier, we'll use averagely, for the standard, we use averagely price finishing, and most importantly, using the averagely price finishing must meet up to standard. As I said, we're a registered member of Interior Designers Association, and this association that we are governed with rules and regulations. We must finish a client property with the right standard, with the right finishing at the right price. So it's not, we are not working in isolation. We work with professionals that come to our project to look at what we are doing. We work with architects, we work with engineers, we work with quantity surveyor, electrical engineer, and skilled labor. We carefully choose our skilled labor, because skilled laborers are the backbone of every project. Without the skilled labor, you can't commence or finish a project. So we are really very careful not to mess up with our integrity because of who we represent in the industry. And we also have the luxury project where the client has the liberty to say, no, I don't want this product, I want this one. And we try to work with your budget, tailor to exactly what you need and your desires, and also fine-tune more of what you need. The interesting part is that some clients we have met, they really know what they want. And those clients are really amazing to work with. When the client knows what they want, it's easy for us. We go out all how to get what they want. And we also have clients that they are really confused with what they want. So we give them options. We are open to giving you options. We are open for you to explore the market with us, see the differences, and we'll go and work with exactly how you choose to work, how you choose to be, but we also guide you professionally. It's not because you want A, we'll give you A. We'll look at the A, is A going to work, is B going to work? And coming to exactly how Interior Dimension started, we started selling doors. A lot of people know me as the door lady. I always say that it's not all doors that work in all spaces. It's not every door you install in every spaces, and it's not all projects that you will use some certain door. We have instances where we've gone to project and we'll see that the client has existing fantastic, durable doors. And I ask myself, why should I throw away these doors? Why, when the doors are still functional, there's nothing wrong with just upscale the door. And you know, the theme for this year in interior designer is sustainability of the environment. Why do you throw away something that is good and you're also adding to the whole environment? The ecosystem is having issues. So we try to upscale whatever we use on site. We try to upscale and reuse whatever we have on site so that we are saving the environment, at the same time saving the client cost, and also giving us the aesthetic to play around with what we have on site. So sorry, somebody is trying to enter. Okay, so next slide, please, Christian. So these are our benefits for working with us. We will guide, just like I said, we will guide you through the emerging trends and convert areas, and ensuring you are well informed before making any decision. We share strategies to allocate resources wisely and achieve remarkable results without breaking your bank. We will guide you through a humorous balance of luxury and practicality. I just said, the next slide, please, Christian. So this is part of our work we've done. This project was done during the COVID 2019. This was a pro bono job. I was trying to hone my skill. In interior design. And I went to a project, I went to real estate, I saw a project, I marketed myself. I told the client, give me the time, I want to transform your space. I said, just give me the time. This project was done, it was pro bono. I was not paid much, but I was happy to do it from beginning to the end, the finishing, the painting, the external work, the push bar, the carport, the landscaping. I was, and the client refused to, the client so much loved this place, he refused to move in. And I don't know why he doesn't want to move in. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I think, because Sam, I can't hear you, yes. Yes, so as I said earlier, we work with architects, building professionals, engineers, and skilled professionals. And I must add at this juncture that we also have an academy where we train skilled labor, because we realize that skilled labor, they have the know-how, but they lack the values on how to balance and give because we have a lot of company now in Nigeria. As they said, as I will tell you guys that Lagos now is in Abuja, and these people are coming in with foreigners to do their finishing. But we have a lot of young, creative, skilled guys that can do, but because they lack the values, they lack the customer relationship, they lack trust, they lack loyalty, they are not ready to even teach other people, other younger ones, how to do this job. So most of these good job, profitable job, go into the hands of the foreigners, and the money is in the skilled labor, because out of the cost of every project, about 50 or 60% go into labor and skilled labor. So you can imagine that you are building a 100 million project. You are spending close to 60 million for skilled labor. And you keep hearing these guys that, look, I don't have money to do. So what are they doing with the money? Because they get this money daily. And in the construction industry is very porous. There's no check and balance. There's no referral. They don't have the right skill. They don't have certification. They don't have all this things. So my academy in interior dimension, these are the areas we want to bridge. These are the things we are putting up, and we are ready to train anybody that has skilled labor on what they want to do. Next slide, please, Costa. So these are our contacts. You can reach us. Thank you very much. You can reach us. I'm really speaking because I'm in the hospital and I did not want to take up this time so much. So thank you very much. You can reach us on our phone, our contact for any other information, whatever you need. We do consultancy. We also do referral. We are also big in partnership. Anyone that is also in the construction industry, and you're a producer of furniture, you're a producer of door, you reach out to us. We are big in collaboration, because I can't do everything myself. So we need people to partner with us, and we'll work together amazingly, and hopefully we're able to make money at the end of the day. Thank you very much. That's all, Kusam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, GCR. That was a very straight to the point presentation. How it is that today, coincidentally, 3 of our distinguished speakers have to do hospital runs. I'm really sorry about that. We wish you all the best with your hospital appointments, and we wish you recovery. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Kusam. Really appreciate this time. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is about the end of our talk today. This brings us to the end of our webinar today. We called this How to Solve Your Problems for Real, Season 2. And this has been a long day. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. Session, and don't forget also, if you want to feature in this session next year, January, you have the window to join OSP before 9 p.m. tonight on the discounted offer, or of course, you can join at the higher offer if that works for you. But be it as it may, the most important thing is go to your notes, pick out what works for you, and start practicing what works for you immediately. To our sponsor, Interior Dimensions Limited, thank you very much. To our speakers, Haja Hawahuru, TJ Chunu, Mr. Kao Kalote, and Mr. Shegun Aremu. It's been a long day listening to you all, and it has been very rewarding. We are very grateful for your time. To my team at SECA Africa, thank you for combining a lot of work and doing all this, pulling the weight to get this done. To everyone that has joined this session, especially those who joined the WhatsApp group for the last 1 month, where we were preparing you for today, thank you for believing in our work. Thank you for coming online. To everyone that stayed from 8 a.m. till this moment, thank you for staying. We do not take it for granted at all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll be seeing you guys, we'll be reaching out to you guys, and we hope that we can do much more together. And while we do so, please remember to take care of your mental health, remember to take care of your emotional health, and remember to take care of your economic health. Count on us to help you because we are always close to you. The handle is at MySECA Africa. MySECA Africa is our handle on all social media platforms: Instagram, X or Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. Please, please follow us, and we will definitely always be close to you. Thank you. Okay, Blossom, you are always a problem solver. The last place I worked with you was at Mogs Marion, where you got me to train. Oh my goodness, wow. Kai, God is faithful. Thank you so much for this very punchy feedback at this moment. I really do appreciate that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to keep you longer than now. God bless you. Thank you very much, and have a beautiful week.